he can make that point up and down this whole discussion. These are all the same niggas.
I was like, he shook that bottle up. We waiting for everybody to come in the building.
Yeah, them niggas. Them niggas.
Knew it was coming. I was like this, Corey. I knew the shot was coming, yo.
I knew what he was gonna say. I was like, hey,
the same niggas from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea all the way to the Horn. All them niggas related.
I muted my mic and I was just listening after that. I was off the bus. I wasn't doing it anymore. I couldn't find an argument to counter that point. I'm done.
Robin had a good conversation. You got him on that Hindu. You got him. So they ain't ready for that with that Hindu, Rob. They ain't ready, yo. You came and slapped.
Ain't ready.
You came and slapped.
No, that was all.
No, June, Yolanda.
Doing that.
Slapping.
I don't think it was
You
off.
just couldn't get it.
I don't think it was off. Like, we're not saying we experts, but she made a point. And you all tried to throw some conjecture about, well, you know, well, Krishna came later. Ain't nobody saying nothing about when the virgin story came later in Egypt. Like, I don't get it.
Did you listen to Smash? Did you listen to Smash?
No Virgin Bible
on a set in the Virgin Birth story.
We ain't on that. We on some science, man.
We should bring Smash on, man. Too. Smash.
Listen, let me ask you something. Why don't you name it Is Consciousness Alive? Because I've been wanting to ask you questions about that.
About what? About what?
It's consciousness.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that. This is Pseudo Killas show.
Consciousness is life itself. There would be life.
But is it alive all over
your body? When you talk about consciousness, you gotta define.
Yeah,
is it alive everywhere?
Hey, right in your wheelhouse, Sosa. Hold on, let's let the people get in here, man. We gotta let people start the show. You know, that's disrespectful. We get at least 50 people in here. We're not starting. So y'all can talk. Y'all can get the Bible talk out your head, folks. If y'all got a couple minutes till we get 50 in this building, y'all can talk about whatever we want to talk about. But the Pseudo Killas, science. That's
ain't nobody here, your baby girl either, bro.
What? I say with love. You feel it?
No, you say it with love, but you said it condescendingly. You know, like that's something.
Baby girl, like, you know, that's just how I understand.
The privilege as a Black woman to explain it to you, especially from a Southern Black woman. When white people do it all the time, like baby girl, young lady, this and that.
I'm not a white man, Juju.
Finish, bro. Ain't nobody say you were, but
why would you compare what I'm doing to what white people do?
The point is, the baby girl, you know, she has a name. She's a woman. Just don't minimalize that. Like sometimes that should be a little kind of like disrespectful because it was in a course of a disagreement or a discussion where, you know, her voice, she's trying to be heard. So like you'd be like baby girl, like, you know, we on YouTube platform, she's a grown ass woman. I'm just saying.
I know.
I don't like that. I don't like
with you. So when I know your name instantaneously, I can say Juju. But when I'm in the midst of a conversation and I'm talking to, I didn't know. You know what I mean? I just said baby girl because I didn't know her names. I just said baby girl.
Understood. I thought you knew it was Robin. All right.
This is my first time ever being on with Rob. At least
really? I ain't know.
At least far as
I ain't been around for a minute, so I know I've seen her on a couple of shows. Like I could watch for a couple minutes and then I have to go because
I haven't even seen her.
Right. So, you know, and I was happy she joined. Happy to see more women not afraid to, you know, express their views also.
Get
beat up. Conversation.
Get beat up like me too.
And why didn't we build on that argument, which she was making, which is the relationship between Krishna story and the Jesus story is a closer relationship than the one with Asa. Now we can't.
Well, why don't we pull it up? Are you familiar with the story, Cedric? You familiar with the story?
No, I'm not saying I did. I said she made a claim and we didn't explore it.
Well, we should have followed through more. I don't think.
I mean, chronologically.
I know that I'm not knowledgeable in Hindu. I used to do. I'm a Buddhist, but I don't know much about Hindu. So I think we should have followed through, pull up a source here and there. See if she was valid.
Hinduism and Buddhism have a connected.
Everybody just kept trying to say she's wrong without showing a source to prove she's wrong or right or whatever. And that's fallacious. And we're not going to do that here. So I pulled up the source for dates. I was looking for you all to pull up the other sources for the other dates so we can compare and contrast, you know?
Thank you, Juju. That's a point I was trying to make, because I don't know either whether it's a valid point or not, but it was made on our show and we should have explored it a bit. I'm just saying, because I don't know.
More research on my own in the background to get to it, to understand it may not be the oldest, it's the oldest organized. The source I looked at didn't say anything about the oldest organized. It said the oldest. It said many scholars. So we'll expound on that some more and let's try to put some dates with them so we can get an accurate picture of what's old, what's not. A lot of people say Voodoo is the oldest, 10,000 years. So, you know, I don't, you know, it's just something that we just have to study on some more.
But even Voodoo is not really 10,000 years. That the ancestor of it is that long, but Voodoo come out straight out of the homemade. You know what I'm saying? It comes directly out of the homemade kingdom.
Hey. No, that's just a common name. You know what I'm saying? Like
no,
Voodoo.
no. The name is just not the Congo religion.
Brother, you gotta let him.
You
can't just cut him like that, bro. You gotta
brother.
Nah, brother, nothing. We're gonna freeze all that.
What they call Voodoo?
Everybody freeze. It's 50,000 in the building, man. Pseudo Killer, man. Y'all know what it is, man. It's a Pseudo Killer exclusive featured by the Real Black Atheists. Y'all know what it is, man. Black African power to the family out there, man. Y'all see the title of today's show. Let's read the title of today's show. What are we talking about today? Right? What topic are we talking about? Pseudo Killers. It say the real story of consciousness, Lex Vortex. Yeah, he gonna come in and try to pseudo this and pseudo that and make y'all think something. Nah, we ain't going around the Pseudo Killers, man. Hey, Cosmic Corey, what's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Hey, peace to everybody out there. What up to everybody, man? Looking forward to a good show, man. The Pseudo Killers back in effect, man. Back in the building. Let's get it in.
We're about to get it in, man. Hey, Vance, what's good, man? What's up with you, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Man, what's good with you? Peace to the Pseudo Killers, man. I'm in the store right now. I can't say too much, but
all right, good show. All right, well, you know, your presence is here, man. Cedric, what's up, man? The scientist, man. The biochemist. What's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Peace to the family, peace to the panel, peace, my Pseudo Killers. You know, it is the realm of scientific literacy, methodological naturalism, where Lex is going to have to quantify and qualify his presentation tonight, that consciousness exists outside of the physical.
Hey, King Sosa, what's good? What it do? What it do? What it do? Pseudo Killers official.
Hey man, look, everything good, man. Everything is everything, man. Hey, look, man, we here to learn what we didn't know, man, and bang on pseudos as usual, man. Anytime you see the Pseudo Killers on Real Black Atheists, you know we locked up. Pseudo Killers is locked up right now. We under arrest. But we expect to be off probation soon, man. So man, let's get it in.
Yeah, next week, man. Then we got esteemed guest, man. We got Gullah Geechee, man. Team Osiris official, man. If you Team Osiris, man, you definitely pseudo killing, man. You can't separate that. What's up, Gullah Geechee? What it do? What it do? What it do?
What's good with it, y'all? What's good? I'm in the building. What's up with it? We're gonna get to it in a minute. And I'm gonna say the connection with Christianity and Krishna is because Krishna came out of Greek India. When Greeks influenced India, that's why you got that probably an influence of that Christian word, because even the word Christos in its first place is a Greek term.
All right, he had to throw it in, didn't he? Hey, we got
nice shot. Pow!
Hey, we got Juju, right, in the building. Real Black Atheist, Pseudo Killer, all the damn above. What's going on, Juju? How you doing? What it do? What it do? What it do?
What it do, fam? Black African power, bringing a little blackology to the table. I just be funny with that. I'll be an ass.
No. Hey, we got Robin. Robin in the building. She's been throwing blows, right? This is official Pseudo Killer show. Boy, introduce yourself, Robin. What's up, Robin?
Hello, hello. I hope y'all can see me. I'm in Delaware. I'm gonna, whoever that was, gonna get me the boom, 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 boom him. What is wrong with him? Let it go. Oh my God. With Jesus and Krishna. You want to let that go.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen, last but not least, we got the ultimate pseudo back and forth. One day he signs, one day he don't know where he at. We got the battle tested, guaranteed to make the whole thing interesting, guaranteed to have you pseudo-rise if you don't pay attention.
Facts on that.
If you ain't sharp, he got you. He's definitely sophisticated in his approach to mix up information. He does it well. I see no better than that. Hey, what's going on, Lex Vortex, man? What it do? What it do? What it do, man?
Yo, what's going on, man?
The double master.
Peace to the family and peace to the oneness and the consciousness that exists and permeates the universe, that permeates every atom, every cell of the body. It permeates through every inch of the universe and even beyond time and space. Peace and love.
Great introduction. Great introduction.
The crowning of the age of Aquarius. Where you got that from, man? Yeah, that's straight out of the quote-unquote 60s. He's the 60s doctrine, the age of Aquarius, Pisces, and all that. They talk about consciousness. That's interesting right there, man. So yeah, we got a good topic today, man. We're gonna talk about consciousness, where it comes from, where it is. Hey, Cosmic Core, you want to jump right in, man? Because I know, it's around like family time, man. And so, you taking control of the show too, bro.
Oh damn, I might need about an hour.
No, you don't.
Yeah, man, I gotta go. I need to make a little slide real quick.
Slide. How about you, Corey? You gonna have to one of y'all.
Let you hold it down. I'll say it for an hour. I'll make a little move. I'll be in my car, but you feel me?
How about you, Cedric? You can kill. What you doing? Oh, did I ever send Brendan?
Brendan. Send Brendan the link. That'd be good.
I can't send Brendan the link because Brendan is working. Brendan.
You hold it down for an hour?
Yeah.
Concrete Corey, can you explain us how insignificant our blue marble is within the vastness of this universe in a nutshell, so we can set the parameters to understand how this consciousness doesn't permeate the whole universe? Concrete Corey, did it.
Where you at, Corey? What you trying to get him to explain what? Oh, you trying to get Lex to explain?
I want Corey to just set the foundation for understanding how insignificantly small we are in the larger scheme of things here on this planet, to assume that the consciousness we experience within awareness of our surroundings and understanding of our place in the universe, that consciousness permeates throughout the entire universe. Like, can we grasp the totality of the entire universe before we even have a conversation of this consciousness that permeates it all, as if the process outside of our brain are guided? So this what we are experiencing now with the James Webb, for example, is consciousness actively affecting the universe, according to Lex's beautiful introduction into pseudoism. So I want Corey to just, because he's the cosmic man, to just lay the foundation for how
I think Corey stepped away. You keep throwing Corey there, and he keep missing the dump because he's
missing the oof, yo.
He keeps turnover, you out of bounds, turnover. It's like just
turnover, yo. Gigi, I'm gonna make you co-host in here too. You hear me, Gigi?
Yes.
Y'all direct the conversation.
So my whole point is, if you would understand fundamentally how insignificant planet Earth is, how insignificant even our solar system is in the totality of this thing we call the universe, to have this idea that the process we see in nature are somehow guided because of our assumption of our ability to relate to reality is ludicrous. And there is no evidence that Mr. Lex Vortex is going to pull up to actually quantify what we experience. The awareness that we experience exists outside of our brain. He can't do that.
Yeah.
Lay it down, Lex.
Yeah.
All right. So let's start off with the brain. He says that we can't show anything conscious existing outside of the brain. I heard someone earlier say that too.
Yes,
so
it was me.
That was you. There's no consciousness outside of the brain.
It's an emergent property of the brain.
Let her get it out. Just let her build on.
Have you ever heard the term the hard problem of consciousness? You know that is an actual scientific term that you can read papers on. So right from there, with all due respect, I know you're not that read up on this because scientists are still debating this themselves. So I'm not going to say there's no absolutes, but Google the hard problem of consciousness, and you'll see that there's scientific papers by the people that you respect that have this conversation. So for you to try to label Lex as a pseudo about it, when real scientists are having this conversation, brother, then something's wrong. But now let's do
definitely a real conversation.
Just a second there for clarification.
What's the name of these scientists? What's the name of
it?
It's definitely a real
yeah, you can look up David Hoffman. David Hoffman is one of them.
We gotta
go one at a time. Like I was just trying.
Yeah, we gotta lay down the foundation.
When you confuse two things. When you confuse two things, I'm going to ask for clarity, because you're saying the problem of consciousness. Do you equate that to scientists saying that consciousness isn't an emergent property of the brain?
Yes,
are you saying?
I'm saying that is why it's called. Hold on, brother.
Just let him lay out his argument, even if he's wrong.
I'm telling you, that's why there's a term called the hard problem of consciousness, because there's an ongoing research and debate about is consciousness in the brain or outside of the brain, or it wouldn't be called the hard problem of consciousness. And there's a reason they call it the hard cardinal problem. Now, the first issue you have is dealing with the brain in terms of perception, because if you know anything about the brain it works like a processor. It processes approximately 1,000 bits of information per second, I believe, and it doesn't tell you everything there is to know in the external world. It can only give you the information that can be processed. And so in a hard problem of consciousness, we talk about, you don't really, like when you look at something and you say, well, that's blue or something like that. That is not really a true statement. That's what's being interpreted by the brain, and only interpreted by only how much information it can process. But there's much more information that the brain is not able to process. Now, when it comes to the reality that you see, it is actually being created by the brain inside of your brain. And it's nothing but the interpretation of electrical signals to the brain. The picture that you see in your external world, my brother, is actually coming from your brain. Not what you're looking at right now. You think you're looking out, but it's a projection coming from your brain. This is a fact. If you know how the eyesight works, and you know how the brain works.
Can you do me a favor, Lex? Can you just give us the definition of the hard problem of the brain versus the easy problem? Because you're going on a tantrum, and you don't understand the fundamental of the argument you're having.
I could pull it up.
So just pull up the definition and let's see if what you are saying is factual. Because the first problem you're making is assuming that the brain doesn't produce consciousness. The hard problem is, how does it do it? So you're confusing two issues right there.
No, I'm not.
Lex.
I'm not even talking. Right now, I'm laying down.
You're confused.
I'm sharing the screen right now so we can go.
We know that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. The question is how, Lex? So you're confusing the issue from jump. I let you build to make sure that you were confused. So now you just dive yourself.
Hey, but said it. We gotta roll.
There are no daggers yet. We're laying down a foundation right now for the people to hear. Just be patient, brother. In terms of how I'm giving you that process now about the brain. So
we can't do the scallop and the long
run, man. Like, so we can't. Said it. If you already knew we was going to have this conversation.
Yeah, let me get it.
You already knew that. Like,
yeah, we got his name in the title.
Consciousness is not just being aware of something.
Put his name in the title. I'm gonna rock, and we just beat him up. You want to say something, Juju?
That was Robert.
So
I was saying that I thought consciousness was just being aware of something. I'm confused as heck here.
It does mean that it's an ambiguous term. So
it's not just it's awareness itself. Because when people think of consciousness, they think like, now I'm just aware of what's going on around me. Like, and if I go to sleep, I'm not aware. Like, they think of consciousness like that. I'm saying consciousness is all awareness. Okay. Before we get to that,
awareness. What's all awareness?
Okay.
All right. Before we listen, hold on.
Hey, Juju, you gotta keep it on track. I'm trying to make a little.
So, I'm just trying to make sure I understand exactly what you're saying. So you said before it gets to you being aware, it's like if my mom tell me that is blue. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Chef, hold it down.
So now I'm aware that that's blue.
Is this dude saying that consciousness is an entity of itself, or it exists?
I muted everybody. We can't talk over people. Let's just let them make the point. One person.
Is he saying? I'm trying to get clarity. Is he a Lex?
But you interrupt.
What's up, brother?
Okay. All right. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
All right. So am I hearing that you postulating that consciousness exists independently of a host? Like it's an entity or a force or something that exists outside of the host?
Yes.
See, that's where he's getting at, y'all. Get him. Get his ass.
All right. I mean, hold on, brother. That's not a secret. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but you was going around the mulberry bush. So that's what Cedric was trying to to get you to separate that and get what you were saying out. That's what he's trying to say, y'all.
Yeah, the shrooms and kicked in now.
Yeah, hold on. My little babies, I understand. I need to put down fundamentals for y'all children.
Nobody
in order for us to get to.
Wait. I understand that, but let's not do that. We're not children, we're not babies, bro.
I'm just throwing shots. It's not that serious.
No.
Right. So, but
no need.
What I'm saying.
Throw some information. No shots.
I know. So what I'm trying to do is lay down fundamentals for the people listening, and I found just a little bit of foundation before we get deep. And that's why I was trying to explain the brain in terms of the brain is almost like a biocomputer that is interpreting electrical signals, and it is not able to even interpret all of the signals that are available, just like a radio station or just like a television. You have certain channels that you can tap into, and depending on the technology, that will broaden how much information you can take in and process. So the brain is limited in terms of how much information it can process. There's way more information coming from the so-called exterior world. So what you're seeing you're only seeing a portion of even what is out there.
So you going along with the 10%
Bro.
brain theory and all that bullshit.
I don't even know how to react to such a childish reply. But what I was saying,
the totality of my ability to observe has no relation to the totality of what is observable. What is observable doesn't play a role on consciousness. My awareness remains consciousness, and my ability to measure that much is directly related to my brain. My awareness of what is going on, what I see, what I can process is consciousness, not the fact that existence is. Existence isn't consciousness. Existence is just existence.
So, all right, I got you, brother.
Don't confuse things.
All right, you said that you processing the information is where your consciousness comes from in the brain, right? Is that what you just said?
Absolutely.
All right, where's the information coming from?
Whomever is giving it to you, or wherever you're reading, wherever you're getting it from, it's getting in your brain.
So whoever you're reading.
Why are you making it complicated?
We cannot see gamma or infrared rays. That is just light that we can't see.
Hold on.
Does
Listen,
that mean that my consciousness? How does the reality of infrared and gamma rays? How does that become consciousness? My ability or inability to observe them is my totality of my consciousness, right?
No.
And it's still an emergent property of the brain.
All right.
The level of my awareness is what my brain can produce.
Okay.
And that is consciousness. The gamma rays and the infrared rays aren't consciousness. They are just reality. My ability to observe them or not is completely irrelevant. So you're going down a rabbit hole that's completely and totally redundant.
All right, listen, brother. First of all, you're making assumptions about where I'm even going and what you're interpreting. So all I've been doing this far is giving out the process of processing information. Now, you said it's in the brain. Now, at any time in your waking life, the brain goes through stages of activity. All right. This is called alpha waves, beta waves, delta waves, right? And this is what meditation is based on. Now, when it comes to intelligence, when it comes to clarity, the reason why meditation is so important is because the less brain activity, scientifically proven, the more information we're able to process and the more intelligent decisions we're able to make. How would that make sense if the brain is the consciousness is an emergent property of the brain? Why is it we get hold on, bro? If y'all gonna continue to be childish, it's gonna be hard to have a conversation, bro. Like so my question is, if consciousness is emerging from the brain, what kind of sense does it make that the less brain activity, the healthier we get, the more intelligent you get, and the more smarter we get? This is why Buddhist monks spend all their time in meditation. They're shutting down the activity of the brain in order to open the door for consciousness to talk to you, because the brain is acting like a radio station with static. When you turn the brain's activity down, you learn faster. This is a fact, science. That's why I say y'all got to study the studies. When the activity of the brain goes down, learning increases, emotional intelligence increases, and connection with other things around us increasing. And this is with the lessened activity of the brain. So deal with that first.
Can I say something now before anybody says something?
Sure,
Actually, that's my teaching. Actually, that is my teaching. Remember when I said we have two different teachings on the first time that we were on? That is my teaching, meditation. And that is also my teaching from the Basic Information Before Leaving Earth book, Bible. But
so if you know
what I'm understanding, what I also, let me ask you a question. Let me please.
There's no way you can consider the consciousness and emerging from the brain.
Do not cut her
I don't know
off.
what you're talking about, but I just want to ask my question. I'm just saying meditation is my teaching, and it's the teaching that I get from the Bible. Okay, that's the only thing I want to say about that. But I also wanted to ask a question pertaining to the consciousness that you're now talking about. You know, the awareness that you get from the teaching that you get from life. You know, from all the teaching that you get from life that goes into your brain that now you are aware of, that makes you now conscious of whatever you just been taught. Okay, so when your skin, and I know I just want to ask Unc this question, and maybe you can answer it, you know, scientifically. Like when somebody touches your arm with something wet, hot, cold, or something like that, does it first go to your brain and then to your arm? Because now your skin becomes conscious that something is now on it. Your legs become conscious, your body becomes conscious that something is touched. So your body's aware that it is being touch. So is that make your body conscious now? That, I mean, is it, I don't know if it first touches your brain. I'm just trying to, you know, understand.
Come on, Gullis.
Skip over the question I asked them first.
I know, relax for a minute, Lex, relax.
No, I'm just trying to, it's including to what you were saying. I'm just making sure that.
I'm hold on for a second, then I'm gonna bring a source of what I'm saying and talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, I think the point is that, let me get this phone real quick. We ain't even put the link in the daggone chat either.
You know, when I hear these arguments, and it illustrates like how you don't understand basic concept of how the brain works. When you,
I'm not saying that I didn't understand.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm debating Lex Vortex. I'm debating Lex Vortex. So when you say you slow your focus down and you slow your mind down, that's like, you ever tried studying in a house where the music is blasting, the dogs are barking, the kids are running around, the neighbors are screaming? How much studying can you get done? Very little, right? Because there are too much signals to process in your brain. So the quieter the environment, the more you're able to isolate yourself from other input, you're able to concentrate and focus your attention on whatever it is you're learning. However, I don't care how much you take somebody and teach them to meditate. If they didn't crack a science book, no amount of meditation is going to make them aware of anything in that book. So like, how do y'all fit these things, Mr. Vortex? How do you mix and match?
Hey, brother.
You started off the conversation, and when you realized that you were completely wrong with the hard problem of the brain, which is of consciousness, which is how does the brain actually produce the images that we see? How do we actually process that information? The fact that the brain processes that information and creates the awareness that we have is not in dispute. Now, how your body, your awareness of something being on your skin is directly related to nerves and in your brain. I had a stroke. So now part of my brain is affected, whereby on my left side, I'm less sensitive to cold and heat because it's a direct result of the brain. So that signal is processed by the brain, allowing me to be aware that, oops, something bit me, something touched me. It's all processed by the brain. We can't get around that. Now, as to how that specifically happened, there are experiments being done up until today where we are dealing with the question of will. Your brain decides prior to you becoming aware of you having made a decision. So there are all kinds of experiments being done to solve the hard problem of consciousness. How does the brain do it? But not a question of whether consciousness is an emergent property of brain and does not exist outside of a host of physical entity. End of this debate.
Thank you, Cedric. I want to say something to Lex before he responds, because we have some comments in the chat, and before Unc come with a source, if you have any sources, Lex, on what you're saying, if you can provide them in the back chat so I can put them in the chat for others. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that. I think, you know, one thing when you learn about consciousness and spirituality, it teaches you to be a more humble person, which is a very powerful thing. But what I will say to what the brother said, he actually, without knowing, proved my point when I said, and I'm sure he's not aware of the alpha, beta, theta wave brain state, but he said that, of course, when you're trying to learn something and you got the radio on, the children this and doing all of that, of course it's going to be hard to learn. What he missed is the brain would be the radio, the children, and all of that. That's disturbing the information from coming in. That's why it's called different wave states, when the electrical activity in the brain is actually what's causing more of the interruption from information coming in. That is like so remedial and childish. I can't even see how he missed that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to put the Harvard study on meditation in there and soon. I'm just pulling it up on my phone. I'm gonna put the study on meditation. So the brain is the distraction that's in the way. That's what meditation is for. Like, this is crazy. It's to quiet the brain. So when he goes, oh yeah, if you're in a house with a bunch of noise, you're not gonna learn. The problem is the brain is the thing causing the noise. That is what meditation is based upon.
So no, the brain isn't causing the noise. Those physical entities outside are causing the noise. And all of that is information that the brain processes.
And he's interrupting me again. And
all those signals is information.
So I see how we're gonna get down.
So I don't know what information you expect to come to you when nothing is happening. Because again, I'm directly related to putting yourself to focus on something like schoolwork or reading a book. How do you get the information in when all the other information is being inputted at the same time? You cannot focus your energy or your attention on what is in front of you. So it's all information, Lex. But when you quiet everything down, there is no information coming in. Your mind's quiet, Lex. There's no information to process. You're just quiet.
All right,
Lex,
hold on.
which information are you processing? The information that is coming from the universe?
Right. Do you realize that what you're saying is totally the opposite of what meditation is about? So if you go talk, now they take Buddhist monks and Hindu priests, and they put them in meditation and they put brain scans on their head. That's how they found out about the different wave states of the brain during meditation. Now, what you're saying goes against every monk, every Indian mystic, everyone who meditates. Meditation is now a scientific study. And what the meditators tell us themselves, these people who are able to achieve damn near above human feats, say is once they quiet the brain, that's when they get information that would not have to them.
Lex, can you provide that source, please?
Why'd you mute me?
Yeah, because what the brain sound like when it's making noise? What it sound like?
Because other people got to talk, and I need a source. Gulagichi, would you like to say something? Because I know you want to say something.
Yeah, she's
I was gonna ask him what the brain sound like when it's making all that noise. Like what sound do you hear?
It sounds like electrical signals.
It sounds like a fart or something.
Like a Jedi sword.
You ever turn on the radio when you was out of range and it was static? That's because the signals are not able to get through, so it causes static. Like, you're childish, son. Y'all not even, this is ridiculous, bro. Honestly,
X,
bro.
Can you provide me a source, please, for the third time?
Yeah.
One, at least on what you're talking about the monk studies with the brain waves. Provide that source, please. Please. Robin, did you have something to say, Six? I saw that you were trying to speak earlier.
Yeah,
I say any professional basketball player.
I was just trying to say that would you consider that as now your skin being aware, or excuse me, a conscious? You see what I'm saying? That's what the question I was asking. I don't know how to meditate, how the meditation thing came in on it. I don't, I was trying to figure out how that came in on the consciousness situation. I don't know how that went with it, but I guess it in his mind.
Clarify for you, Robin. You were asking something about pain, like if someone gets burned, does the skin feel that, or does it go to the brain first? I mean,
yes, that was the question I was asking them. Would they consider that as now your skin is conscious? And now, that the other man, he did answer the question, but then I was still asking, would you consider that as now, your skin is now aware, it's conscious? Maybe it doesn't, maybe it's not, or is that just still your brain conscious and now your skin?
All right. So let me show. Let me put this in the sources.
Go ahead.
I want to put us back into reality, right? So really, we can understand this in terms of biological function and evolution. Opinions are divided as to where the biological evolution consciousness emerged, right? So they're telling you that it's part of the evolutionary process, emerged, and about whether or not consciousness has any survival value, with a definite connection to the brain. Some argue that consciousness is a byproduct of evolution. It has been argued that consciousness emerged exclusively with the first humans, extensively with the first mammals, independently in mammals and birds, or with the first reptiles. So I say other authors date the origins of consciousness to the first animals with nervous systems, or early vibrates in the Cambrian over 5 million years ago. All right, so we got that first source there, right? So let's do this. Got that there. All right, then let's come right here. Okay, let's deal with the science. 1 sec. We'll come right here to philosophy, types of consciousness, mind, body. They try to throw you in a rabbit hole, but if you stay grounded in the evolutionary process, right, and the development of the brain and development of the frontal lobe and all these things, then they can never get you. They try to bring you down a rabbit hole. Okay, so scientific studies. Okay, for many decades, consciousness as a research topic was avoided by majority of mainstream scientists because of the general feeling that the phenomenon defined in subjective terms could not properly be studied using objective experiment methods, right? Okay, then they go on. We come right here. All right. Right here. A study in 2016 looked at lesions in a specific area of the brain stem that was associated with coma. Okay, this is how they study. They want to figure out, is it arising from natural brain functions or what? From the coma of vegetative states. Okay, they say a small region of the rostral, what's this? Hold on, I got it. Dorsolateral content, what's this? Can anybody say that? Contantegnium in the brainstem was suggested to drive consciousness through functional connectivity with two caudal regions, the left vertebral anterior insular cortex. All right, that's a function of the brain. Okay, that's a piece of the brain, and the predural arterial cingulate cortex. It's another region of the brain. Okay, but we connected to the brain. These three regions may work together as a triad of mainstream consciousness. So here's the actual study of it. All right, right here, the human brain network derived from coma causing brain stem lesions. All right, and then you just come right down. You know, you can read the results. You can read the method how to get to it. You can read the results, and you can read the conclusions. It says injury to small regions in the in the pontine tegmentum is significantly associated with coma. It says this brain stem site is functionally connected to two cortical regions, the A1 and the PACC, which become disconnected in disorders of consciousness. This network of brain regions may have a role in the maintenance of human consciousness. Let me get this for y'all can read. Put in your pseudo killer folder. All right. So nobody is not, in science, nobody is not connected to brain and brain functions. Only the dedicated pseudos is doing that. That's why I ain't going back and forth and arguing on that. I already know that to even have this conversation about consciousness is going to take your damn brain. It's not just popping out nowhere. It's not your connection to the cosmos. That's pseudoism at an all-time high. This is a high-level pseudo conversation, right? If you let it spiral out of control, always go back to knowing this. For consciousness to occur in individuals or organisms, right? You need a damn brain. And I'm the rest of my case. Y'all can go ahead and fly over the tulips, fly, do it right. Let them rock.
Can I ask a question, please? Thank you for reading that for me, that source. But brother stated that you don't have consciousness when you sleep. I was kind of puzzled about that because I thought that you did have subconsciousness, and sometimes when I'm asleep, things from the television even come into my dreams. So I was wondering about that as well, about the consciousness when you're even asleep, that your brain, you still have function when you're asleep. So I was kind of puzzled about that too. So could you kind of elaborate on that as well, please? Or anybody, far as that goes, if anybody could kind of elaborate on that, because Lex did mention that as well, please, somebody. Sister? Well, I'm just saying. I mean, because I know me, myself, I have brain function when I'm
sleep. Yeah, your brain function doesn't stop because you sleep.
Right, they don't.
I mean, the brother did mention that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you was addressing them. That's why I didn't want to say nothing. Let him address that.
Yeah, that's Lex thing. He could, yeah, go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, he got to address that.
Nah, y'all address it.
No, sir.
I'm already telling you.
Lex, I'm no disrespect. You did mention it, so I wasn't trying to be smart enough.
I didn't mention sleep.
Absolutely, you did, Lex. I would not have mentioned it. That's why I was going to ask you about it. You said you have no consciousness when you're asleep. So that's why I was saying, well, were we dead? I was saying,
I never said, dead when we're asleep. There's no way I could say you have no consciousness when you're asleep.
You can listen back at it.
And then say, well, if I did say that, I must have misspoke or you heard me wrong, because that wouldn't make any sense for me to say that. If I say consciousness has nothing to do with the host, then how would I say?
Well, maybe it did. Okay.
So how, but you bring up a good question, is so when you're sleeping, let me ask you, are you conscious or unconscious?
Well, I am, I don't know. I mean,
I know you're conscious, you're not unconscious.
Okay, so Ankh says that you're conscious when you're asleep.
Yes.
So how do you define, how are you conscious when you sleep? And so what is the difference between being awake and being asleep?
There's different levels of sleep, and everybody knows it. Your dream state, right? Deep sleep, right? When you start to dream. And if you reach these different levels, this is when you get your best rest. But you're not disconnected into consciousness. As a matter of fact, that's why they did a study dealing with people going into comas. That's something different. Don't hold me up. Don't hold me up. A coma is something. A coma.
I got you.
God damn it. That's different. But no, you do not lose consciousness when you sleep. Hey, look, I got Morpheus on here. What's up, Morpheus?
So what do you lose?
You don't lose nothing. Morpheus, Morpheus?
You're just not actively processing your environment at that moment. And the word actively, but your brain and your whole body is still functioning, whereby you're still connected to reality. That's why you breathe.
All right, so is it aware, but are you aware of your surroundings?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you something. When I
See, this is when I say y'all stop playing games.
Let me make this point. Let me make this point. Listen, when I was in the Marine Corps, there was a and anybody that's ever been in war, whatever the hell, right? You're not gonna let yourself hit a deep sleep. So when you condition yourself a certain way, and you're in the Marine Corps, right? There's as soon as somebody moves, you immediately reacting to that. You're not dead sleep. You up and at them. You're not just dead sleep. And they train you like that in boot camp. And I'll give you an example. I want to ask y'all this question. If you're in a dead sleep, just how they used to wake you up in the Marine Corps and they trained you for 3 straight months. You dead sleep, they come in, they don't say shit. Live you not. All they do is turn the light on. Your ass better be diving out that motherfucking rack, standing at motherfucking attention with your motherfucking clothes on.
Right.
And know you can't sleep in your motherfucking clothes. So when that light came on, you was bam, 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 bam. I remember one time, I was like, man, I'm gonna sleep the day. The hell with that. That light came on, yo. Boom, I was knocked out. I looked, I say, oh shit, they all stand on line. So I just stayed there, I ain't moving shit.
So, how is that? Hold on, because y'all don't want to dialogue.
No, stop. I'm gonna let Morpheus talk. We got you. You got plenty of time.
You see what I'm saying?
Lex, I got
like the Illuminati out.
Lex, your name is in the title, Lex. I'm gonna let you rock. You've been rocking, yo. Trust me, man. Relax.
And I'm gonna say this as a mother.
No, you're not gonna dive in like that as a mother. No, as a mother, you're not gonna dive.
Morpheus,
where you at? Come on now, your hand raised and you ain't your thing on mute. What's up? All right, I gotta skip you. Well, I got the honorable Smash Rockwell's in the building.
Yep, Smash.
Got Smash.
Hey, how y'all doing? I just came to offer some support. I hate that it's turning out that way, that I'm on the opposite side of all y'all.
Go ahead. Give him some support. Smash, don't do it. Go ahead.
I'll close down the whole show. People will start falling off the thing. So I'm going to wait a little later in the dialogue and bust this one.
Appreciate you. Don't watch you mess up the double slit experiment. You'll mess it up. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Google Scholar, where you at?
Peace. How y'all doing?
Hey, we good, man. What's up, official? Pseudo Killer, what's up, man? Google Scholar. So, yeah.
Is it the pseudo hour yet? It's my time.
It's just a troublemaker, boy. Why?
Yeah,
Nah, I'm just listening. I have some thoughts, but I listen some more first, you know, and let y'all get it in, and then I can really digest what y'all saying.
Let the teacher teach, man.
Let me just add on to what Uncle said.
Let the pseudo teach.
Oh shit!
From a kid, we were just conditioned that my parents would come in the bedroom and turn off the fan. You be dead asleep, but as soon as that fan went off, you were wide awake.
What, you woke up?
Like,
yo, this is ridiculous, bro. You woke up then, though. But what was going on when you was asleep, man? Like, y'all gotta stop.
You need to leave that alone.
The whole argument you're making is that when you're unconscious, that means you don't have any awareness. And that is completely false. When you're sleeping, you're not actively processing what is going on around you, but you are not disconnected from reality. You are still aware.
So then,
hold on, real quick. I got some thoughts on that. Can I just say something
real quick? Damn,
just
bro.
a moment.
Can I respond?
The whole idea about your brain stop working when you're sleeping, I don't agree with. For example, there are people that sleepwalk and they do things. They don't remember it when they wake up, but they actually get up and do stuff. That means your brain has to be working. You can respond to stimulus when you're sleeping. If somebody can call you when you're sleeping and you're still asleep and you answer. If something burns you when you're sleeping, you feel it. So your brain does not stop working. It's just a different state of consciousness.
in a different gear. Your brain is in a different.
I can't believe this, bro.
Yeah, your gear is in a different brain. Come on, we're not listening, and that's why.
So I want to ask this though.
Hold on, that's why the experiment. And I seen you in the chat talking trash, Chatty Patty in the chat. Won't hit that link though. I'm gonna call you out.
Yeah, I don't
like not you. I think.
So when y'all talking about the involuntary system?
Nah, that wasn't you.
I'm trying to figure out how, if you're sleeping, he says the brain is not actively processing your environment, but according to what y'all saying, consciousness is.
No, it is.
No, that's what he said. That's what he said. I'm not. No one is saying the brain. Obviously, the brain doesn't die and just stop working. But if you're saying that consciousness is a byproduct of the brain, then if you're asleep and the brain is not, and you're not aware of your environment, and you're, you know what I'm saying? So then what makes you conscious if you're asleep?
Yeah, your consciousness is from the brain. Your brain don't disappear when you sleep. So your brain is there. So the consciousness is still there. It's in a different state or altered state, or it's suppressed or something.
Yeah,
but it's still there.
This is what I'm trying to.
When you sleep, that's when you're involuntary. That's when
what
you're
is the difference between my perception? What is happening to the brain when I am asleep?
That's when your involuntary system kicks in when you go into sleep.
All right, I know now you're talking about physical processes through the nervous system. I'm talking about my awareness.
That's what. That's all the brain is.
So
awareness process.
Hold
That's
up,
all
brother.
Consciousness is.
Listen to what I'm asking you, brother. Where is my awareness when I'm asleep? Like right now, I'm awake. I see you. I'm talking to you. I can see things going by me. I'm processing information.
Yeah. Your brain does not have to be in the same state. So your awareness is not on when you sleep. You're not aware.
Think of it like a computer, right?
Hence sleep.
Can I say something, please?
I'm just trying to
like
get
a computer.
Not talk. There's too many people.
Can I say something, please?
No, you cannot. You cut off 3 people. Come on, we want to hear the conversation, man. Who was talking just now? Was it who was that?
It was me.
You're going too long, but go ahead. I'm gonna let you get in, then we're gonna let Google start.
No, I know it's going to because I think we just skip past the stuff that we can't answer. That's why I want to get clarity. You know what I'm saying? In terms of when people saying the brain consciousness is a byproduct of the brain, but when I'm asleep, I'm not, aware. And so where is my awareness when I'm asleep? Does the brain, if it's in the brain, why when I go to sleep, I'm not aware anymore? If the awareness is in the brain, it shouldn't matter.
Yes. As I was trying to say, if you think of your body like a computer, right, or the brain like a computer, when the computer goes to sleep, the software is not deleted. It's still there. It's in a state of rest. It's in a different state, an altered state.
Right.
So hold on. Let me finish. Let me write it out. Yes. So it's not that the consciousness stops working. It's there. It's just in a different state. So therefore, that tells you that each time you deal with consciousness, you're dealing with the brain. Whether in an altered state or in an aware state, it's still the brain. You have to show a state where consciousness is existing and doing something where there's no brain. That's your challenge.
And so when the dude said an example, when someone is sleepwalking, so they go to the refrigerator and make a sandwich or whatever, what's happening there?
That's called an altered state of consciousness. Just like you just explained, your consciousness is altered.
See, these are the games. Hey, for the audience, listen, I want y'all to pay attention to the games they play. I asked them what it is. I know what it's called. That's
so
why
you want to know the neurons that's firing off, or you want to see the gray matter, or what the gray matter is during that time or whatever? I mean, what are you asking exactly?
I'm trying to. So where is consciousness located in the brain?
We don't know.
It's a byproduct of the brain, bro. It's not located in the brain. It's a byproduct.
Where is it located?
It's not located in the brain. It's not a location. It's a byproduct.
So where is that byproduct at?
So if we don't know, then that means what?
No, it don't. I'm not saying it means anything. You're always assuming something. You got to ask questions in order to get somewhere. So, and y'all don't like that. So
didn't just read all of that in the source and explain how the different
you can't just read all of that in the source.
The different components of the brain.
Y'all are so defensive. That's why we can't really get to.
But we just went through the exercise. Let's.
All right, brother.
Just with the source.
All right, hold on.
Hey, you know when I can ask the question, please.
We don't know where consciousness is in the brain, but we're saying it's a byproduct, and you're saying it's not located anywhere in the brain, but it's a byproduct of the brain, but we can't locate the awareness anywhere. But when you go to sleep, you're saying it's just an altered state of consciousness. So I'm asking, how do y'all think that makes sense? If you can't tell me if it's a byproduct in the brain, then it has to be somewhere in the brain.
Oh. Can I say
something? It may be it's possible. We haven't figured that part out yet.
But that argument is rather asinine. Where are thoughts, Lex?
What? Where are your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly. The argument is thoughts in your head.
Don't skip the subject for just a second.
I'm only the reason why, because we're really still at level 1. Like that's why these we have.
Oh no, you're in your level. You're level 13 all by yourself, yo. The whole.
I'm at level 1. I can admit to that.
Morpheus, you can't unmute yourself. You was unmuted, Morpheus.
So the reason why I asked that,
I am now.
The reason you can't locate consciousness is because it's not in the brain.
I just showed you the region of the brain where it came from, and they did it off.
So you located it somewhere else, then? Hold on, no, because he located. He's located it somewhere else.
Oh, I'm saying
they're the location.
I'm saying that the brain becomes a conduit of consciousness. That's why you can't.
No. Hold on. I want to slow it down because I think everybody. Y'all throwing shots and talking over each other. Now, you're saying the consciousness. Now, this is what you just said, bro.
Hey, Corey, Morpheus is after you, all right? Go ahead, Corey. He after you.
Facts.
Let's go. Do not ask the question. After
go ahead. Now, but this is what you just said. You're saying consciousness is not located in the brain, right? So you've made that determination, right? That determination is done. We ain't even got to ask you no questions about that. The consciousness is not located in the brain. So now we want to know now, where is the consciousness located at?
No, you don't ask no questions.
No, because he be asking
I'm gonna tell you
the questions.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want nobody to interrupt them. Calm down. Let's bring the temperature.
Never ask a pseudo question, Corey.
Let's bring the temperature down. Let's bring the temperature down. He's gonna enlighten us here, because we the thing is he's been asking a lot of questions. Now I just got a few questions. Okay, so now I just want to know, since you've made that determination that it's not in the brain, the consciousness, it's not located in the brain. Now I want to know, where have you located it? Where is this located at, the consciousness?
It's omnipresent. There is no hold up. There's no direct location, and it's outside of, you can't, it's everywhere at the same time. It permeates the whole universe. It's what we call the field of consciousness, and we all live inside of that field. That's why if we kill every human being on earth, consciousness won't cease to exist. It will be expressed through the trees. It'll be expressed through the plants. It'll be expressed through everything else. So, because everything you see is an expression of that consciousness. And this is what I want to ask you, because we got organisms.
No. I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions. Right
Hold on. Let me just finish, bro. We have
go ahead. You finish. You go ahead. As long as you teaching and not asking. As long as you telling me.
Teaching. Trust me.
As long as you telling me, I'm gonna let you talk.
Bro, this is a father
as soon as you
talking
start
to his
asking
children.
me questions, then I'm gonna cut you off.
You
need to be telling me. Go ahead.
We have organisms that don't have brains, like jellyfish, and yet continue with function. The jelly, you got jellyfish. They don't have no brain, but yet they still function, and they function in complex, specific ways. Where's the information coming from? You just gonna say, oh, it's just a robot? It's a computer? How does a jellyfish know when it has a damaged cell? A jellyfish will go back to its stem cell-like beginning and totally regenerate itself brand new with brand new cells and everything. How does it know to do that without a brain? What is the information coming from that tells it, yo, you're damaged, you're doing this? No brain. Explain that.
We're not. Morpheus, go next, man.
So yeah, and we're not asking questions. You explain. You're explaining it because you know. See, we need the explanation from you.
So the explanation is because consciousness is what's driving.
I could just go to a biology book and understand how jellyfish generate. But go ahead.
You can go to a biology book and they'll show you the processes which they happen, but they can't. It's intelligence and information that's causing it to happen, though. Just like the things in your body, when you're not consciously doing everything. So when you look at the plants are conscious. Okay.
So this is what I want.
I got a question on that.
I'm gonna let Morpheus go. I'm gonna let Morpheus go. But this is what I want to point out.
We live in the field.
Because I'll let you go. I'll let you go, man. And then let the sister go.
Corey.
But I just want to point out. I just want to point one thing out.
Everybody go.
Yeah, everybody can go after me.
Y'all just be quiet. Corey the Morpheus. Let's keep it moving smooth.
Yeah, because I've been quiet for a long time. But I just want to point out, all I asked the man was, where is the consciousness located? And from what he told us, right, he don't know. He said it's everywhere, it's omnipresent.
I said it was omnipresent.
So now you cutting me off and I didn't cut you off, bro. I'm not yelling. I'm not.
But you can't.
I'm saying.
Omnipresent.
Okay. You said omnipresent. You said it's everywhere. You said we live inside of it. You said we live inside of it. You said all of that, bro. I'm not misrepresenting you. I just heard what you said, and everybody else heard what you said, right?
So then, why would you say I didn't know?
You still interrupted me. So let me finish what I'm saying. I got 10 seconds, not even that.
Y'all are some evil people, bro. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, bro, is that you did not point to consciousness. You just told me it's all over. Just look at the trees, look at the leaves, look at that's the same thing people say about God. Well, point me to God. Where God at? Well, look at the trees. Look at we are God. Everything. Look at the universe. But anyway, that's all I asked you was, where was consciousness if not in the brain? But you led us down that rabbit hole. So go ahead, y'all. Y'all go ahead.
I said it's a field. We live inside of a field.
Morpheus is up next.
All right. Can I be heard?
Yes, I can hear you, dear.
Hey, Corey, you took one of my questions from me, but it's good. And that's where I was going. But let me ask Lex this.
He left.
Are you saying Lex left?
He ran like a track star.
Oh. He got his.
Because once you slow it down and you let him talk, and you don't answer the questions, and you let him answer the questions, right? Then you see how silly that shit sounds. You know what I mean?
He came over here and he realized real quick. Yeah, I think he realized real quick where he was at. You know,
over here trying to speak of some of Wujawa's points. That's what I was hearing.
I will if we question.
The super pseudo.
Well, can I ask Morpheus a question then, please?
Yes, you can.
I've been trying to get this question out.
Yes.
What do you do when it's a person that can actually go inside their dream and control it?
Yo, you send them to the mental hospital.
No, not, because I am one that can do it.
You are you saying like
No, because sometimes people are okay. Have you ever? Okay, the subject was subconsciously consciousness in the dream, in your dream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he was saying something about you're so conscious when you're in a dream, where some people have the ability to be in their dream and say you're in a scary dream or whatever, and you have the ability to pop yourself outside, to go in your dream and say, oh, well, this is just a dream, and pop yourself outside your dream.
I've done that.
Yeah, that's
I have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I've done.
Yeah, I don't think that's uncommon. I don't think that's
uncommon. Let me ask you a question. So let me ask everybody the question, right? So I'm trying to follow where he was going. So so where I'm saying, okay, so then what is the mind? What is the mind, right? Because from his position, what he's saying is that the brain acts as the middleman from the body and this thing, this thing. You feel me? So I identified this thing that he's referring to. So a lot of people call that mind. And Ankh, you said it before real good on another show we was talking about that. You said, no, the mind is just a concept. It's a concept, right? So what's your, everybody on the on the platform, what's your thoughts on this thing called the mind? What is that?
In my view, the mind is just what we label our consciousness. That's how I look at it. What is our consciousness? We call that the mind.
Yes, that's all it is, mind.
I would say the mind is the word of consciousness. What's on your mind is what you have received that you are about to put out.
Right.
I believe.
Receive? What you receive from where?
From the cosmos, I believe. Well, let me finish. I believe what Lex is saying about consciousness being omnipresent, and there has also been tests to show that the smallest molecule or atom in your body is conscious.
Chemical reactions is not
they just follow physical laws.
It just follows physical laws, and to confuse that with a choice to react, H2O doesn't choose to be water. They are always going to form H2O when they come in contact with each other. So don't confuse natural chemical processes for a conscious thought, a direct thought with to an end result. That's not
this is the direct problem with our discourse. The problem with our discourse, besides us always talking over each other, is the fact that I never said anything about a chemical reaction. But your response was a reply to someone saying something about a chemical reaction. Have you noticed that? And that's the reason why we go off like a lot of
you from the time you talk about molecules, you're talking about a biochemical reaction taking place. And not a guided process. Not even DNA is what we quote unquote information. It's simply a chemical reaction that produces a substance that the body uses. It's not a conscious.
Let me prove it real quick. You're still talking more about it being a chemical reaction after I told you that's not what I'm talking about. Now, let's not talk about the human body. Let's just talk about a photon or the particles in the cosmos. And we're going to bring up the double slit test that I tried to teach y'all about, and I guess we didn't get it. When any particle is observed, it knows it's being observed. I repeat, when any particle, a sun wave, when a particle is being observed, it knows, it becomes aware that it's being observed, and it will collapse from a wave into a particle. Okay, so what does that have to do with chemical reaction?
Okay, that statement, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like that statement is a bit misleading. Is when you say the particle knows that it's being observed, that's not what the science says.
Yeah.
What the science says is that the particle, whenever it's being observed, it collapses. Now, that is not saying that it knows it's being observed. It's just how it works. The idea that it knows it's being observed comes from people. I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but it comes from people who are trying to make it into something religious. The science does not say the particle knows that it's being observed.
So
yeah, and again, we went up. We brought a paper out, and I'm gonna go ahead and look this paper up because we're gonna bring it back because Brother Reggie brought the paper. It's called Spooky Science at a Distance. We talked about the double slit.
I know what I'm
we talked about the double slit.
It's time to get into it.
Experiment, and we talked about the misleadingness.
Whoa, stop cutting off. Please.
Yeah, we kind of just talked about how the paper itself was misleading because you when you read these papers, you have to kind of have an understanding of the scientific jargon and how they go about using these terms. You know what I mean? And so, and also sometimes we read these papers and they'll ask a question in the paper. They'll talk about the questions that are being asked or the questions that are being answered in the paper. And so they'll talk about some different things, but you have to be able to read that very carefully and understand what they're talking about. So the double slit experiment, Thomas Young, all that, we done been through, we done kind of been through that, but I think got want to say something. Somebody else wanted to say something on that, you know.
And I'm gonna put out Neil deGrasse on. I'm gonna let the scientists tell us. Yeah, everybody won't play. I'm tired of saying it. Like I know what they go ahead.
Yeah, but hold on though, because the two things got stated in response to what I said. One was about it being misleading that the particle knows, but now we're playing semantics because it could not shift from a wave to a particle without understanding observation, at least. At whatever, and it's not being observed by humans, it could be observed by devices. I understand that we walked through the double slit test before and y'all got it all wrong. Good brother Concrete Corey, how you doing? So look, the thing that y'all got wrong was everything you just detailed. I'm not getting this from no papers or trying to read science correctly. This is the results of the test, specifically given to you. A scientist would tell us this, you know what I'm saying? And so I pretty much assume that this is what Brother Ankh is trying to bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson to say something in contradiction. But I just, in closing, not the filibuster, if you said that it's misleading to say that a particle knows, then one would have to explain the phenomenon of once it starts being observed, it changes its function. That's all.
Yeah, about that. When we say it knows, again, that's problematic language, and I'll tell you why. The action of an observer looking at the wave function and that it collapses into a particle is just what happens. Things happen in nature, like light. A photon of light will travel at a certain speed. You don't say the photon of light knows that it should travel at this speed. No, it's just what happens in nature. That's how nature works. So to say the particle or the wave knows that it's being observed, it's problematic language, and it's a bit religious language for me personally.
Okay, well, you threw it into the realm of spirituality, but if you actually look at what and you are giving people, you're giving them the more mystery, oh, it just worked like that type of God-driven spiritual answer. I'm giving you a scientific answer saying that when it becomes observed, it actually collapses its function because it's known it's being observed. And most of the
conclusion you're adding, Smash, isn't directly. Observation is it collapses, but the conclusion of awareness that you're giving to a particle is false.
Yo, let me ask you this, man.
But you're just saying that, but you're not proving it. And
let me ask you this, bro.
But just to close out what I'm saying, you're just saying that. It actually responds the same way every time. So it would be, you're just saying what I'm saying is false, but in the test, it responds true. Every time you observe it, it changes. And when you don't observe it, I didn't mean to filibuster.
Is the universe composed? Is the universe
Can Mr. Morpheus respond? Were you done, Smash? Mr. Morpheus had something to say? Please go ahead.
Yes, I agree. Yes, thank you.
You might want to.
I apologize. I was asking, the universe composed of chemicals.
The universe is composed of chemicals.
Okay, so
life is chemical.
Right.
Chemicals are man-made, right?
No, life don't happen.
Hold on. Let's stop messing everything up. Chemicals don't happen until you do some type of alchemy. Like you don't just get a chemical. Well, show me what chemical you just go get. That's a mineral.
No, life is
chemical. No, chemicals occur in nature.
Nature.
All right, so which?
You get the building blocks of life in nature.
Listen, is hydrogen a chemical? Is hydrogen a chemical?
Is a chemical, yes.
One person at a time.
So I want to finish. So watch this. So hydrogen is a chemical, right?
I thought hydrogen was a molecule. Called what is it? The molecular table?
Everything.
No, it's an element. It's the element.
It's called the chemical element chart. Come on, man.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Corey.
So the universe. No, let me finish. So the universe, as we understand it, is all chemicals. The whole entire universe, right? From hydrogen to quarks, everything down. The universe is chemicals, right?
All right, I'm gonna risk myself and just say there are chemicals in the universe, but the universe ain't all just chemicals. But that's me risking my reputation. So go right there.
You just died.
Because the universe, I'm
lost your science card. You just lost the science card.
Everything up. There are minerals and materials in the earth, in the universe that aren't chemicals.
Yeah. I wouldn't blanket everything as a chemical. Like
that's what I'm saying.
I ain't gonna. I'm with you with that, Smash. But what I'm gonna say is we do have chemicals in that occur naturally in the universe. We have the building blocks of life, which is amino acids. And you can find amino acids throughout the universe. You know, it's not, something that has to occur just on planet.
Look where I'm going. So the universe is made up of atoms, right? Those atoms is made up of hydrogens. Hydrogen is made up of quarks, right? I'm asking, are these things chemicals or no?
Those are elements.
Are they chemicals?
Yes, it's called the chemical element chart. Are we serious right now?
Thank you.
No, it's they elements. Just
it's called the chemical element.
Come on,
periodic table chart. Oh, hold on. Let me share my screen, man. Hold on.
It's the periodic table of elements.
No, it's not. It's the periodical table of chemical elements. What are we doing here?
Go ahead.
It's right here. Are y'all serious, man?
Thank you.
Like this, I'm gonna shit outside of this. Oh, you know what? I'm listening. What's the
nobody said it's nothing. Don't straw man me. Nobody said.
Look, we can't even comprehend one sentence. The periodic chart of chemical elements.
Right.
So what are the elements in chemicals? The things that you're reading on the chart.
No, they call it the chemical elements. Come on, y'all gotta stop.
Y'all arguing something that don't need to be argued.
These are the elements in any
y'all losing
chemical.
the greater point. Y'all losing the greater point.
Let's not lose the greater point. Okay.
I mean, come on, man.
Y'all see what it's called? Let's stop that.
It's a chart. It's a chart with chemicals and elements on it, right?
Can I clarify?
Please let the biochemist talk. Can we let the biochemist talk? Go ahead.
These are molecules, and molecules are considered elements, and elements come together to form chemicals.
Thank you.
Yeah, they come together.
I said it's the periodic of chemical elements. The elements that make chemicals. It's just what he just said.
It says
no. What you were saying was right in the beginning. They're elements.
You have subatomic particles before you have elements.
Yeah.
They have to be combined to become chemical.
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead.
I want to finish my point where I was going, right? Because and when he did this, when he was referring to the particles of the slit experiment, and he was saying that once they observe each other, right, or the other, and they know, and then the brother said that's a chemical reaction, and then Smash said no, it's not. They know, and I said, well, the universe, because everything in the universe, according to what I just saw and what you just put up, is all so the universe is chemicals. So he would be right. So he would be 100% right that it is a chemical reaction of what you're calling acknowledging of the other particle, but it's chemicals.
That's a good point. If Concrete Corey just didn't kill it right before that, he just explained
it's not chemical.
Yeah.
Subatomic particles are not chemical.
Okay.
Let me clarify what I was saying. I was not having a discussion about subatomic particles. I started talking about molecules.
Hey, Cedric, are you a biochemist?
Yes, sir.
So everybody needs to shut the hell up at this point. So, like all jokes aside, like I actually didn't know that people didn't know that the smallest particles make up the cosmos. You know, like protons, electrons, dude, like, are we serious? Like, man, knock it off. This is basic. A fifth grader, come on here and beat half y'all up right now. Y'all tripping.
Oh my God.
Let me bring some clarity to this whole point.
You gotta, take your time.
When Smash initially made his point, he said when molecules interact, and he made a point about the body. And I said, that's just a biochemical reaction, not even our genes, which you consider information, is a conscious or a choice. It is just a reaction. Now he took it to the cosmos, and then we went into the realm of subatomic particles. And that does not fit within the classic science. So we're talking about subatomic particles, which are the building blocks to these elements, to these molecules, and to these chemicals eventually anyhow. But the point is, and it remains the same, that there is no consciousness, no choice when the wave function collapses. It is a result of being observed. And when we say observe, let us remind ourselves we are talking about subatomic particles. There is no physical observation taking place there. There is an interaction with the measurement to which creates and alters the state of what we're observing. That's the understanding of this wave function collapse.
And now I say that's what choice is also.
Let's go a step further. Let's go a step further, right? I'm going to ask this question.
No, don't ask the question, Chef.
No, I'm going to make this point. Because we ran past the stop sign when a Google scholar made the analogy. The speed at which a photon travels is just a result of its nature, its state of being. It doesn't make a choice. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't speed up. It doesn't choose to go left or right. It just moves that way and at that speed, regardless of us observing it or not. This is just a state of a photon. It is a characteristic of the photon. Another characteristic of the photon is it's a collapsing wave function. It is not a choice. It is not conscious.
Yeah, that's another problem that we, just real quick, he keeps on acting like consciousness has anything to do with choice. Consciousness is about awareness, and separating awareness from this photon that is aware that it's being observed will be very hard. There's nothing in consciousness that has to do with choice. You're now talking about free will and things that fall under consciousness. So I just wanted to illustrate that mistake.
When it's observed.
Cedric, you being funny now, Cedric. Like y'all just, I know we all love Smash around here, man. But right now he just exquisitely hit us with pseudoisms. Like, we gotta stop this. We know why the photon interacts with the particle, which makes it move, the wavelengths. It makes it move. Ain't got nothing to do with consciousness. It's called the observer effect. Let's let the experts tell it. So here you go, Neil deGrasse, right? I'm gonna play it so y'all can hear it. Watch this. I didn't say it. Neil deGrasse said it. Here we go.
So here's the thing. If I made you tinier and tinier and tinier, right? So
oh man, the damn commercials could come. Hold on. Shit. Why? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta mute myself out. It's not.
That's the quietest it's ever been on here.
Here we go. We're gonna get him out here. We're gonna keep you in the realm of the meta lecture. You're a meta lecture scholar.
Hey, once you get done, I got one.
We're all learning with science. Here you go, Neil deGrasse.
A macroscopic human, you're a microscopic particle. There's a particle size below which, when you open the curtains and shine light on you, that light will hit you and pop you into another location. So I'm smaller than the photon? Than your capacity to move to a different state of existence, that the energy that is required to make it happen, the same as the energy of the light that's hitting you. Gotcha. So you hit me with in order to see you, right? And then you pop somewhere else, and I say, "Where'd you go?" Right. What are you doing? So am I there? Am I not there? Well, we'll never really know, because you're hitting me with something that makes me not there once you're exposing me to it. Correct. And since it happens on the moment you're exposed, right, not the moment I see you, right, I will never know what you were doing. Exactly. Okay. If you're small enough for that light energy to affect you in that way. So that's why we don't think about this in everyday life, because we're too big for light to pop us into other states of existence. Exactly. But particles, electrons, atoms, all of this, it happens all the time. And this was a very disturbing discovery in the 1920s. We're in the centennial decade of the discovery of quantum physics in the 1920s. Because you discover this, I want to see what you're doing. Oh my gosh, you're not going to let me see what you're doing, because the light I shine on you in order to see it is, so it's really, it's not so much an observer effect, it's a measurement effect. Exactly. Okay, get the human brain out. It's just the device to measure you, you can't know it. Okay. Right. So let's get on to, so it has nothing to do with consciousness. So let's get on to Schrodinger's.
Yeah, and I'm done. I'm not arguing with y'all. I'm not doing it. I just want to finish my point. I'm not doing it. I'm muting out. Knock it off.
And I got a video I just put in there, man. Can you play that video for me, man? It's a short 7-minute video that's going to give you some visual on exactly how that is.
Is that what we did before, right?
No, this is a different one. I don't think we did this one yet. I don't know. Maybe y'all have. I ain't sure. Maybe I don't know.
Because we watched the whole movie on the quantum world. Yo, it was excellent. Yo, and how as soon as you try to split it up, it go. Oh man, remember that? It creates another.
The quantum entanglement. That was about quantum. I put the paper, Spooky Science at a Distance. I put that back there too. in the back chat.
All right,
So
if
Jolanda can grab that,
I've already done it. I posted into the chat already, dear.
Yeah, but we don't have the wishmacommon. We need the rights and wishmacommon to do that. Or you just want me to pay the vote?
Play that little 7-minute. I put a little 7-minute video in there that clear.
Go ahead, Smash.
Corey. What y'all, Corey, is y'all trying to overtalk the fact that Ang just played a source that corroborated everything I said?
It didn't, yo. It went against you.
It just said consciousness.
Corey's trying to help you. He backing you up with another video. All he said at the end was it's not about consciousness, but everything he said while explaining the phenomenon agrees with what I've been saying. That's all I want to say. But thanks for backing up Ang with the other video.
Listen, I do want to add that someone should put up the chart.
Wait, don't nobody add nothing. Hold on. Corey.
Go ahead.
You saying Neil deGrasse Tyson said what Smash said? No, he didn't.
No, I'm not. I didn't say. I'm not saying. I'm not clear what Smash said. I'm not clear. I know Smash was trying to put some consciousness involved in it. I don't know what he was saying with the consciousness thing. But
oh my God!
The double slit. He said the double slit, and we misunderstood the double slit. So that's why I want to play this video with the double slit thing. Now, like, I'm not. I can't argue every point.
Hey, yo, and I got another clip from deGrasse Tyson. It's like 3 minutes that you can play, and I bet you won't play that one. I put it in the back.
I
have a quick.
No. Play this clip.
You can't play the video of Neil. Don't play no Neil video. But you can play this. You can play this video that I put up.
I want to add to Cedric's point. People should look at the standard model.
Yo, I know Magi got arches, yo, but then we can got some shields around it, some shields around it.
Cedric, can you tell them about and Corey the standard model?
Reggie, you ain't hear what that man saying, yo.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong. The standard model is the model in which we use to explain quantum phenomena, right? And so the periodic table of elements is kind of outdated.
Right.
So the standard model talks about the fundamental forces, electronic weak and strong interactions, right? And omitting gravity in the universe. And it is that function that deals with the wave collapsing, all of that stuff, and it creates the particles and the when they appear, right, and the matter, but these things are electromagnetic reactions, right, with very, very small things that we can't classify as particles, but sometimes they act like particles and sometimes they act as waves. I'll stop. It's called the standard model.
I want to play that. That was good, Reggie. I want to play that video.
All right, we're gonna play that. Let me read this quick on chemical elements. It said a chemical element is a species of atoms that have a given number of protons in their nuclei, including per substance consisting only of their species. Unlike chemical compounds, so see, getting mixed up. Unlike chemical compounds, not me. But the argument was mixed up. Unlike chemical compounds, chemical elements cannot be broken down into simpler substances by any chemical reaction. So Smash, you was actually talking about chemical compounds. And
I was 100% correct from what you read. Let's all be honest. I said that the elements, even just what you just read, is talking about chemical elements, the elements that make up.
And we went past that. I think
I know, but that's what Unc just took us back there.
I didn't take us back.
No, he read it accurately. That is the perfect way to describe it. I was just being colloquial, right? But what Unc read was the actual way. So oxygen is a chemical element. You can't break it down any further.
Yeah.
When it comes together.
Yes, but it's not an element, because the elements, the elements is the hydrogen. in the heat.
Exactly. Oh, a chemical compound is it? I just read it. I'm not doing it. Okay, let's move.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. Let's
hey, yo, can I? Yo, baby.
Go ahead, the name of the title. Run it.
Right, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So
at the bottom.
Below all of this is the standard.
So, I think there's a lot of confusion and opposing views, because I heard the brother say that like it's just a function of these particles. Like one of their functions, they collapse into a particle and they go from a wave or they react, but they also follow fixed laws. Like when he said, well, the photon only travels but these particles follow fixed.
I thought we was past that. I thought we was past the stage where we have to look up what a scientific law. A law in science is just a description of how these phenomena go about in nature. It's a description. It's not a law. It's not some arbitrary law that some arbiter has given out.
Yes, it is.
No.
But hold on, brother, you're jumping in. Hey, can I get a thought out though?
Go ahead.
Like I don't understand. Like, all right, so
because you go on for these long rants.
I didn't go, bro. Like I mean, my name is in the title. I mean, it don't matter how long I go. You something disturbs you. Just have a little discipline, bro.
You are disturbing. You very.
All right, so
go ahead.
That's cool, bro. All right, so even when you look at chemicals, right, you have something called chemical bonds, right? And this was make chemical compounds. Now, those chemical bonds follow an exact law, bro. And I know you don't, if I asked you to explain it, you would have to Google it. So you need to just be quiet and learn sometimes. So listen, so check it out. Hold on. So those chemical bonds, right, on an atom, you have electrons that's revolving around the outside of the atom. There has to be a certain number of electrons, right, in order to create a chemical bond with mathematical precision. There's a certain number of electrons that have to be charged in a certain way with another compound in order to get a chemical bond. Those are fixed laws, bro. Those are things that are not accidents. So when you're forming chemical compounds, what we call chemical bonds, we actually have chemicals interacting with each other based upon mathematical and laws of whether you know what I'm saying.
Let him go because I really want to hear this.
No, he went. Can we pause things?
I didn't go, bro.
Can you?
This dude doesn't even know, bro.
You went.
I know, but you will never just let me land the plane, bro, with that dick on your head over there, that Scully looking like a dick, bro. Just let me finish, bro.
Whoa.
I hear
so
you.
What?
You supposed to get him up out of here.
But now I gotta get up out of here because I made a joke about you.
No, we're not joking.
Don't worry about it.
Hold on, man. Listen. You about to get smashed, cussed out. You ain't talking about men having penises on their head, dog. This is not what we doing, yo. That's not funny. I know I don't let ninjas joke with me like that. Corey just being nice. But I'm saying you have reached a limit, yo. Like, we not doing that. Like, we men, dude. We ain't doing that. Come on, yo. You know Rob Bourne snatched you up in real life, yo. I had to say, he snatched you up. You wasn't tough on that, though, Lex. You cowered down, dog. When the guard approached you and snatched, you ain't do that. So if you ain't, come on, yo. Come on, dog. We ain't doing that. That's next. We ain't.
I ain't gonna snap.
I'm not joking with and see, this is the problem. Ninjas be joking. You got certain individuals, every few minutes, they be joking, yo. And when you slap the piss out their ass, then they mad. You know what I'm saying? Then they be, you smack the shit out them. Then they be mad, like, we ain't doing that. This is a good show. We have fun. I'm enjoying the information back and forth. I'm enjoying Smash. I'm enjoying Lex. But we can't do that. We're gonna mess up the show. No body parts, man. Then to tell another man, there ain't no man doing that. He might have a vagina on his head. But he ain't gonna have a face on his head.
Yeah, I don't think it was that serious, bro. I think you just got mad because of the way. It wasn't that serious.
I ain't done with them homoerotic
Y'all just
jokes.
can't take whenever I start speaking and you about to get this work, that's how you react to deflect, bro. But it's all good.
We don't want the sexual, we don't want the male body parts on men heads. Like
I didn't like it very much.
Yeah, I mean it does look like a phallic symbol, but it
We
ain't
don't
that
do
serious.
this on our show.
Yeah,
we don't do this.
Okay, I got you.
Nah,
Can I land the plane on what I was saying now, or
yo, now you're done. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, he done for the day. Yeah, he done. He's
I really wanted to see. I didn't want to do that. I really wanted to.
I got you. But like we can't have that type of show, man. This is a scientific show. We making great points. Some points we make, we're not giving the proper language to it, like a chemical compound, an element. What's the difference? I mean, this shit is exact. We gotta have that here. Like,
my Skelly is irritating to him. You know, it's fine. You know what I mean?
But that's what it is. Yo, why can't it be? Why can't it be a suit, a crown? Why don't you have an Egyptian crown? They smash his on the white crown.
It's just like when they show a crazy person clouds. You only see what you see. You feel me? That's what he saw.
Right.
I say something about your state of mind. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, we having fun, man. We ain't doing that to each other, man. We grown men and women on here, man. And that ain't how. I know I don't play like that. Like, don't come in here playing with me like that. I ain't the toy. I ain't the mark. And I don't think none of these men on here and women on here is like that. Right? I don't even think real chump. So new rule. We're not doing that. Because it's gonna turn everything in the wrong space. And if you know what I'm saying, like, come on, man, if we was gangsters, we wouldn't even be on here now. Somebody trying to change their life. I know I am. I'm not the same person I was 20, 25 years ago. Sometimes I run in my head thinking, but I'm not. But I don't need nobody aggravating that side of me. Because where I'm from, that one joke right there, you dudes is on your head beating you down. Because they don't want me to be upset. Because it's gonna mess up everybody's money. You be beat down already. I'm gonna give y'all a story. I'll never forget when I was strung out and I forgot my position on the block. Because it's a different position when you strung out on the block. Now, you still might be the OG that got money before, but you ain't there. So recognize the space you in. And the dude came in here, a nice old Benz, he pulled over, yo. I ain't even gonna say his name because he just got out of jail. He just did maybe 12 years. And he pull over and everybody kicking, I'm kicking it. And he say something and I crack a joke. Out of position. He looked at me. He was like, yo, I'll fuck your ass up. I was out of order right there. I ain't had no back and I ain't had no army. One of them I could do. The OG title just faded. Didn't matter at that point because I was out of space and time with that. So you got to know where you at in this world. Simple. This ain't what we doing, yo. We ain't playing this game.
See, Lex got us all punished. We had to sit through another one of them Brother Unk stories.
You gotta know where you at, yo.
Now he knew where he was at when he ran up on Rob Bourne. Rob Bourne told him exactly where he was at.
Hey, but listen. I want to get back to the information. I'm trying to get back to the information.
Hey, Corey, hold on. In real time, Rob Bourne ran up on me in real life, dog. Real life. It wasn't all that tough you wearing some of your hair, Rob Bourne. He's like, please don't hurt me. This is real.
Nah, you don't buzz him, man. Fat like that.
Yeah, boy, you don't want to run up on Rob Bourne in the dark alley, I'm sure. But though, man, listen. So my man's he was trying to go into about scientific laws, right? And so because he trying to equate these laws to some type of arbitration, like these particles in nature have to follow certain laws, but like everybody is bound to the laws of physics. You know, us as human beings are bound to the laws of physics. So it's not, like I said, it's not some arbiter, you know, making decisions about where or how these particles go about in nature. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he confuses our ability to understand what is taking place by means of these descriptive laws that we identify, whether it's through physics or mathematics. He thinks those are prescriptive, that these are telling these particles how to behave. No, they are just explaining how these particles behave.
That's a great statement.
Comment on that a little bit.
Descriptive, not prescriptive. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, because it's a little bit more than that. Because you see, I've actually watched a few debates with the scholars. And when I say scholars, I mean like Christian scholars debate with like scientists about this, because the whole idea of the observer effect being misunderstood by the common people, it's not by accident, it's on purpose. It's some people that are proponents of intelligent design that has taken that the scientific jargon and tried to make it as if the scientists are saying that the particle knows that it's being observed. When in fact, the science is not saying anything like that. And if you talk to any scientist in the field that knows about this, they will tell you, no, that's not what they're saying. So when somebody comes and says it, I'm not saying this is what these brothers are doing, but the people that they got it from, I believe it's an attempt to deceive people and to make people fall into their religion, because this is not the idea of the double slit experiments. It is not a religious, it's a scientific endeavor. And the people that are doing that to advance science, but nowhere does it say that the particle knows. What they're trying to tell you, they call it the wave particle duality, because what they're saying, it appears that the light is both a wave and a particle at the same time. And when it's observed, and observed doesn't mean by somebody or something. It means like whatever is set up to collect that photon of light, when it hit that, it seemed to collapse into a wave. And they're saying that's what happened. They're not saying that it is making a conscious decision to change when it hits something. And that's what they're implying when they say it knows. And this is totally wrong and misleading to people.
And it's a closed experiment. And it's a closed experiment. 1 second. It doesn't happen in nature. So that is a scientific experiment that's set up to measure, right? But it doesn't happen in nature. It's a closed environment. That's why you have things like special relativity, right?
You messed that up.
No, I didn't mess it up. It is a closed experiment.
The experiment is, but it does occur in nature, and we're observing what occurs in nature.
No, you missed the point. When there's no way in nature without the tool set up that you can see this, right? You can make that measurement, right? Because things happen differently. You're not shooting photons through little holes, through slits in nature. So it's a closed experiment. I'll stop.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the experiment being closed, but that doesn't mean this doesn't occur in nature. We're doing the experiment to see what does occur in nature. That's why they're doing it, to understand nature. So saying that it doesn't occur in nature is crazy. You don't have to be shooting a photon through a double slit. Don't you know photons get shot around all the time? This is why we have the speed of light, because we understand the speed that photons move
Other
at.
interactions that happen at the same time. This is a specific experiment to try to understand a phenomenon, but what's happening in nature, you look up in the sky, nothing collapses when you look up in the sky. I don't care how many people look up in the sky, nothing, waves don't collapse because you're looking at it in the sky. It's a closed experiment. That's all.
Yeah, you're 100% right about the experiment, but I beg to differ about it not occurring in nature.
No, that's fine. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to agree on every single point, but I feel like the whole issue of trying to equate the consciousness with this experiment is I feel like it's pseudoscience. It's
okay,
not
but you remember our discourse? Let me detail something real quick. Let me detail something real quick. I was being interrogated about where consciousness.
I think you're being generous there, Google Scholar, but go ahead.
All I was saying was we was having a discussion about where consciousness was, remember? And then I made a statement that even the smallest atom has consciousness. That was my statement, and to prove that consciousness could be found outside the body, because when we was asking what's the mind, and I said the mind was the whiteboard of consciousness, like then we started talking about the double slit test, and now we're off on a tangent. If we remember that we was trying to talk about where consciousness is located, we can remember why we got off on this tangent. I
totally.
Smash put us out there with the observer effect.
Yeah, and you made an unfalsifiable claim as to where consciousness actually is. So we got nowhere to go. What is omnipresent?
No, I still believe that. And I still believe that.
We're not mad.
Wait, just real quick. I still believe that, and I still believe the double slit test as a result of that. You guys haven't said anything to disprove.
You see how we got where we got?
You said it's what? It's a what?
I would like to pick up on the point where atoms are conscious, because I don't think you can substantiate that point.
Oh man, you just being nice, Google.
Yeah, I probably can't, and you're right. And if you point me to
you made an unfalsifiable claim. What is omnipresent?
No, don't hop on his point. You can't get the strong point. Yeah, and I would never mount the argument to try to substantiate that, but because I'm in the realm of something I can't prove. But we do have science that seems to be showing things. But y'all messing up the double.
No, we don't.
No, we're not.
No, we don't.
Hold on a second.
Well, when you guys are denying, do we arrive at this point where you guys are saying it doesn't know? And I'm not saying it has to know. I'm saying the particle is aware it's being observed. And awareness is consciousness.
Aware isn't to know.
Cedric, listen. Hey, Smash. I'm a raw squad up, man. Man, you can actually talk this out. I'm trying to save you. I got you.
Oh, I'm beating everybody up.
I got a rope. Come on, Cedric, don't jump in. Come on, Cedric. Listen. Go ahead. Smash, I got a rope for you, man. You're actually shooting an arrow, yo, and it's ricocheting. It's gonna get you.
No, this ain't no magi work. This ain't got nothing to do with Kimmy. This is just me talking to y'all. Come on, don't beat up the magi. This
I ain't gonna beat up the magi. Listen, this is what I want to say though. Listen, I enjoyed the conversation, and so there's Neil deGrasse. He did it in a way, and he said that imagine that we were these quantum particles, right? And he was saying that if we was quantum particles and somebody turned the light on, in the quantum world, the quantum particles called a photon will run into the particle it's trying to observe, and it will move it out the way. And
real quick. Look, that's why you're messing it up, because that part of the discussion is about the omnipresence of the particle. It's not, and so yes, it is. But somebody explain this to us. If y'all don't know that y'all stupid, don't start laughing like you somebody. Explain that to us. That they're talking about the omnipresence. This is what's called a wave. If y'all don't know that, y'all playing yourselves. The wave is when it's everywhere. It turns to a particle when it's being observed. If you don't know that, you playing yourself.
I don't know that, and I'm not sure you're right about that.
I'm 100% correct. Somebody
Yeah, I don't know. Omnipresence. You know what the word is? It's a religious term.
I just got back. Let's switch it up. Don't want to do that to y'all.
Particles everywhere at all times, though. That's what you're saying.
Let's pull it up so we can get some clarity on it.
Yeah, pull it up. What you need?
That's what a wave is. What about this? All right. Whether you
get a
source.
You're going in and out, Smash. You're going in and out, brother.
This is common sense. This is just all right. I'll give you a source. Google a wave. Google a wave and a particle and the difference between the two. One is
I am the Google scholar. I don't think you're right.
Okay, that's what you think. But one is listen to what I'm saying and listen
to what you want me to pull up, Smash. I'll pull it up for you.
Listen to what I'm telling you guys and listen to the type of rhetoric they're giving you back. I'm saying one is omnipresent and it collapses when it becomes observed into a particle. You're saying, I don't think you're right. That's our discourse.
Source Zipper, shut up.
So I can't state that I don't think you're right. I got an article here I'm reading. Give me a chance to go through.
Oh, you don't think I'm right, but you should follow it up with the type of content I'm giving you. I'm telling you it's a wave. That is a scientific word you can look up. I said it.
Omnipresence.
I know what a wave is.
Look,
I know what a wave is.
I'm saying. I can't Google. I don't think you.
Hold on.
No, you're simply saying just present. That's all. Readily.
Hold on.
That's all you're saying, right?
Because do you understand what the wave particle duality is? Do you understand that they're saying it is both a wave and a particle at the same time?
Well, that's one theory to describe what happens, but what is it when it's a wave? And so I see you understand it. So tell them what it is when it's a wave. Is it omnipresent? Wave? Yes or no?
The word
no, I would use the word omnipresent. No.
Yeah,
that's what they use in science.
You simply saying it's present. It's present everywhere. That's readily present. That's what the word omnipresence means.
They're saying it's nowhere and it's everywhere. That is what the function of a wave is.
No, what they're saying is that it could potentially be anywhere, but they're not saying that it's everywhere.
Right. Yeah,
the particle is everywhere within the wave until you try to identify it, and then it takes one location. All y'all got to do, you Google scholars, so why ain't nobody put it up on the screen? Because it'll be deaded and it won't look right.
Tell me what you
Let's see. Let's test that theory.
Tell me what you want me to pull up. I don't Smash on his phone, like Smash.
Google what? I'm on my phone.
I just said, hold on. Let me just explain. Like y'all know, Smash ain't got no problem. We're pulling up sources, right? So don't act
like because this is all produced.
Hold on, God.
To the 11th decimal point. It's all predictable. Go ahead.
I'm gonna start throwing the word nigga around. Hold on. Just let me just say, right? Smash is always gonna show sources. So if he can't show a source or he's not showing a source, that means he's in a position where he can't do that. So I'm saying, Smash, if there's a particular place you want me to go, or how I could type it, get what you want.
Google. Put the word wave and omnipresent, and it's gonna take
duality. Is that what you want?
No, not duality, omnipresence. So we can find sources.
No, I think the term
because we can pull that up in that paper that I just pulled up. It explains all that.
I think it's superposition is the term because they're saying it could potentially be.
I'm just gonna try to find it real quick.
Did you hear what my brother just said? You heard my brother just said. He just switched the term. He said a superposition. Can you explain what
quantum physics?
Yeah, I did already. Superposition is saying it could potentially be anywhere, but they're not saying it's everywhere.
What's the difference between anywhere and everywhere, my brother?
There's a difference. Because
you
can have two. You can have two different waves of light, and if it's everywhere, then it would be just one thing, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Anywhere means it could be anywhere inside of the wave, but if it was everywhere, it would be in all locations inside of the wave. I hear you.
We got clarity on that now.
Yeah, we got
clarity. But y'all still, but my point still stands. That's just an anal point up under the surface.
Make sure we got clarity on that little part. We move forward. Yeah.
So he brought forth superposition.
Yeah, no, I was negating your point, but I'm saying it's a difference. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And but that's some clarity on that. So this is what was happening. I was saying it was omnipresent, and he's saying the term is it holds a superposition. The difference between omnipresence and superposition is if it was omnipresent, it would be at every single location within the wave at once. We just don't know where it is within the wave, and so they say it has a superposition, a position which is everywhere or anywhere, I should say. So thank you for straightening that out, brother.
And the reason we don't know, because when you try to do the experiment, the photons pounce into it and make it move as soon as you try to.
Because it's conscious. Oh.
Scientists don't say that the consciousness is everywhere.
The thing is, I don't want y'all to believe that I know about this stuff. This is very complex science, and I don't have the. I just read a little bit.
We talking about it.
Consciousness is complex. Like I be reading on that shit, and you got to read two different points of views. And some of the most. That's why even though y'all may get upset at like, that's why I kind of want to rock out. Some of the most brightest neuroscientists, bro. Like this ain't like some just polite shit, bro. You hear me? Like some of the most sharp and the most intellectual individuals.
From a show of hands, how many people say consciousness is in the brain, and who says consciousness is not inside the brain?
I just dove out there.
Yeah.
But Sosa, what you just said is where the pseudos dwell at, right? You made a great point.
Uncle always say that.
Because this is very, very complex. Even the quantum mechanics, right? This is all theoretical.
You don't
know
know
what I'm saying?
They know a little bit, bro. A little bit about that.
Yeah. And we there are certain facts, right, that we can definitely attest to, right? But this is science. When you're talking about quantum mechanics, when you're talking about neuroscience and consciousness and stuff, you're talking about the very, very frontier of science. You see what I'm saying? And this is where the pseudos lay. They lay in the gaps, the God of the gaps. They lay right out there, just beyond science's understanding, where science gets kind of fuzzy at. Right there. You see what I'm saying? And this is this is what I always pointed out when I came into the community. This is why I always wanted to bring the conversation to talk about, things like consciousness, existence, the cosmos, all of those types of things like that. Because when the pseudos get their game together, right, this is where they're going to dwell at. So we have to, kind of give the community kind of tools to navigate through that, because that can get you caught up real quick and easy.
Well, Corey, what they say is basically they're saying where science stops is where God begins.
God is that.
Cut the brain open, you won't be able to see it.
I'm not on the God.
Yeah, but listen,
I'm not on it like that. So
but
only half of us believe that. The other, I'm not on
the brain open, you won't see it. It's something you can't see.
Just to be clear. But go ahead, y'all.
Speaking what you were saying, Corey, like, and that's why you really got to engage in the conversation, right? Even though the person may be, because you need to know. You got to find out who are the people espousing the theories. You know what I'm saying? So when it shows up, you already there. You know what I'm saying? Like Like,
no, you're right.
Not only is consciousness tough, bro. Like the brain itself is they know very little about the actual brain. You feel me? Consciousness. So it's a lot to learn. It's a lot. There's a lot to go.
No, I agree with you. Which is
I think Smash. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Google Scott. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to say about Morpheus just raised an interesting point about the two different views of whether consciousness is in the brain or off the brain. And that's where Lex was going. That's why I wanted to ask, right? And we can talk over this one, because you all are aware that there are people that have been known to, after they have a brain injury, they recover, but they have a totally different personality, and even some of their cognitive functions are not there anymore. Are we aware of any such person, or are we aware that this
Sometimes
does
they
happen?
speak different languages, accents.
Yeah.
They speak different accents. They have all
Yeah, and some people even can't remember a certain part of their lives. Different aspects of their consciousness is just not the same. So I would say
I'm not sure about them being.
You can go through menopause and that could
Sure about
happen.
them being able to speak another language though, Reggie. Like,
no, they speak a different accent. They speak
not another language. Yeah, different.
Yeah, different stuff. But my whole point is that would be an argument in favor of consciousness.
Let her live, Corey. Let her live, Corey.
Right?
That who live?
Picking on you, Reggie. I didn't let her live. You slipped up. You slipped up. I got you.
Yeah, no, my point was.
What was the joke?
No, so you just when you said the language. So I put my arm around you. I just put my arm around you, bro. Like, I don't know.
No, that's all right.
These are accents. I got you.
Because you know why it's all right?
That's brotherly. That's brotherly.
You know why it's all right?
Love,
because I got college. You can put your arm around me. I got a science degree.
You feel me? Yeah. That's brotherly love.
I got a real degree.
I ain't even let Corey swing on you.
But the same thing is when you do a heart transplant. There are different changes because of a heart transplant too. So that's
there are different changes to the brain.
Yeah, different.
To
People have different dreams.
To the personality, I mean.
Yeah, they have personality, different dreams, because it's chemical.
No, I'm not talking about dreams. I'm saying somebody used to be energetic, go-getter person, and they have a brain injury and they suddenly become withdrawn, or they become.
You have a brain injury.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Reggie, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. No, my point is,
let her make a statement. Rock.
Menopause, when a woman has like the hot flashes,
Speaking on,
and her brain changes when she go through menopause and she gets hot flashes and her body just heats up. It's really crazy.
It's chemical.
Yeah, chemical imbalance.
Yeah, Google.
Yeah. No, I feel like y'all missing the point I'm making. I'm saying that would be an argument for consciousness being in the brain, because a change to the brain alter your consciousness or who you are. So that is saying that your consciousness is somewhere in the brain, right?
Well,
agree, Google scholar.
Let
me say this
I
real
believe
quick.
consciousness is not in the brain. I'm just saying, I believe consciousness isn't in the brain, and I believe the brain is like a receiver. So if your receiver is altered, you might just receive a different consciousness. But that's just me.
Let me give you an example.
Where you receiving it? Where you receiving it?
Hold on.
No, he makes a valid point. I'm not saying.
So your personality is
Hold on, one second.
I'm giving you control, Joe. I'm giving you control, Joe.
All right, let me say this real quick, just to stay on what Google was saying, right? In a neuroscience conversation, they talk about, in almost every neuroscientist book in the beginning, they talk about Phineas Gage, right? And I'm gonna pull up Phineas Gage so you can see who is, and this was the first example, or let's like I say, one of the first examples where they notices the changes in the brain, right? So this Phineas Gage, he was a construction worker, and when he was in construction, shot an iron rod, see the little path, shot through his head, removing a piece of his brain, part of his brain. This was a dude that, it was a kind person, church going, right? Good personality, the whole nine, always show up to his job. But that rod took out a piece of his brain. And even though it went through his brain, like he went to the bar, had a drink, all type of stuff. But when that part of his brain was moved, he became a womanizer, couldn't keep a job. His whole personality changed. He ended up losing his job, and I think eventually ended up like working in the circus. And it was one of the first examples they got. They didn't really know what the brain was back there, but they was like, whatever that rod took out, control that. And this was kind of like in the foundations of neuroscience and almost almost every neuroscientist book and papers, they start off with this dude right here, Phineas Gage. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, and there've been other documented examples, even more contrasted. There was one, I don't want to just talk without a source, but there was one that I think, if I remember correctly, he was like a nice family man. And after that, he went out, and some people even speculated that he became a serial killer or something. So it
happens a lot. Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
Brain and some, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? So anybody familiar with transplantation memory, where an organ, like for instance, I'm reading right here on the ScienceDirect.com, where memory is defined as the capacity of an individual to acquire, store, and retrieve information from a heart transplant from one person to another. That person whose heart that they got, they picked up all kinds of different personalities and different things that the person whose heart they got came from.
I'm not, like I said.
I just said that.
I have not, like I said, I haven't been, I ain't went down that path yet, so I can't.
I don't know about that either.
I said that. I had
there.
mentioned that a few minutes ago before you said that, and they just laughed at me, right?
I didn't laugh. I just said I can't confirm or yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. Go to ScienceDirect.com.
Memories.
Hold it up real quick.
Put it in the back. Put it in the back chat because
I could just share it. That way everybody can see it. I got time. Just pull it up.
I just think it's interesting.
Drop in the back chat.
Memories.
What happened again, Morpheus? What is it?
It's called on YourScienceDirect.com.
What is it called? Transitional implant?
Yeah, a personality changes following heart transplantation.
Oh,
can you put it in?
I can imagine the
put it in the back chat.
Right, I could imagine the chemicals in the brain being different, and yeah, your personality would change due to the chemicals.
You were saying they got memories. You said right, have memories or
right. I'm putting it up right now.
Okay. I did hear something. I heard something about something like that once. Somebody talking about that.
No, I would want to say,
but I didn't like. Yeah, I don't know if it's any validity to it, but I think I heard a conversation about.
Yeah, those
are drop in the back chat, Morpheus. I don't gotta goddamn go search.
I'm putting it up right now. Hold on. Here you go.
Yeah, those are anecdotal accounts, and we can't quantify them.
Right. Yeah, that's based. I normally that's what it normally boils down to, Cedric. Exactly what you just said.
All right, here we go.
It's not something that we can repeat. You know what I mean?
No.
It's just interesting conversation. So I'm just gonna.
No doubt.
But the fact of the matter is that when you alter brain states, again, I had a stroke. Physically, there's nothing wrong with my left side of my body, but there's something wrong with my brain, why my left side of my body reacts and behaves differently. And that's because of the type of stroke I had. But if I had an aphasia stroke, my memory, my short-term memory might be affected, or my long-term memory might be affected. People's personality changes after strokes, that they used to be a certain way and they complete personality shift because of permanent damage to the brain, usually with ischemic type of strokes, where the damage is irreversible. So it is all pointing towards that this consciousness, the awareness, your personality, the mind, is all directly linked to the brain. Now, the problem again with the hard problem of consciousness is the fact that we still haven't figured out exactly how this process works. But we know that you can affect somebody's awareness by turning on, turning off aspects of the brain. So yes, it's an evolving science, but at no point does science says that there is a consciousness outside of the brain. A matter of fact, all the experiments are being done with the physical brain and not with the omniverse.
Well, I do want to add the nervous system is another important key to it, right? Because the body sometimes functions without the brain. For example, you can have muscle memory, right? And in nervous system issues because of pain. Chemicals are released during when you're having pain. So the nervous system is also another part, which is extension, of course, with the brain. The first organ that is created is the heart. The second is the nervous system. The next is the brain. Right.
Agreed, Reggie.
All right. Thank
you. That's a hard fact. That is the same reason why the jellyfish can function without a brain, because it does have a nervous system.
And yes, anybody that wants to know, I put it in the back chat. Actually, it's really called cellular memory, but I put it in the back chat. The links.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna look at it when I get a chance.
Yeah, someone let me know what memory has to do with consciousness.
Memory is a part of consciousness, is it not?
Well, if we minimalize awareness, but memory is something separate from consciousness as we know these phenomena. Like memory is a recordation of past events. That's not consciousness.
Well, it is. Well, it is because you would have to be aware.
It's awareness.
I can't believe you said
without awareness, you couldn't be able to record those past events.
Yeah, that's on a higher level.
Yeah, that's
there's a cellular level also. Right?
Reggie broke it down. Go ahead, Reggie. You saying what I was about to say. There's levels to it. And so we know when consciousness becomes a conscious too, where the results of the difference between consciousness and consciousness, the other one. Oh, all right. I'll let somebody else talk.
An erection ain't got nothing to do with the brain. Got nothing to do with the brain whatsoever. The brain reacts, right? But there's other things that happen, right? So it's sort of
wait, say that again, Reggie.
An erection has nothing to do with the brain.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, well,
so you have conscious memory and unconscious memory. So what are we talking about here?
Yeah, but that last statement by Reggie, I'm not so sure that's accurate.
Yeah, because things happen on the nervous system, nervous system level, right?
Yeah, but your brain has to be stimulated first before anything else can.
No, your brain controls, right, all of the stimulations. All of the stimulations ultimately go to your brain, right? But there are things that happen independent of your brain. So, for example, you could be brain dead, right? But if your heart is still beating, you're still alive.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So there's some body functions that can continue independent of a dead brain. The brain makes everything balances everything out.
Can your heart beat independently without being supported?
That's just your involuntary
because isn't brain dead? Because that's what scientists always say. Brain dead is dead.
Right, brain dead
is dead. The body is kept alive artificially. Otherwise, the heart won't beat.
Yes.
Right, but the brain, but the heart is the first organ that is created in a fetus.
Irrelevant, Reggie.
In the development stage, correct.
Without the brain, once the brain is dead, the heart won't function. The brain can function without the heart, but after the heart stops pumping blood to the brain, eventually the brain dies. But if the brain is shut off, the heart's done.
Right.
And actually, the two first organs that are created in any embryo is the mouth and the anus.
Yeah.
Reggie, I don't know if you can continue, because I take care of patients that are like paralyzed and they cannot have an erection and that is weird that you just stated that, because they tell me that it's their brain, something with their brain, their body, their body can't move because they're paralyzed. And it's crazy because their brain is not making their that body part move, and they can't get an erection.
But they may not have a full erection, but the penis and the clitoris and all they have major neural networks. And
yep, you're right. You don't remember that?
Say it again. I'm sorry. Can he say it again so I can understand?
Yeah.
Say it one more time, Reggie. I apologize. I couldn't hear you.
Some body parts that we have major neural points to them, sensitivity points to them, right?
Right.
And so they feed information to the brain. One is like your tongue, your nose, right? The penis and clitoris, right? They feed information to the brain. Now the brain may exaggerate it and get other things going on, but those things begin to happen because the neural points that in the membranes of the skin. So if, for example, if you get stabbed, right, you feel the pain, and then the brain reacts, right? Sometimes people are shot, sometimes people are shot or something like that, and it doesn't get to the brain first, right? But your body feels it, of course, and then there's a realization of actually what had happened. So
Reggie,
right. That's why I asked the question earlier about.
Can I ask you a question, Reggie? You get shot, you're not aware. Do you have pain, Reggie? Or it's when you get the pain that you're aware that you got shot?
No, when you actually, because of the neural connections, you should actually get the pain.
Yeah, send the signal to the brain.
Now what happens is, now after that, then your brain starts reacting. You can have a heart attack, you can have anything, because now your brain is stimulating other body parts, it's connecting, but as an isolated organ, right? The isolated organ functions by itself. And so you have animals that, for example, lose organs. Well, like the jellyfish and the other situations, and they don't have a brain whatsoever. But the neural functioning continues.
Reggie, I'm gonna bring it back to being shot.
I asked that question earlier.
I got shot, Reggie, and I'm not aware of I'm getting shot, having been shot. I realized, ow, I look down, and now I'm aware of having been shot because the pain registered.
Yes.
Up until that point, I wasn't aware of being shot.
That's why I asked that question earlier.
Well, sometimes, I mean, people get shot, like they get their arms shot off or something like that, right? And then they look and see what happens. Now the brain is functioning. They might feel the pain, but then other parts of the body take over.
Yeah, it depends, because sometimes a shock happen to where like it may not even, your body go into a shock and it may not even reach the brain until you actually observe it, and then now you realize.
Because I know it's chemical, because people can, for example, an erection, right? An erection, you can create an erection by just chemicals, right? And got nothing to do with the brain. It's just straight a chemical that affects that organ.
You talking about blue pills, Reggie? You talking about the blue pill, Reggie?
It's both. It's both. I think with. I think
it's really weird because Reggie, when you're asleep, you can have a wet dream, and it's kind of weird too. That's why I believe what he's saying, because you can be asleep and you can have a wet dream, and you're actually asleep, and you could actually feel like you're,
Yeah, you can ejaculate in your sleep. For real.
You could actually have a wet, yeah.
Yeah, but that's still your brain working.
Exactly.
Right, but you're not feeling it in your brain, though.
The necessary chemicals to narrow the blood vessels to your penis, causing the erection and the complete arousal.
So Reggie is telling the truth.
So now, if my brain is severed from the lower half of my body, how are these chemicals produced without the stimulation reaching that part of my brain.
And with the chemical, with the blue pill, you could, or the other one, right? Cialis or Viagra, you could be erect for hours, right? Had nothing to do with your brain. You just walking around with a third leg. Not even
So the sister mentioned spinal injury. That was you. You said you did. You don't remember that from coming on trial, Reggie?
Keep
The
talking.
breakdown about spinal injury and how it impedes one from being ejaculated, being able, to propulsion and.
Keep talking.
I just wanted to mention that because there is a connection, just like you said, between the nervous centers on your coccyx or in your lower spine, that when men suffer from lower spine injuries, and some of us might not know this, it will cause you to have ED or lacking propulsion, meaning you're not like a young man when you used to do it right. You know what I mean? And so I just wanted to note that.
Absolutely. So our nervous system is another part of it. It's another part of the, the brain is part of the nervous system. It's the controller of it, So, but chemicals, nervous system, but we were talking about things about like consciousness. Consciousness itself is also chemical. It's a result of chemical interactions.
Because this show is not willing to do anything that's not, we can't really talk about because everybody gonna say it's just pseudo. But we all have experiences in life where that consciousness, like a woman knowing that her child is hurt. You know what happened once? I was getting arrested in Oakland, and I was getting arrested in Oakland once, and my phone just called my mama, and so she heard the whole arresting. I know that was just a coincidence or whatever, and that's crazy for me to even cite that right now. But some of the more realistic things about about her child, some of these things are linked to the parts of discussion that we're not allowed to have because you can't source them.
You have to allow for phenomenon.
It's a phenomenon that's unexplained. That's all we can say.
We don't know everything.
I'm a mother. I'm telling you that it's true what you're saying.
Yeah, we can't explain everything, so we have to allow phenomenon. You know what I mean? For phenomenon.
Absolutely, Morpheus.
But it doesn't occur frequently enough for us to make real conclusions, but we have to allow for it. But then the nuts take over, and they try to create phenomena. It's like they're seeing Jesus Christ, and and things like that in dreams, and on the way to Damascus, and so they hijack things that we're lucky enough to be humans to actually see once in a while in our lives, but we don't have enough of that to make any conclusions. But we. Hey,
Reg, let me ask you a question. Right, this is a little bit left, but it has to do with what we're talking about, right? And everybody forgive me for going backwards a little bit, but I always wanted to understand, when dealing with Kemet, why the hell did they discard the brain but keep the heart?
Because so in their thinking too is that
I can barely hear you, Reg.
The seat of consciousness is what you call the id, which is the heart mind, right? The mind again. Okay, good. The mind, the brain is defective. It's the thing that causes you to do things that so we don't want the brain in the body doing the weighing of the feather, because the brain will mess it all up. The brain will start in their mythical thing, they don't want the liver in it, they don't want the stomach in it, because they will tell all your transgressors. They don't want the brain. So it's just religious thinking, right? It's not true, but they know that the brain will tell all your secrets, all your lusts, all the things that we don't want that in the brain. Take the brain out, because the brain is going to create things.
So it's the Reg, real quick.
Say what?
You accidentally went on mute, Morpheus.
Yeah, he went. So we don't want the well, they don't want the brain in their thinking, because the brain you know, has fantasies. You don't want it's like your hard drive or your email. You don't want anybody to have access to your computer, right? Because even if you're innocent, somebody might have sent you a porn video. You might even watched it. You don't want people to know that. So take out the brain, destroy the hard drive, and
makes sense.
And that's all.
So let me ask y'all, what are we willing to accept that isn't sourceable? Like in your everyday life, do you guys said phenomenon earlier, so we saying that's a once in a lifetime strange occurrence. But like, you know what I'm saying?
We're saying there are things that happen we can't explain, right? And because we can't explain them, doesn't mean that we're gonna attach whatever comes up in our imagination as an explanation. For a fact, me and my younger brother, when we were kids, I could see when he was in trouble. Now I can't explain that. We're grown men now and we're all good. But when we were kids, and like I say maybe 2 or 3 times it happened, that now I put it into I felt something or whatever. And when you grow, you have to start asking yourself, is it really that? Did I hear something? What did I actually feel? Was there something going on that I caught maybe in the corner of my eye that gave me that idea? But I can tell you, I felt that my brother was in trouble, got out of the class, went around the corner, and there he was being ganged by some guys. We went to the same school. He was just in a lower class. So, but now to attribute that to what? The consciousness outside that the universe was telling me? No, I can't hang those conclusions on.
Let me explain.
It just remains unexplained.
Let me explain, and even in that phenomenon, right? And this is what they'll teach you. That the brain, just if you just allow me to explain, you can disagree. That your brain, right, is wired for confirmation biases, right? So it's when the example is like when the phone rings and you think that's my sister, and you pick up the phone, oh shit, that's my sister. Girl, I knew you was gonna call. But see, what you don't realize is that you don't account for all the other times that the phone rang and you thought it was your sister, and it wasn't. Your brain pushes those away because it's geared toward confirmation bias. So there's been many times. Hold on.
I use a whole long explanation to say exactly that.
Many times that he thought that his brother was in danger, and in fact that he wasn't. But your brain pushes that away. And then the one time you do it, like, yo, oh my God,
you see that? I got a connection.
Oh boy, shit. That's some deep. It's just,
yeah, we got that energy.
I thought that Morpheus perfectly put it into layman's language, though.
I think I'm glad I have it. I have the mother's intuition with my children. My daughter comes on her menses every month, and I get the cramps. It's crazy. I mean,
cycles could be a little bit different.
That's why I said we tend to count our hits and not our misses.
Yeah. I remember my brother when his wife was delivering. He swore that he felt some of the pain, and I've heard other people say, "Yeah, that happened." I don't know, but
that also could be chemical. So
sometimes that can happen.
There's pheromones and things like that. That could be chemical. So
the brain,
can we just
brain is extremely complex, bro. Like,
can we move on?
Listen, hold on. Before we move on, Reggie, we don't got to rush. We're chilling.
No.
Just hold on. Just let me just say.
Reggie said, "Can we move on?"
It's all good, bro. It's all good. Let me just make the statement, right? The brain is extremely complex, right? It's the reason why we have placebo experiments and testing and double-blind placebo, because if you think a doctor is giving you something that's going to make you feel better, your brain has its own type of opium that it will release, cover that, mask the pain, and you actually feel like you're getting better. So in order to guard against that, they do placebo, so the patient doesn't know who's getting what. Then they do a double-blind placebo. That way the patient don't know who's getting the what, and the doctor themselves don't know who's getting the what. So, like, because the brain is that complex. You know what I mean? So there's a lots of reaction that may happen that, you know, so yeah, you sometimes if a woman is pregnant, you may feel the way, and your brain may then inject things, and you may start going through that same type of, you know what I mean? That's not out the realm.
But also some of that is chemical, so you have to.
Yeah, it's chemical. It's not out the realm of natural phenomena is what I'm saying.
Right.
And the crazy part about it is they can cut your brain open and they will not find a consciousness.
It's like cutting the computer screen open, expecting to find the word.
They won't find that battery that's called a consciousness.
You won't find the software of the computer.
It's like cutting the computer screen open, expecting to find the figurines on it.
It's like
can we talk about facts that we can prove? Can we talk about facts that we can prove?
What facts do you want to talk about, Reggie?
Reggie, go ahead. Talk about what you want to talk about, bro. Go ahead.
No, it's not about what I want to talk about. We were talking about consciousness, where consciousness might be, what are the qualities.
I would like you to tell me that, Reg. Where do you think it's possibly at?
Listen,
it's chemical.
Listen,
right.
When it comes to consciousness, there's much that we don't know.
I want Reg to. I want Reg to answer that.
We don't need to venture past shit that we can't explain.
Yeah, I don't want
to do that. I just thought maybe he had a different form of an answer.
But, but even they don't have an answer, so why would you look to somebody else for an answer?
No, that's not what I was saying. I thought maybe he was getting ready to say something.
Who cares on these chat? I found out a long time ago, people do not care what Brother Reggie says.
I do. I care.
I don't know about that.
I do.
He's pandering.
I wouldn't have asked if
he's pandering, and I'm not being involved in this pandering.
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't care. I think you give very, very good answers. And when you said it's chemical, I thought maybe, you know, that you was going to tell us something that, you know, because you did give us some information that was very helpful to me, especially about a person that was paralyzed and situations like that. You know, anyway.
If I could chime in,
that you gave us.
I would say consciousness is an emergent property of chemical reactions in the brain.
In the brain. Thank you very much.
And that's what they say.
I keep saying the same thing.
Can't go past that. That's just where they are right now.
That's it. That's where the argument ends for now.
Something else shows up.
Until we figure out exactly how it works.
Is there any animal that has those chemicals?
All
animals have a certain level of awareness.
Yeah, that's why. So when they talk about consciousness, what they're trying to do now, take it away. I think more of you got muted out. You're making a bunch of noise. They're trying to take it away from it being so ambiguous. They're trying to dissect the differences of consciousness between human consciousness and animal consciousness, because when you start merging the two, it gets too ambiguous. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in terms of human consciousness, they talk about what's called autonoetic consciousness. I can just pull it up, but or I can Google it real quick. But it's the ability to astral project, right? Not like young Pharaoh astral project, but time travel. In other words, consciousness enough to say, man, damn, 10 years ago and shit, I was out and doing this, that, and the third, man. Remember we had that type of thing. And then time travel in the future. Man, 10 years from now, like if everything goes well, I'm gonna have a house, and when I get my house, I'm gonna get this car. And
cocaine does that very nicely.
Hey, I wouldn't know, Reg. I wouldn't. But that's good. That's good intel. If it's actually true, you know what I mean. If you got the experimentation to back it up, I would just concur.
In 5 minutes, you can do 20 years of your life. You can calculate all your finances. I could spend this, and I'm gonna get it back. I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna get it back. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. So they're trying to separate, that type of consciousness with humans, and saying that animals can't do that, because even I remember like somebody brought up the.
I mean, animals can do. We just the animal that can do it.
You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. I'm trying not to blow.
Oh, that's what they call symbolic
Yeah, I mean, this is me. I look at humans as animals. Period. I mean,
humans
just
are animals, though. Humans are animals, though. But you know, I'm saying that they're trying to dissect it. Like I don't want to.
Elephants have memory. They remember the past, so they can look back in thought because they execute memory. They go back to burial sites. They find a water hose that they didn't visit for 10 years. Now, so they can look back. In terms of being able to articulate a future, I don't know if we can determine animals' awareness to do so by their inability to do so. But in terms of how they reproduce, they can plan ahead with regards to preparing a nest, monitoring the environment, collecting food. So they are able to prepare for the future same way. So when we make these arguments,
those are more like instinct.
You think it's an instinct?
And the human planning for the future, isn't that instinctive of human beings?
Meaning instinct in terms of innate, like they don't have to be taught how to build a net.
No, but it's instinctual because of our
like
climate.
nobody has to teach. Like it's like a dog has particular instincts that you don't need to train them. Like it's just innate.
Yeah, some things, yeah.
But animals teach animals, so they're all.
Yeah, but you can move a dog from
sorry as hell.
Yeah, you can't use a dog as an example. That's a domesticated robot. I'm talking about animals in nature that understand the environment. They could plan for the future.
You can move a dog out of the environment where there's no other dogs, and he still do some things that other dogs do. That's innate. That's what you call instinct.
Yeah, and when we operate as human, how do we say that is not instinctive? How do we determine that everything we're doing is in part and parcel of the programming to be human?
Well, I'm gonna say good night.
I guess y'all want to keep it just blurry.
I'm gonna say good night. It was fun. It's a little past my borders.
Just 9 o'clock, Reggie.
It's a little past my my mental borders that I want to deal with, right? I want to be able to predict and be right. So I'll come back at another time. Peace to everybody on the chat. Happy dreams.
Happy dreams. Do y'all feel like everything that is alive has consciousness?
That's when you have it. That's when we get into the weeds. You have to define consciousness. Like,
no, I'm saying like everything that like everything is a part of the all, and the all is a part of everything. I mean, like the trees, the animals, everything's a part of the all. Everything that's alive has consciousness. Everything. Do you believe that everything has?
Like he's saying, you have to define what consciousness is because you have different definitions of what consciousness is. Because
I always wondered that when you go to cut flower, it's like, does it know that you're about to cut it? Like, I mean, it grows. It's a part of nature. I know it sounds like a weird question, but I just wonder all the time. Like, of course, we know that an animal, you come near it to hurt it, it knows you're about to hurt it. It's not a human, it's an animal.
It's not a weird question. I've actually read studies that.
I always wondered, you about to cut a tree down.
You just got different.
They say that.
No, you can't. The tree doesn't know you're about to do its harm, but when a tree,
you just got different levels. You got different levels of consciousness and sentile different things.
I agree to that. I'll agree to that. I just always wondered, everything is a part of nature. You got
different levels of awareness and consciousness. Just like if you boil a frog in boiling water, it doesn't know it's getting boiled. You know what I mean?
Are you referring to? Are you really asking? Does it feel pain, like when you cut it? Like what I mean?
What?
She if it's aware that you're about to cut it.
It is. I know it's a kind of an out there question, but it's a part of nature. So I always wonder, does it have some type of? I don't know. I mean, it is a part of nature.
It doesn't know you're about to cut it, but the tree knows when it's being. It knows when, like
I mean, because in Islam it teaches us that the trees even bow to Allah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's out there.
I mean, I'm just saying. I just threw that in there as a little, but
trying to get there.
Hold on, you said Islam teaching you that?
Yo, can y'all like?
Well,
Yo, can y'all hear me? Can you?
Talking right over you. They talking
hear
straight
me?
over you, bro.
Really, I don't know who's yelling over who, but
I'm the host. You hear this voice? This Sosa. I'm the host. Right. So like, if I'm saying something, y'all gotta like, can y'all please? I'm not gonna be long, but you know what I mean. But y'all just be like, you can't just chop my head off.
Not here.
You know what I mean? But all I was saying is that, in terms of the trees, it doesn't know you're about to cut it. But if you cut a tree, it is aware that damage is being done to the tree. It does have signals to let it know. It has all these wires. Its roots is linked to other roots. It knows shit that's going on down the way.
Yeah, it's even certain trees that produce fruits because they know like certain like monkeys or simians gonna eat the fruit and they gonna shit the seeds out and grow, make the other trees grow and shit.
Well, they don't have
that's different.
They don't have a central nervous system.
No, I'm just saying you got different like centile type shit. It ain't our level of consciousness. You got different levels. You got different levels of awareness and shit like that.
That's what we say.
Just like they found out certain trees can communicate through mosses and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you say you gotta have to define it. Otherwise, we just be
it ain't no spooky shit. Just different like just like the jellyfish thing.
I wasn't saying it to make it sound spooky.
The jellyfish got nerve endings that helps it be aware of certain shit.
You see, when you cut into a tree and it breaks the bark, it releases chemicals, and these chemicals are signals that there is damage. It is not a conscious activity. It's a chemical reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
We're saying that everything's made up of some form of chemicals or atoms.
I mean, everything is chemically reactive all throughout the biological world, really.
Like plants.
That's what I said earlier about everything being chemicals. Thank you.
You did say that, Morpheus. You did say that. Mm-hmm.
Because the chemical world it's the buildup of the biological world. Everything that you see on
a match and it lights a fire. What happens?
A tree has limbs to get sun rays, right? Or I mean, it's trying to get sun. So I don't think it's the chemicals. I think it's the fact that it's not getting as much photons or whatever as it was, and so it will produce a new limb. It's not because you cut it. It ain't conscious of that.
I'm saying
it's
you
like,
cut into the tree. From the time you make contact with the bark, that force, that impact, that breaking of the bark, it releases a chemical compound. That chemical compound is a signal throughout the tree to produce other chemicals, to either produce a sap or to produce a fungus or whatever it is that tree has built up over evolution as its defense mechanism. These are chemical reaction and not a conscious thought process. It's due to input. This reacts. It's like scratching a match and it lights.
No, we agree.
Let's Smash get a statement in, sis. Go ahead, Smash.
I'm sorry, Smash. I mean, I meant to say.
Go next.
I apologize. Smash. What I was trying to say. It grows from a little baby root, and it grows up to be this big gigantic tree. So it has to be alive.
Trees are.
It is alive, but being alive is a different thing.
I'm saying it's growing, so it is aware of something is happening if you cut it.
Just because it's doesn't mean it's aware, though. That's what I'm saying. But all we know is a process where it's called. The process of photosynthesis, right? We know it. It's receiving sunlight and so
grow towards. They grow to grow. Yeah, they need sun. They grow. They'll push towards the sun. They'll grow towards that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Leaner. Yeah,
I think Stupies, if that was you, I think you may be correct. But all I was putting forth was I didn't think it was a chemical reaction.
They all the same. One coconut is the same.
Cedric,
No, they all look the same. They all look the same.
It's not.
I'm just making fun, man.
So I'm trying to say, I think you ultimately. You're correct, but I'm just saying, I think when you clip a plant, it's because it's not getting enough sunlight that it reproduces new leaves or whatever.
So
yeah, something. We talk about terms.
But don't we need something to live to?
We talk about terms of when you cut into you gave an example. We're talking about specifically when you cut into it and it receives damage. Like,
well, we agree in theory that it's not consciousness, but you're saying it's a result of a chemical reaction, and I'm just saying I thought it just was looking for more sunlight.
But listen, even consciousness, if we want to, if that, it also is a chemical reaction.
Hey, Cedric, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead,
Cedric.
Morphy.
Yeah, can you help me out here? From my understanding, what I'm getting from all of this is, now help me out. Quantum makes way for physics. Physics makes way for chemistry. Chemistry makes way for biological.
Yeah.
Biological makes way for molecular, right?
No, biology to psychology. Biology to psychology.
I'm sorry?
Biology to psychology.
I would say molecular to biology.
No, molecular is within the realm of chemistry itself, and when you go from chemistry to biology, you have a fusion of biochemistry, and this is where the realm of life starts to emerge.
Yeah, right. So when they teach it, that's how they teach it. I'll give you an example.
Because biological, the body is made up of trillions of cells. Those cells are made up of what?
Molecules.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
chemical elements.
No. Please let me finish. So cells are made up of what did you say again?
Of chemicals, of molecules. Okay.
Right. So
and it is primary.
Let's keep going down the ladder. So now molecules are made up of what?
Of atoms.
Right. And atoms are made up of what?
Subatomic particles.
Go on with it.
Hydrogen.
Where we going, Morphy?
They're made up of hydrogen. Hydrogen is made up of what? Of quarks.
No, hydrogen is a molecule.
Hydrogen is an element on its own. So now you have hydrogen, for example, and you could have a hydrogen plus where they add another
so let me finish.
proton.
Yeah, just go where you going.
Let me finish, please. I'm old, man, so you know my mind. I got a thought. I like to complete it because I'll be gone. Right? Okay, so those atoms are made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Right?
Yes.
Those are made up of hydrogen.
Quarks.
Hydrogen. No.
Quarks.
No, but I'm looking at it right now. Hydrogen is made up of quarks.
No. Hydrogen is a molecule.
So hydrogen is a molecule. So the atom has a certain amount of protons and neutrons in it. Then you have the next one, which is oxygen, which is an atom that has a certain amount of neutrons and protons in it, which gives it its subatomic mass, and it determines how it reacts. And by adding more protons and neutrons to the atom, you get
different molecules.
The different elements.
All right, so keep going down the ladder for me.
Quarks is where we're at. That's the smallest particle we know of so far. Quarks.
Okay, so where is on this chain? Where is subatomic?
Subatomic
is from the time you hit to the electron and you start to go further down. So you get the quarks, and then you split the quarks again, and then you get neutrinos. I don't know all the levels of subatomic, but the further you break it down, there's where you get these other subatomic levels.
Land is playing, baby, because we ought to be out the visible shit that we can even observe.
Because I'm just looking at the ladder. I'm trying to look at the ladder.
So now,
saying, but like, where you going with it though? There's got to be a theme.
That's what I'm trying to ask. I was asking Cedric to help me out. Looking at the ladder coming down from quantum. That's why I said so. Quantum, and we get physics. And from physics, we get chemistry. From chemistry, we get I think I said biology.
Biology, yeah. So because now you have organic chemistry, which is all the different components that the carbon molecule can form, right? And this is where we start to get organic chemistry. Combine the organic chemistry and regular chemistry, you get what we call biochemistry. And now these are the building blocks of life.
Right, so if you keep going down, what is the last stop? Tell me what is the very last stop?
Biological machines.
No. I mean,
you're going backwards. You're talking about the last part going down a ladder of.
Then you get to the point of fields. Then you get to the point of fields where we start to deal with the theoretical stuff, where we're talking about particles popping in and out of existence, and one more particle than a non-particle is what creates
So
mass.
for layman's term, was that last point be energy?
No,
that's the
energy
beginning.
comes out of these fields. So like the Higgs boson is a field, and that field is where we say all subatomic particles get their mass from. The field, which is the Higgs boson field, but it is not energy. Energy, we're already in our realm of how you say in classic science. You're in classic physics at the point that you're talking about energy.
Okay, thank you.
I thought you was gonna make a greater voice.
No. Listen, I'm trying to understand something.
Morpheus.
I'm taking with the sisters when she was asking questions, and I'm going down the ladder saying, okay, well, when we look at human beings, what are we, right? What are we, right? Not only on the micro level, but as you keep going down, like I said, from quantum, and we keep coming down, and we get to a point of what eventually, at what point of what we really are. You understand what I'm trying to say?
What we really are is a biological entity, and what we can't do with a human being is go back beyond elements, because the elements need to be formed. So these elements need to already exist in the universe. That's why we say we're all stardust, because without these elements existing already, we cannot be here. So you cannot take a human and break me down to a subatomic level.
Yeah.
Right. Everything makes us what we are, and we make everything what it is.
Right. That's what I say. At the beginning, it was physics. Then it was chemistry.
Everything
biology.
Everything
biology is where we are now. Biological machines.
That's how they teach it. Just like that.
Yes. We're
everything does everything that is alive need the sun to exist?
Everything. No, there are some things that are anti. There will be something that may be anti something.
I said, does everything that is alive
on
need the
on
sun
this
to
planet?
exist?
Yes, need the sun. In some form or fashion.
So is everything that is alive some form of chemical? That's what I was asking Morpheus when he got down to the energy part. And when the gentleman
Cedric already explained life is biochemistry. So yeah.
That's what I just said. And I said exactly, in what the gentleman just said. Thank you. Because when he said that the tree makes its branches grow towards the sun, that's why I said we're part of the all, and the all's a part of us.
No, that is also based on just chemical reactions. Why? If you would hold a light sideways, the plant would go sideways towards the sun. So it's just a chemical reaction which causes this. The plant is going to continuously stretch upwards because the sun is above. Were you do an artificial experiment and you would put the light to the side of the plant, it would go sideways. So again, it is wherever the sun is pointing, not necessarily up, but in reality is always going to point up, because they are trying to optimize photosynthesis. So the further up you grow, the closer you get to the sun, the more photosynthesis you can afford to execute, whereby producing a healthier, better plant. It's just an evolutionary process.
What's the Google? What's the
In other words, we all need the sun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Hey Google, what's that what's that little because when I was thinking, when you said that, right, I'm thinking like, what's that shit that's in the earth, right? That can actually you can freeze it for like X amount of years.
Oh, you're talking about cryogenic,
What's the
cryogenics?
No, it's a little thing though. I gotta find that one. It's a little thing. It's a little thing that
Oh, you're talking about the water bear, the what's the scientific name?
I gotta find that one.
You're talking about the animal, right?
No, it's a very
small
microscopic. Huh?
With a T. I can't remember it right now, but it's a
the
microscopic
water bear.
thing,
What's it called?
What's
the name? It's a single cell organism. I forgot what's the scientific, but they call it water bear.
Water bear. Let me look that up.
Yeah, you can look that up in Google. It will tell you the name. I just can't remember.
Tardigrade.
Tardigrade. I told you with a T. Yeah, tardigrade.
Tardigrade. Yeah.
Hey sis, I put an article in the back chat for you about the sun, and like everything in life doesn't need the sun.
Okay, I'll try to.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I was like, there's something that because I'm thinking like this tardigrade.
Morpheus.
This shit motherfuckers about the sun.
Do you know Sean Bryant?
Yeah, I know Sean Bryant.
You know my daughter too.
Who's your daughter?
Annie.
Annie.
She can sing real good. Anyera.
Yeah.
That's my daughter.
Oh. Okay. That's what's up.
Sound like somebody need to put their number in the back chat or something.
I'm sorry, y'all. Apologize.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, we friends on Facebook.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got to hit me up. You already know.
Okay.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
But this was an interesting conversation this evening. Lex Vortex opened the door for us to eventually get to where we at. So, I got to give him
That's why I be saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a problem. Like, listen, Haskell, that's my man. Haskell got some different ideas about stuff, and it be challenging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like when I do build with the brother, like he make me go in places and learn shit that I would have never even attempted.
You know what I like about it, man? See, look, we could be doing a whole lot of other.
Like we gotta have more. Let's have some tolerance.
Yeah, look, man, these are all good conversations, because we could be doing a whole lot of other negative shit that ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? Instead of, challenging each other's thought process and provoking thought and having these type of conversations. So yeah, it ain't no, it ain't no bad thing as far as I'm concerned.
But maybe it's my pet peeve. But when you bring a source and you're reading the source, and we know that you're factually incorrect, like you start off by deciding that science says that consciousness or awareness isn't an emergent property of the brain. And you go off on that false tangent, and you try to tie in the hard problem of consciousness first, and then you don't mention that they put that opposite, the weak problem of consciousness, and the disingenuousness, like you're trying to win an argument instead of bringing a
Cedric,
valid point.
What I find, Cedric, is that I think Google Scholar said it earlier about confirmation bias. It's like you can't say the butler did it, and then when you say, okay, well, what evidence do you have to point to the butler? And then you start looking for evidence to support what you already concluded.
Yeah. I think,
methodology.
I think you're accurate with that, because if you look, even when he's trying to have a conversation, my main problem with what he was doing, because I believe he reads a lot, but the problem with what he was doing is that if he says something and you question it, then he starts to make comments like, you're not ready, you're kids, and he's teaching, like he's a father teaching his kids. So he's already concluded that this is right, and what you're saying, you're just wasting his time, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's all tactic, because they are not accustomed to having the conversation slow down with people who could hear the nuances in what he's saying. So from the time you jumped out the window and said that science doesn't say that the consciousness is in the brain, where are we doing all these experiments to understand how consciousness works? It's happening inside of the brain, with the mind, with the head. It's not happening connected to the omniverse.
But he told us where he's getting it from. He told us he's getting it from. The man said the Buddhists. He said he said the Buddhists. He said the monks. So he already told them.
Look, he was doing it in terms of in fairness, he was talking about different studies on meditation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they are doing different studies on meditation and the usefulness. So I'm starting to see it even pop up more in scientific conversation in terms of meditation and the effects, positive effects of meditation. Okay, but yeah, some stuff are misleading. But I was like, even the points they bring up are wrong. Like we can just take our time and just hash it out. Okay, boom. Okay, you said this. Like, cause I'd be like, I'll let a person lay out a little bit of argument, give them some rope, and then okay, you brought up these 4 or 5 points. We're gonna deal with each of these points individually. Yeah. You talked about conscious not being of the brain. Okay, boom. Now we're gonna pull out the sources to show that all the studies are saying this or they're not. You know what I mean? That we could just, you know what I mean, like categorically, either confirm or throw out.
Yeah, but the problem is that if he had did what you just said and say, well, there's studies going on, that so otherwise it's not concluded yet, right? Then that would be fine to have those conversations about the studies, you know what I mean? But once you say this is definitely what it is, now you fucked up.
You know, because people see things, they see this and they believe it. So they become, in a lot of terms in religious sense, a follower or a believer of it. And before I don't need no more evidence. This is all I need. This proves it. He learned. He got degrees. You know what I mean? And then 10 years later, that dude could be proven false. You know what I'm saying?
To make a claim like consciousness is omnipresent. That means there's a stream of consciousness that's coming through. But now this consciousness is so selective as to give each one of us our individual personality, our individuul view and relationship to reality. Like, how is this consciousness so powerful?
Because some scientists will use the phrase, consciousness is awareness itself.
Yeah, but that's not the scientific definition though, so because
I said, there's really no definition for consciousness. There's just many. There's many. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's so complicated. Because it's like, okay, whose definition we gonna use? And then people say, I'm gonna use this one. Nah, I'm not using that definition for consciousness. That's too wide in scope. Or I don't like that. No, that don't apply. You know what I mean? And it's just.
Because it depends, because I get your point, because like you said, some definitions of consciousness will allow for even plants to be conscious. So yes,
but it is a matter of that is the same. That is when we throw these words into the colloquial realm and then use it in these spaces where it becomes everything other than what it actually is. That's like spirit, right?
Yeah, it's the same
a million
concept
definitions for spirit and whatnot, and depends on where you want to narrow someone to the conversation when they're talking about spirit in terms of dead people and these type of things. They're gonna hit you with, but the spirit of the conversation is, do you understand what I mean? No, don't do that. We understand that when we talk about consciousness, awareness, and its varying degrees, it is always an emergent property of the brain. Now, when we start to isolate our human self and then start to incorporate things like our ability to articulate our awareness and thereby distinguishing ourselves from the animals around us, there's where we start to get a little bit shady and a little bit where you say that will be into the realm of speculation. But in terms of awareness, every single animal to some degree is aware of his surroundings and of himself.
And listen, some scientists even get when you put other animals in the category. Some people they fight about that. Some people be like, yo, like when you say, oh, my dog knows I'm sad, because they say like you don't know it.
You see, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Now we're talking about emotions. Like the training of a crocodile, of an alligator. Now I can train that animal to the point that I can interact with him. Humans are going to look at that and say, well, he cares about you, or you have a relationship with him. No, he's trained, and he's intelligent enough to be trained. He's aware that I'm a source of food, and at the point that I continue to bring him food, we're fine. The day I become I walk into that enclosure and I'm hurt, or I fall down, he's going to see me as prey, attack me, and eat me without any emotion. So there's where the boundaries and people not really understanding and involving in animal behavior and animal consciousness or animal awareness make these mistakes, because they see a trained animal, which attests to their level of intelligence and their ability to understand and be aware, conscious. They translate that into having human emotions and seeing that relationship as if, oh, well, he's just like a dog. He's your pet. He wouldn't hurt you. No, he will bite my hand if I put it in his face the wrong way. He's just trained.
Even certain dogs will attack if they not trained to really. Well, certain dogs already. Some dogs, depending on the breed, have a you know what I'm saying, inherit like an innate sense of knowing certain human facial expressions. You know what I'm saying? Some dogs don't got it, but you know what I'm saying, even some dogs, if they're not trained right, they'll bite your ass up. You know what I'm saying?
They'll bite you up.
I got some work to do, so I'm about to jump off, man. I appreciate your input, man, and everybody, especially Cedric. I really always enjoy listening to you, bro. Peace and love to everybody, man. We'll get up.
Peace out.
I appreciate it, Morpheus. Peace and love.
Peace.
Yeah. My problem with it is I don't have problems with the conversations per se, but it's when it gets into the realm of people using the you know, these scientific jargons to prop up their religious ideas. That's where I have an issue per se. Like, you know, especially the intelligent design crowd. They when you talk about stuff like this, like consciousness and stuff, they jump on that and they run with that and you know, spread misinformation about it. So that I don't know if you're all aware, but there's a whole
You're right. Intelligent design is the root of all of these. When you hear these talks about consciousness existing outside, or the misinterpretation of the double split experiment, a lot of the time it is rooted in intelligent design, whereby at the end of the day, God is put into the gaps, right? And then you hear things like irreducible complexity. They talk about the symbiosis that exists, as if these things didn't evolve over time, right? So they watch the world as it is today and talk as if, well, the trees, but the trees that here today weren't the trees that were there before. The oxygen levels change, etc., all of these things, and they jump on abiogenesis. You know, it is, we hear the creationist arguments slipping in here and there.
What about the scientists who propose, because I watched the Neil deGrasse Tyson show, and he had an array of different scientists on it, and the ones that promote the, what is it called? That slipped my mind. The, we're living in a simulation.
Oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. I've seen a couple shows on that, not his show, but a couple shows on that.
On here, atheists.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Is everybody on here now atheists?
I guess
I'm a hard atheist.
I'm agnostic.
I'm a hardcore, rock solid atheist.
Yeah,
I ain't want to hear it.
Oh.
I'm not interested in no hypothesis what came out of the imagination of people. From the time you start to have a conversation about knowing what exists outside of what we know as reality, there's no conversation.
Like I said, I'm agnostic, which is a form of atheism. Google, where you stand?
I'm atheist, but I'm agnostic like you. So I don't claim knowledge that there isn't, but I don't believe there is.
See, I don't claim to have knowledge that there isn't.
We're not
I
fighting.
simply say,
we're not fighting. We're just getting different people.
No. But let me define that point, right? Because a hard atheist doesn't say, I have knowledge that there isn't any God. A hard atheist says, why would I give that idea any more credit than that of a leprechaun or a tooth fairy?
I get it.
Why?
I get it.
It's not yeah. Smash. I don't think Smash is atheist. I don't think Juju's atheist.
No, but I don't believe in that.
No spook.
I mean, but I have to be, and I even ask my atheist brothers, when you do get into that situation in life where you have no actual thing to turn to, what do you turn to? Or do you just say, fuck it, it's over?
No, God. There's no atheist in the Fox Soul argument.
Hold on, bro. I'm just like, let's just have the conversation. Let's not fight the man like we have, like, like we're debating atheism versus belief. You know what I'm saying? Like Smash, like when you give an example so we can be so we be more clear. Like, you mean like a phenomenon that we can't explain?
Yeah, I mean, if you just in a life situation now, I can't help you. None of your friends can help you. I'm asking whether the atheists, whatever the atheists have faith in that they will pull through, that's their God.
Oh, then I guess that would be me.
I don't agree with you, but okay.
I mean, and for that example, would be me, because I would be. I will work my way out of
no superpowers, but I rely on me to get shit done.
Scenario, I would be God. Like, yeah, I would. Like Rob, but we died, nigga.
I feel you.
I mean, you wouldn't call on the energy of life or the ancestors.
Energy of life. I mean, you would. What? Tell us, Robin, before you ask, Robin, where do you stand? That way you can.
She's a Muslim. She said she's a Muslim.
Okay.
No, I am. Let me see how I would say this.
Oh my God! If you got to do all that, you believe? Like you just sum it up.
You gotta let me answer.
You are Robin, but you believe something.
You have to let me answer it
I'm teasing, sis. I'm teasing. Go ahead.
When I pray to the energy of life. That's the only thing I could say. I mean, I come from an Islamic background for 26 years.
Okay. But so do you still believe the Quran?
I was disagreeable. A disagreeable Muslim, I will put it like that, because I was fighting it. You know what I mean?
Do you still believe the Quran?
Well, I never really got into the Quran that way. It was kind of puzzling to me. I like the way of life, I'll put it like that. But and I, like I said, I read the Bible differently than other people too. So I would say I probably am an atheist, but I would have no other choice probably to say that.
Pray to the energy of life. That's a little. I think that
when I say I pray to the energy of life, because I have no other choice, because I know that we're here.
That's more pantheist.
I have no other choice but to explain it my way.
Yeah, she's an atheist. She doesn't believe in God. She believes in life.
We are here, but no, I do not believe in a man in the sky. And my creators are my parents.
When you pray to the energy of life and you're in time of need, can the energy of life help you or assist you in any way?
Well, I believe that you are part of the all and all, a part of you, and you are part of this universe. And I believe that what you put out is probably what you get back.
So when you're in times of need and struggle, like if somebody's attempting to say, if you're
kind of complicated,
just hold on. If you're somebody broke into your home to harm you, you're hiding in the closet. They're approaching the closet and you're praying to the energy of life. Is there a way that the energy
somebody was in my home when I got into my home and they were here, I probably, the first thing I'd probably be like, I'm gonna deal with this.
No,
That's the first thing I probably would say to
no,
myself.
but I'm saying if you're in the closet,
So sad.
if you're in
So
the
sad.
closet,
She's a panty. So sad. That's it.
if you're in the closet
going-
and you have to pray to the energy of life, can that energy of life assist you in some way, form or another?
I don't know. You know, that's a
You're not an
complicated question. It is a complicated question, and let's just hope I never get in that situation because
No,
I
if she,
do it by myself.
if she want to describe herself as an atheist, she can. But based on what she said,
we're not
she's a pantheist.
Hey, we're not doing gender neutral runners. No, we're not.
You gotta understand that
If a
all of
person
us,
wanna claim
every
in-
last one of us on
got
this phone was raised believing in something higher than ourselves. All of us was.
So she's
in that situation. And I am a
No, we
woman.
don't.
with
Don't speak for me. No, we don't.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Wait a minute. You cannot ask me a question, then talk through my answer. It's very disrespectful. You have to understand the fact that I'm a woman with emotions. So if I was in that situation, I really don't know how I would handle it. First of all, I'm a Taurus. I'm going to fight. If you even attack me in any kind of way, if you come near me, I'm going to throw something at you or something.
A Leo woman would do that. An Aries.
I don't know what a Leo woman would do.
But I'm saying, you just touched on something that kind of, like you said, that I'm a Taurus.
Yeah, that don't really mean anything.
But you equating. Hold on, Robin. I'm saying.
Man.
Hold on, Robin.
Robin,
I'm just
saying.
saying.
Hold
on, Robin. Let me ask the question, sis. Like you made the
ask me a question, and then when I go to answer,
I'm asking you a question now, based on what you said. You said that I am a Taurus, and you equated being a Taurus as to meaning something.
I'm answering your question, and it does mean something.
What is a Taurus? What does that mean?
Okay. First of all, I'm a fighter by nature. If I don't care who it is, it's just something that's inside of me. I'm a masculine type person.
And that's because you're a Taurus?
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I'm asking, is that
he just wondered how you basing this off of Greek answer.
You asked me a question. You said first.
I'm gonna let you answer. I'm just gonna move on. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. First question you asked me was the fact that I would pray to the energy of life because I am an individual that lives on this earth. That's the reason why I pray that way. Okay. Second of all, if I came in my house and somebody was in here, the first thing I would have no other choice to do is I probably would say to myself, I'm probably going to end up however I'm going to end up. So I probably would throw something. That's the first thing that probably would come to my mind. I would probably throw something. I mean, I don't know what else I would do. I would hope I would never get into that position. And the reason why I said I am a Taurus, because I am. And the first thing I would probably do was strike out. Now, you don't know me personally. You know what I mean? So you don't know that that's just how I am.
You want to know about the Taurus?
That's how you are. I'm questioning that you preface it with being a Taurus as if the Taurus means that made you that.
Have you ever met a Taurus woman?
Yes, I have.
I have a cousin that's a Taurus woman, but she's nothing like you're describing.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You think you subscribe to
Right, well, maybe it's just me.
You subscribe to astrology, right? Like Leo.
Okay, well, maybe she's a nice one. I've never met a nice one.
But you think
I'm nice, but I'm nice. But
I'm saying you think that astrology has credence, like Leo's, Capricorn, like you think that all matters.
Well, I know I'm true to me. I'm true to how I am, how I've read on.
Yeah, he's asking you, do you believe in astrology? That's an easy question.
Well, What I've read
Obviously.
about myself, I am how I've read up about myself.
Yes, is it yes or is it no?
So I'm a fish sign. What does that mean?
What I have read up about myself, I will say I am the way I've read up about myself. If you, the way you are, and you don't choose to believe in whatever you choose to believe in, I don't have anything to do with that.
You're right, Jackie. She's not an atheist. She's a pantheist or something of the sort.
Whatever I am, I am.
Mm-hmm. No, we're not fighting. We're just saying.
We just identifying
that part.
Because,
how about that part?
I still am confused how an arbitrary connection of dots to the stars in the sky have an effect on how a person character is, how their mind is formed. Is that part of the consciousness that exists outside of the body or of a host? So it's the arbitrary connections in the sky which gives a person a sum of his consciousness.
I believe it's the conscious. I don't know about the consciousness from the gods in the sky. I'm thinking the consciousness from within you. I believe that you are God.
No, wait a second. You just said that based on an arbitrary connection of stars. So we look at the stars and we make a line from that one to that one to that one to that one, and we say that is Taurus. So
well, let's just see
that,
the Taurus part.
Just a second. Let me finish. So that arbitrary connection, those connect the dots that we do as human beings to the sky. We say that forms and gives you aspects of your character, which we are going to put in the box of consciousness, awareness, the mind, self, how I am, and you attribute that to an arbitrary connection of stars in the sky. So is the consciousness coming from the connection of these stars in the sky? Is that part of where consciousness is?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But I do know, since we're using that word consciousness, and we don't know, because it's like I said, you're laying on the table at your time of passing, they cut you open, they'll not find a thing called consciousness. What I'm saying is, this is how I am, okay? And what I'm saying is, if someone is in my house and they're hiding in my closet, they're going to have to deal with me when I get in my door. Now, if they hiding in my closet and they don't have a gun, I think they're going to have to worry about what I'm going to do when they get in here, when I get in this house and they're in my closet.
Yeah. The thing is, we can, you have the right to label yourself whatever you choose to. But based on what you're describing, I don't agree with your definition of that's what you are.
Well, okay. You can make your decision on how and what you think I may be. But what is the difference? You don't believe in a man in the sky or a woman in the sky, and I don't believe in a man or a woman in the sky. So what makes you an atheist and me not?
All right. So this is why I am different than you. I don't believe that the positions of the stars when I was born.
No. We're not talking about the stars. We're talking about you not believing in a man in the sky. And I don't believe in a man in the sky. Now, just because I mentioned my birth date or a zodiac sign don't have anything to do with the fact of atheist or not atheist. That's two different subjects. The fact is that you don't believe in a man in the sky or a woman in the sky controlling you, and I don't either. I believe that you make your own decision and you make your own consequences, as well as myself.
Yeah, but you make an extra step, which I don't. What do you mean? You make an extra step that I don't.
No,
so
but
that's
that
the
has
difference.
nothing to do with one or two. That has nothing to do with it. It's two different subjects.
No, it's not.
It's two different subjects. It's two different subjects.
No, you can say that, but I'll explain to you why it's not.
It's two different subjects.
No, you can say that, but I don't
No,
agree
I am
with you.
saying it because
Because
it's
astrology come out of Greek religion.
okay. It's two different subjects, though.
Yeah, but if you are a believer,
It's
if you're, you
God and
can't.
zodiac signs got two different. Well, listen. If you listen,
You're using
okay. So I'm me saying, okay, I believe in zodiac signs. What the heck that got to do with God? What does that have to do with God?
That doesn't have nothing to do with the God of
Personality.
It's just another religion. It's still concept of another religion. It's just that's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
Does me believing in God has something to do with my personality?
I don't think stars, a combination of stars in the sky, have nothing to do with anybody's
Stars have to
personality.
do with me believing in.
You just said it. You just said a horoscope. That have to do with the stars and shit.
Does that? Oh, you know what?
No, not just
Y'all
to do
ain't
with
hearing
the
the
stars.
lady.
I'm just
And
mentally
to
trying to
up.
figure it out.
She is an atheist. She does not believe in God. Now, being an atheist doesn't make her a naturalist or methodological naturalist, right? Like we are a Google scholar. She is still allowed to believe in spookism. Only thing is, she doesn't attribute it to what we classically define as a God. So there's no single entity that she attributes all consciousness to. Now, does that make a
Wait a minute, even if I said I believe in a
but
higher
Cedric,
power than me.
good?
but Cedric,
Then
you
you're not an atheist.
But you don't
Then
believe
you're
in
not
higher
an
power.
atheist by the classical definition. You would fall into
Hold on,
the
Cedric,
category of pantheist.
Hold on, Cedric, let's
Because
get
That's what I
pantheists do
said.
not believe in a God.
Cedric, hold on, let's get some clarity, Robin.
I can hear
Let's
but
get
one
some clarity,
person at a
Robin.
time.
Robin, do you agree? Do you believe in a higher power?
Well, there has to be something.
And here
even
we
if
go.
it's energy, excuse
Pantheist.
me. Excuse me. Even
Then you're a
if it's
pantheist.
energy, excuse me. Even if it's energy, even if it's nature, even if it's the sun. It's
Then you're a pantheist.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's Spinoza's God.
That's the definition of a pantheist,
That's
not an
fine.
atheist.
That's what we're trying to explain to you, sis. That's it.
Yes, you're a
two things for
pantheist.
sure is I don't
Doesn't
believe
mean
in
you
man in the
believe in
sky.
God. You don't have to believe in God. Pantheist doesn't believe in a God, but they believe that there's higher power, nature, and everything you
Whatever
just
it is.
said.
Well, I
That's
mean, it's a fact.
pantheism.
It's a fact that the sun exists.
Yes,
it's a
but
fact that nature exists. And it's a fact that energy exists.
Robin, we agree, right, with your position. But your position is that of a pantheist.
Okay.
Now you know.
It's fine. It's not an argument.
So
I just was trying. I was getting a little teed about the fact that you were trying to equate the fact that making a big unnecessary deal that I said something about me being a Taurus. The only reason why I said
no. What
Taurus,
we're defining,
not
what
you,
we're
and I did not
exploring.
say you in general. I'm just saying because I said I'm a masculine type of person and a fighter by nature, and I am.
No,
you said because I am a Taurus, I am.
Yes, Robin.
That is
you
what
attribute your character, your personality, your mind to arbitrary dots in the sky.
Maybe I need to work on that.
A sign.
I'll work on it.
So we was exploring whether or not your consciousness or part of your personality is derived from the stars and how that connection is made.
And it doesn't have to be combative. If I disagree, I'll tell you I disagree. It's not that I'm telling you how
Right,
to
but
define
no,
yourself.
and that's fine. I just couldn't understand what one had to do with the other. That's where I was getting. You could not like what I had to say. I just couldn't understand where one had to do with the other. I was just like, wow, that was amazing to me how you put those two together.
Which two?
The God and a zodiac sign.
No, we didn't put God and the zodiac sign together.
You. I didn't say you did. It was a gentleman.
We didn't. No, we didn't at any point. What we're saying is you label yourself an atheist But when you define what you believe,
I said,
it
maybe
is in
I'm
the
an
realm
atheist.
of
I didn't
pantheism.
label myself an atheist. I said, maybe I'm an atheist. Because remember, I was taking a while. I kept going, you know. And then he said, well, you taking that long. And I said, well, what do you pray to? And I said, the energy of life.
Okay.
And from right there, we enter into the realm of pantheism. and that's all it is.
All right, that's fine. We got pantheist brothers.
But I will say this, and I will say this: I did learn a lot from Islam. You know, it's a good things I took from it. You know,
It's good that you took the good things from it.
Yes, I did, and it was some horrible things.
Can I get an example
as well?
Can I get an example?
Sure. To have respect for the opposite sex.
What version of Islam were you?
Well, I indulged with several different sects of Islam, 5% Nation, the Nation of Islam, and the Salafi. All three.
Wow.
Because I love the nation, of course, the teachings of Elijah Muhammad.
But when you were Salafi, you didn't think those were Muslims, right?
Yes, I did. Why wouldn't I? I learned cleanliness from them. And those teachings.
I think you misunderstand my question. What I'm saying, when you were a Salafi Muslim, you didn't think the NOI or 5% Nation that they were Muslims.
Oh yes, and yes, I did. And I fought for them because
that's
if they
against the Salafi position.
Allah Muhammad and Abdullah Rasuluhu, then why wouldn't they be Muslims?
Yeah, but
And
you
it's
understand
like
that the
taken from-
Salafi.
I understand what you're saying, but I just
let him respond to you, and then you can just respond back if you disagree. Let him clarify why he's saying what he's saying.
The Salafi do not believe that the NOI or the 5% Nation are Muslims. They call them.
know that's what he was about to say. And like I was saying while he was saying it, was that that was one of the reasons why I got into arguments all the time with the Sunni Muslims, because how could you say that they're not Muslims? If they gave their Shahada the same as you did, then how are they not Muslims? I never could understand that. And we got into an argument about it.
What is the phrase, Google? Allah, there's no about what it was. No about Allah alone.
I wish my face was still on this phone.
Yeah, no, the Salafi Muslims believe that they are not true Muslims, that they're kafir, and that as a Salafi Muslim, you're not allowed your own opinions. You have to go by what the scholars say.
Well,
yes, well, she got.
I was a disagreeable, as I stated in the beginning. I was a disagreeable Muslim. Yeah. I argued everything. I couldn't understand why I have to shake your hand with my right hand. And I used to say, oh, well, nature made both hands. And I used to say, I I was a disagreeable Muslim. And I used to say, that's not what it meant. I just feel like it was saying, get out the bed on your right, with your right foot. I was like, well, that's just like symbolic. Get out the bed with the right foot, meaning with the right state of mind, with a positive state of mind. Was something wrong with my left foot? I'd be arguing with them like that.
Yeah, but it sounds to me like with your disagreements, you wouldn't have been a Salafi for very long.
I was a Salafi. It's just that
how long?
26 years. I just took my garbs off like a year and a half ago. I love my garbs. I want to wear them now.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because the Salafi, as a Salafi, you can look at it and say this is wrong. If
How are you telling me that what I can't do? I just told you what
I'm telling you
the guidelines of what that.
You have to go. You have to go by what the majority of the scholars go with. You first of all, as a Salafi, you follow a particular school, right?
I told you I argued everything. I was a disagreeable Muslim. I just told you that. How many times was I say it? I argue
Then
with him all the time.
your husband didn't discipline you for that?
Discipline me?
Ooh. Oh yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
I just said I was I was married.
Vanilla Stu said you was a mushrik, not a, never.
I was
A
disagreeable.
mushrik is like
I mean, I could not understand. Well, I just thought it was different. But then I would go over to the Nation of Islam, and you know, I liked the Nation of Islam better. But then I couldn't understand why they didn't do the cleanliness that the Salafi women did. You go in the bathroom, they didn't have the stinger bottles. They weren't clean like the Salafi Muslims were.
Robert,
And
how did you feel about Farad Muhammad is Allah?
Yeah, that part.
Okay. All right. To be honest with you, now I'm gonna be I'm gonna be very honest. When I first heard it, this is before I became conscious. I used to say I actually stood up in the Nation of Islam in the meeting once. I was like, did you just say he was God? Who are you talking about as God? So at that time, we're talking a long time ago. So I didn't at that time wasn't conscious yet. So I wasn't aware yet what God truly meant.
Yeah, but you were a celibate.
Wait a minute. So I asked.
Arm, leg, arm, head.
Well, I still come from a more science background. My mother is more science.
No. Let's zone in on this. You're a Salafi, right? You believe in the oneness of Allah for 26 years.
I'm trying to explain. So, so at that time, I was like, are you saying that this man is, they were actually praying to him, so I didn't understand. Then as I started coming to the classes, and as I started coming, then I started more understanding. Listen, I understood more in the Nation than I did in the Salafi. As my mind started getting a little bit more open, then I understood the Bible more after I starting to understand more in the Nation of Islam. Because I started seeing stuff in the Bible. When Jesus
but you're not
said,
addressing the question he asked. He's asking you about the concept of Farad being God.
Well, he is.
Whether you're
but not only is he God, but listen, not only he is God, we're all God. That's why when I hear Sinetta say the Bible.
Now you're muddying the waters. We're not talking about that. That concept is a separate
he
concept.
asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it the
best
way.
But you're muddying the waters. You're dancing
absolutely
around
not. He asked me how
the concept
did I
of us all being gods is a different concept. We're talking about Master Farad Muhammad being Allah.
Okay.
The dude they were praying to. They wasn't praying to themselves.
I stated to you that my family, my mother, is more science, come from the more science background.
Okay.
So, of course, she teaches that Allah is arm, leg, head. So she's just telling me that it's just body. It's just your body. So I'm taught a different way anyway. So it's all discombobulated, but it made sense to me.
So she was more science and a
yes, my mother is bad. My mom bad girl when it comes to more science, law and everything.
By the way, I must tell you that those Salafis, they wouldn't consider you a Muslim.
At all.
They would no, not
even
now.
Even though I have the knowledge of the Salafi, I also have the knowledge of the Nation and the 5% Nation and more science. And I'm okay with it. But I also study the Bible and I also study Hinduism and Buddhism.
Yeah,
I like that I study.
I think you're still searching.
Twilight Zone, brothers. We're in the Twilight Zone.
You're still searching, Robin, if I'm honest.
No, you can't tell me about me. I like to read. I like to study. Everybody's on their own journey. Everybody
Journey to where?
is on their own
Where's
mental
this journey
journey.
supposed to go? Where's this journey taking you? Well, what are you trying to find?
Well, you know what? In this journey, being though I am a musician, that's why I asked Morpheus, did he know Sean Bryant? I've had 3 records out. I've sung with the best, Patti LaBelle, Gene Corn, Phyllis Hyman. I've done a lot in my life. I think this journey was get me right where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I think the question Sosa asked though was a very
you know, I think it
we got the actual God in the building, so
it
showed me that we are the God. It showed me that we are the God.
Peace to the God, man.
Peace to the God.
That we are the gods, and it showed me.
God.
Robon, what's today's mathematics?
Excuse me. That we are the gods.
Yeah,
Robon, what's today's mathematics?
Yeah, Robon,
that we are the gods, and that you have to be responsible for yourself, and that you make the decisions in life. You know what I mean, and your own consequences. You know, that's what it led me to.
I got this shit. We got Robon in the building. Robon will start us off with today's mathematics, like enlighten everybody, and then we're gonna build from there. As soon as it gets situated, you know what I'm saying? But
I love Robon's teaching.
Robon pseudo.
I don't think so.
See what they had with that nectar on that thing.
Oh man.
Like, I don't even understand because show me Farad on the wall, man. Show me Farad on them walls in Kemet.
I just came out of the Twilight Zone, guys. I've heard it.
Why? Because you haven't. Why is it the Twilight Zone? Why?
Because there is absolutely no clarity in anything that you just said.
Why does it have to be?
Total confusion.
Because
but
you
when
were
you say no clarity, why? Why not?
You were a Salafi that accepted Allah to be a man, and then
No. You asked me how did I feel about them saying that Farad Muhammad was God, correct? And I said
you concluded that he was God.
That he was God. And I said the first time I heard it, I was confused about it, and I stood up at the Nation of Islam meeting and asked them, what did you mean by that? Am I correct to say
eventually you got clarity.
And what did they tell you?
Eventually, as I started getting clarity about it,
when you asked them, what did they tell you? What did they tell you?
They explained to me what God was.
And what was God?
You didn't tell them that
understanding more.
You didn't tell them that's shirk?
At first, yes. At first. And then after I started getting the teaching, I started accepting it more. And I did accept it. I got where I'm at today.
So you accepted that Farad was Allah?
Not just Farad. Yes. But not just Farad.
I'm talking about the NOI doctrine.
Did you pray to him?
Not just your own creation of what they did. I'm talking about the NOI doctrine itself.
Because the NOI don't believe you are God, but they believe Farad is God.
Well, I accepted all of us as being God, myself.
You're dodging the question again.
You just making your own.
Not dodging the question. I told you, but I never joined the Nation of Islam.
So who do you pray to? Because the Nation of Islam prays to Faraj.
I'm not in the Nation of Islam. You already asked me that.
No, I know. Now I was drawing a reference. There, they say he is a God, which you accept, and they pray to him. At the same time, you say that we all are gods. So I'm asking you, who do you pray to?
I never prayed to him. I never
Maybe
prayed
she
to
prayed
him.
to
I didn't say you pray to him.
Shiva and Vishnu.
Let's not be ignorant. Let's not be disrespectful.
So
I'm asking.
I never prayed to
Shiva.
In terms of a God, in terms of a God, they see Faraj as a God and they pray to him. You accept him as a God, but also yourself and all of us. So when you're praying to God, who do you pray to?
I never prayed to Farad Muhammad. And I told you that when I pray to the energy of life.
So the energy of light is God, and
Asking me
Faraj
the
is
same
God,
question.
you're God,
Excuse
I'm
me.
God.
Do not be silly. Do not put words in my mouth. Do not answer
I'm not
questions
putting words
for
in
me.
your mouth.
You
That's exactly what
absolutely
you said.
are, and it's very
No,
rude. We've already
no,
come
no,
to
no,
a
no.
conclusion to
No,
what
no,
you
no, no,
have.
no, no.
Let's not get
No, no, no,
defensive.
no, no. Don't do that.
I don't
Don't
want to
do that.
argue with you. I don't want to argue with
I'm
you.
tracing everything that you're saying.
No, you're not. You're putting words in my mouth. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's cute.
No, it's not. It's
Asking
not
you
funny,
not to do
and that's
that
why we're taking it step by
because
step.
I
So where
don't
did
think
I
it's
put words in
cute.
your mouth?
And don't be manipulative at
Where
all.
did I put words in your mouth?
What you're doing right now is not funny.
I'm not trying to be funny. I told you we were in the twilight zone. You asked me why, and I'm showing you exactly why we're in the twilight zone.
Somebody else, skip the subject. I don't want to be your subject anymore. Because it's not what you're doing.
Running now.
Right. No, I'm not running.
What's
I
not
told
working?
you already. I told you already.
So
you asked me what I
so
prayed
now
to.
you're not going to provide the clarity anymore.
I said I pray to the energy of life. What else you want me to say? And that was years ago.
The energy of the light is your God.
2022. That was 20-something years ago.
20-something years ago, you said you were a Salafi.
I said, you asked me how long. I said 26 years. It is 2022.
Yeah,
you
but
were Salafi.
Just
when
left.
I was dealing with the Salafi and all of that.
Though. You just said you left.
The Nation of Islam and all of that. I'm not doing that.
What did you leave?
A year ago.
Which faith did you leave a few
I
years
just took
ago?
off my garbs about a year ago.
But you left the religion too, though.
I'm not in the religion.
Okay, so when did you leave the religion? That's what I'm asking.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Like 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
It doesn't matter.
Were you with the Nawapu too?
It doesn't matter.
No, it's just a question.
It doesn't matter.
Rabon, where you at, man?
Because I hear some lingo in your speech that sounds Nawapian.
You do?
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
Let's digress off of Miss Robin.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
Let's switch the subject. I missed a lot though.
Rabon to get him. Rabon ain't
No, he's not responding.
Still getting
Sosa. So there was some articles and whatnot in the back chat. I assumed that they were when you all were discussing
I'm here.
this at the end. But were those dropped in the chat for people? Do you know there's a lot of stuff that Morpheus dropped?
Yeah. Yeah, we saw them. It was when we were talking about consciousness.
Yeah, like that. That's pretty deep.
Which one you wanted? Which one you wanted to put in there?
No. I just wanted to make sure.
They're there. She's just saying she saw them.
I'm
in the building.
She was asking to drop them in the chat.
What's today's mathematics? Wisdom, build, or destroy.
Let's
get it.
Let's get it. Shoot, that's perfect.
We're all born in a building.
You know, wisdom is the accumulation of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? What say and what you do show you what you know. With that, you're able to build and destroy. I don't know. That sounds real simple to me. But yeah. I mean, it's real simple.
God in the building.
Now, I heard what y'all was saying. Obviously, she never was Nation of Islam because they kind of never really did pray to Farad. Because Elijah taught them, if you look at all of his books, it says Allah came in the person of Master Farad. And when he teaches, he tells you that Farad is not the creator of the universe, that creator that created the universe is no longer here. And then they have this theology that every 25,000 years, a new person comes with a different knowledge to guide the people. Yeah, I remember.
I said I never joined.
And the interesting thing is, like, you got to look at their story. Like, you saying that, okay, this dude, father's supposed to be black, his mother's supposed to be white. He had to be taught this stuff.
He wasn't born knowing that he's this or his mission. This is something. This is the story, though. So we just sticking to the story. The story is he was taught this stuff. So who's really God? If you look at what they tell you it's these so-called 12 scientists that's around that gave him this knowledge. So would he be God or the people who taught this dude who's supposed to have been the black wise scientist? So that's what they really say. They never say that he is the creator. That's why Farrakhan and them is able to go into Mecca and all that, because you can't do that. You can't put someone next to Allah. You just can't do that. So obviously he's really harping that. No, I'm not saying that. You in the hadith, you have the Mahdis, and the Mahdi is talking about this a person who comes after that, and he's saying so they're gonna have to agree with this dude because he's gonna pull that shit out and they just gonna be like, all right, as long as you say it's fraud Muhammad Allah, if he's the creator of the universe, he's gonna say no. The man was born. So that's their theology or how they see it. So they never really pray to him, but to Subject's point, black people like looked at this dude like that. You know
but that's shirk though. That's shirk though, right?
No, because you gotta the fact that Elijah never taught that this guy is God, the creator of the universe, who came from heaven or wherever the fuck you saying he came from, that's nowhere in his story.
I'm sorry, but
yeah,
they
but
said
Rabbi, you said the creator of the universe is no longer here. It's no longer in existence.
Right.
Well, that's not shirk exactly, but that's not allowed under Islam, right?
No, in a way, because then you got to look at it. It's 73 sects of Islam. So when you look at that tenet right there, I can't remember the name I would have because I haven't looked at this in a while. But that part is in one of them sects that is not Sunni or Shiite. So you have a part where it says that Allah is a body. You got another sect that says heaven and hell are two conditions. You have another one that says that the message that died is not the prophet. So those, the only prophet. So those, then you got another sect of Islam that says Islam renews its history every 6,000 years. It don't use his number. So those are keys to let you know where this dude came from. Like what part was teaching this shit that he's teaching. And when you look at that, you be like, oh shit. All right. I mean, so that's what I had to do because I was like, what is y'all talking about? Because as a 5%, they never taught us that. They just told us, yo, this came from him. The black man is God. Ain't no God besides man or woman, black man and woman. And when you come together, you create this. That's it. Ain't none of that. Ain't no praising this dude. But then when I found in story, he's the person who founded our nation is like, yo, why? And this is what they saying. The God's is like, yo, you niggas is praying to this dude. You waiting for this God to come back. Because in the lessons it tell you when you fast and pray, wait for Allah to come back. You know what I'm saying? So who's this person talking about? Now here comes the mother plane and the Farad is on the fucking plane with all these bodies. Yeah, they believe that shit. But that's not what we believe. You know what I mean?
No, I know the 5%.
Wait a minute. The teaching was that Allah came down in the body of Farad Muhammad. That's what I had the problem with at first. But then that's why I never joined. I had an argument with the nation. I liked it.
You had an argument with all of them, Robert. You had an argument.
Wait a minute. It doesn't, just let me tell you my story. Okay. Not that I hated the nation. When I first got into the Salafi, I thought I was getting in. I thought all Muslims were the same, but I found out that they weren't. When I got with the 5% nation was when I learned that everybody's gods, because in the nation of Islam, they were saying that the white man was the devil, but was not saying that you were gods. But then the 5% nation was saying that you were gods. That's why I like the 5% nation. But I never really joined either one of them. I just went on my own path. Okay.
So
yeah,
that's how that.
because your view right now is similar to the 5% nation. Because
Yeah, I love the 5% nation. Yeah, I love the 5% nation. But I'm just saying, yeah, you know, it's what Robin was saying.
yeah,
You
I'm
know?
gonna tell you this, Cedric. That shit took me a while
Yeah.
to get an understanding behind certain things, because you got to look at it. You got people that become a part of these things because they're dissatisfied with Christianity and, you know, the white man. You know what I'm saying? I never was a Christian. I don't know nothing about none of that because I never made the church and I don't know anything. So my story is different. I can't speak for everybody else. But I was mad at the system, and I was mad, and I knew who the rulers was. So it was no problem for me to accept that, yeah, this nigga is the devil. Yeah, he put them drugs in our community. That's right. Look at all of us in here. Yeah, that's right. Hell yeah, that nigga stole out his. That shit is right. Ain't no God, nigga, because I was praying for my mom to stop smoking crack. That shit didn't work. You know what I mean? Where's my daddy at? No, yeah, no problem. All right, where do I sign up? You know what I'm saying? But as I kept going through that, I had a problem with her. I'm like, yo, wait a minute, bro. Like, how we Asiatic, bro? Like, what you talking about? Like, yo, bro, we not from Asia. So when you start reading this stuff, it has a history to it that it indoctrinates you to, where you don't understand how Black Americans even became a part of this shit. So you just be like, the earth name was Asia. And people believe that shit. You don't have no map with this shit on it. What are you talking about? I mean, so now when I start getting into that, then I started to see, wait a minute, this comes from Orientalism, and it comes from Shriners, the Black Masonry coming into the community. So I'm like, okay, why did they say they were Moors? Why did they say they were Asians? Why did they say they were Hebrews? Then I said, oh shit, they was using this to escape being a Negro and make a new identity. Now that I understand that, when I say I'm the Asiatic Black man, I'm representing that history, and this is where we stop. I'm not going to no ancient, this is what we called us, because it ain't true. It ain't there. So yeah, I wanted to ask you something about that.
Go ahead.
The issue of the
hard. It's hard. Yo, listen, Cedric, that shit is hard. It's hard when you come out of a certain mind frame and then you learn shit, and then people start questioning you of what you're dealing with, and this is the shit that saved you. No different than the Christian or whatever. That shit is hard, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Very hard.
I mean that I'm not denying it. Listen, even being a kid at 14, I was done with this God belief. But it took years before I could actually say, to hell with God. There's no, you know what I mean? Because the idea lingers in the back of your head until you're firmly rooted in scientific literacy and you start to understand these things. So I don't bash anybody's process, but I gonna question your logic and your reason as to what, how, where, why, and then you see the holes in the philosophy start to pop up, and that don't make no sense.
Right.
Some things may not make sense to you, but everybody has their own journey as to how they got where they are today. Because you asked me, you said you done went through, how is your journey? My journey got me where I am today. Even learning about Krishna and learning about Buddha and learning about the different ways of life. That's how I got where I am today.
Let me ask you a question. Have you explored methodological naturalism? Have you engaged in basic philosophy of epistemology and ontology? So how do you know what you know is actually a fact?
You know how I know now it is a fact? Because now when I read something, I can make sense out of it. Now I'm not.
And that's the wrong answer.
But
that means you haven't engaged.
Is the wrong
that
answer.
means you haven't engaged in how do I know the basic epistemology? What is a claim? What is a fact? How do I substantiate a fact? How do I distinguish imagination from reality?
Wait a minute. If I had just said to you,
that if I read something or hear something and I can make sense out of it, I don't get what you're saying right now.
I know you don't get what I'm saying.
Somebody can tell me
you don't.
to believe in God,
I
and
know
I
you
couldn't
don't
make
get
sense.
what I'm saying.
I don't get what you're saying.
Cedric,
No, I
I think
don't.
she's
know you
trying to
don't.
say the same thing, but the term she's using, makes sense of it, is not the right term to put right there. That term.
Google Scholar, I could make sense and understand how somebody could reach to the conclusion that something that isn't factual is real. I can make sense out of it. That isn't epistemology.
I need you.
That is accepting a claim.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but I think she's using the wrong term. But I think I
Maybe I
understand what
am
she's
then,
trying
because
to say.
I'm not getting what the way he's saying it, because maybe I'm not getting it the way he's saying it.
Yeah. When
I might not be getting it the way he's saying it.
When you use terms like it makes sense, it denotes that you're trying to say that when you read it, you can determine whether it's fact or not. But what Cedric is saying, that when you read something, you can't just look at it and determine this is true or not. You have to follow a process to verify whether it's accurate or not.
What do you mean, like follow a process?
Yes. So you read something that there's a man and the moon with a bow. You can't say, well, that makes sense, so I'm gonna go with that. You follow a process. You say, the person that making that claim, how does he know what he's stating? You know what I mean? So you go and investigate, how does he know? If he say, well, I have a picture, you have to now look at that picture, determine if that's a real picture or it's a fake picture. You know, you follow a process.
Okay. I thought he meant things like it, like you're reading the Bible, and you read the Bible and said the kingdom of God is within you.
No, when you mention the Bible, now you're gonna trigger Cedric.
Wait a minute, excuse me.
No,
and then you
saying.
make sense out of it. Sorry. And then you make sense out of that, or you decipher it in a sense. I thought that's
don't say the
something like that.
Bible. No.
I mean,
don't care
I thought
what
that's
sense
what you meant,
make out of
something
the
like
Bible.
deciphering
That is
something.
a foundation of improper methodology. Now, I can
didn't
see the
think you were
sun sets
gonna get,
every day.
like,
It
I
makes
didn't think
sense,
you
right?
were-
We see the sun sets every day. It makes sense, right? But does the sun actually set? How am I going to determine if the sun
No, it
actually
doesn't
moves
set.
or not?
The
What
world actually goes around.
methodology am I going to apply to determine whether that statement is factual? And the
Okay,
Bible,
well then of course, I wasn't looking at it that way. Then I would
quantified
probably look
God.
at
Let's
it
start
and
there before we get into the Bible, which is a story about God and His works. I need you to quantify God without the Bible. Let's go.
Cedric, don't kill her. Don't kill us.
He's not killing me. He's just making.
I'm saying,
he's
Cedric,
not killing.
please.
Believe me.
Close
He's not
the
killing
Bible.
me.
Before we get to the
Believe me,
Bible,
I'm not
quantify God.
Cedric, have mercy.
Show me how there is a God
Cedric.
for us to even start to read the Bible.
I told her,
me,
she said
actually.
Bible,
He's
she
not
gonna
killing
trigger
me.
Cedric.
Yeah, Cedric.
He's not killing me. He's not killing me.
Cedric, have
He's not.
empathy. Have some empathy, my brother. Please.
I ain't gonna have to have empathy with me. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. He's not having empathy with me. He don't have to have empathy with me. The same thing he learned.
No, say that doesn't mean you're stupid because
He's not different than me.
No, but I said have empathy. That does not have anything to do with
it's not you.
He's
It's not you.
different than me.
It's
He's not
that word.
learning nothing.
It's that
no
word. The
different than
Bible.
I can
It's
learn.
not
He
you.
ain't no
It's
smarter
not
than
you,
I can
Robin.
be.
That does not
Robin,
mean
it's
he's
not
smarter
you.
than
It's that
nothing.
word. The Bible.
I just said
the Bible is like a drug.
I just did not understand what he was trying to say, but of course, if he asked me a question, I would do the same thing he would do. Look it up.
No, I'm not just talking about look it up.
I
can look it up.
You're not saying nothing complicated.
I can read.
And I don't want to have a complication.
I can read everything there is to read about Krishna. I can read everything there is to read about Krishna. every single document that
Well,
ever
just read
produced.
it then. I don't want to talk to you because I think you're trying to be slick.
After that,
I don't want you
having
to have
read
no question
all
for
of
me.
that,
I
after
don't want
having
you to
read
have a
all of
question
that,
for me.
does it
Have
make
a question for
Krishna
somebody
any
else.
more real?
I
Does it
don't want
prove that
you, and I
Krishna
know that.
exists?
I know that. I don't want you to have a question for me.
Robin, it's not that serious.
I just made a statement.
And let's say,
I never said it was. I don't want him to have a question for me.
What's good, man?
What up with it, Sosa?
Robert, just don't jump in the line of fire. We'll let Samuel make a comment. Don't just don't jump in the line of fire.
I don't want him to have a question for me.
I don't have a question for her. I don't have any, because the things that she was saying, it shows that what we have been saying and what I said earlier on the earlier show, that these religions and these ideas, that these ancient Near Eastern ideas have totally screwed us up. And we are all over the place. We are all over the place.
The Twilight Zone.
What is this doing for us now? Is the question that I asked before. What is it doing for us?
It is doing. Listen. You interrupted me. I didn't say anything when you were speaking, sis. I was over here quiet as a church house mouse.
Oh my God.
And what these things are doing for us, you see what they're doing. They have us at each other's throats. They have us misrepresenting, misunderstanding each other. They have us thinking that it's okay for us to go out here and commit crimes against each other.
Most High is fucking
church. Hold up.
Yeah, your microphone,
Savior.
Your mic is kind of crazy.
Your microphone.
Wonton soup, nigga.
Oh,
like
this is sound like wonton soup,
egg
nigga.
drop.
Oh, that.
Egg drop.
Man, y'all keep talking this Chinese. Y'all gonna bring my Asiatic roots out. But I'm trying to tell
yo, it's like they got us thinking we can kill somebody and then go to church and say, God forgive us. We can commit a crime. And if we believe in our heart and confess with our mouth, our sins will be
have to come
forgiven.
out and come back. That shit is getting bad,
Savior, yeah, your mic is a little bit crazy, yeah.
Or take off your headphones. Take your headphones off and put the speaker on, because I had to realize that my AirPods sound fucked up.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't even know that my shit sound
especially on StreamYard.
And then some people say use the damn AirPods. I'd be confused.
Is that better?
That's a little bit better.
I don't hear the wind.
You hear the wind, you hear the background.
I don't hear the wind. You good?
Oh, yeah, man. That's really it, man. We just all over the place. Look at us.
Yes.
We will find a way to apologize for them, and we don't even recognize we're apologizing for the things that have told our ancestors from the 2nd century that they were.
But you're the psychological shackle breaker. Break some shackles.
It's hard to break psychological shackles when people don't see that they have shackles on their brain. You feel me? When they don't realize that this thing has become a crutch, a shackle, something that keeps them spewing things that they don't understand. You can't get them. They don't realize the biases that they hold. And that's for them to explore, to look into the biases that they may hold towards these religions and things that they hear that they may not understand.
I feel you.
Hey, everybody in the chat, type it up their little Chinese food. All y'all niggas are Asiatics. I swear.
No, we're not.
You heard what I said.
Asiatic talking about sweet chili and duck sauce and wonton soup. Yeah.
Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, yo, if you eat food, does it eventually become a part of your DNA through time or something like that?
Food? I don't think so.
Yeah, where you going with this, Rob?
I'm just asking a question.
No,
scientist, right?
I mean, what the fat does orange chicken do to? Because
I don't know.
I can always switch the general soul. Just let me know why.
No. Here's the reason I'm asking this. So, like the reason I ask, does food have something to do with your DNA or your genetics in any type of way? Does food have anything to do with your genetics?
No.
Okay, so when they
So if you're saying like over time, I mean, we talking like an evolutionary process.
Yeah. Over time.
Then I would say it
all right. So all of you dudes in the
time.
chat, you've been eating Asiatic fried chicken.
No.
You've been eating Asiatic fried chicken for half a century.
Y'all just said some bull crap. No. What do you want, Rob Warren?
Rob, you don't eat Chinese food?
Because I love food,
I don't eat Chinese food.
Sometimes
I
I
damn
do.
sure never
Yeah,
claimed that.
every black person loves Chinese food. That's a fact.
I love a good Chinese. I love a good Chinese cat.
No. Here's the reason why I say this, but I'm playing, but it's in the extreme. So when we look at what's those people called, the Greenlanders, right? That those black people that live in this Antarctica thing, and they try to explain why their skin is black. It's because of their diet, because of the vitamin D that they eat. So that means that food does play a part, but that got to be something over time. I don't know. I didn't do the research
But
for that.
the vitamin D allows to maintain allows to maintain the dark pigmentation because they don't need to process as the sunlight as much because of the getting the vitamin D out of the fish.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying.
Exactly. And as much as you niggas been eating Chinese food, all you niggas Asiatic. I'm done.
Yeah.
No, I've been eating okra and sweet potato, yams, way more than Chinese food though. So I'm gonna stay Geechee and West African over here. Okay?
Right.
That's what I'm gonna do. But like being a vegan though, I that's East Indian and Asian, Vietnamese and Thai. And one of my best friends was a Vietnamese girl who cooked. So
you
like
a vegan, Sister Jojo?
Yolanda, I like your hair.
Huh?
I like your hair.
I was asking if you're a vegan.
Not anymore. I'm just saying.
I was about to say that's not African.
No, it's not.
Hey, that's right.
Better, right? Not anymore, but that's part of that was my little quote unquote kind of pseudo introductions. I ain't get much. Wasn't no Nuwapi, and I ain't do no Muslim stuff. A little Southern Baptist, but Savior was probably my big downfall, and I wasn't deep into that. So, but yeah, I was vegan and vegetarian for about 20 years. I was a Rastafarian. That's about it for me.
Okay.
But during those transitions, like East Indian food is usually vegan or vegetarian, and so it's like food you can do it very well, and Mexican. So those were like my go-tos. I could cook them well, and I love them. So that's why. Also, we always talk about Asian Thai food. We love some Asian food. that's for fact. I know that.
Can I ask y'all a question? So is the key word is the key word that whatever we talking about, as long as it's African, is right? And if it's not African,
in this community, Robo, you know how it works, dude. Like
Rob Warren, silly as hell.
Not African.
Listen.
What are Air Jordans? That's not
these people would chop up every other religion. They would crucify Wicca. They would call it everything else. And as soon as I say voodoo is spookism, you anti-African. The African is spiritual. Man, listen. If it's African, makes it okay. The Christians can kill Jesus and eat the blood of Christ. But the African can kill a chicken and cut the head off and pour the blood as a ritual, and that's perfectly okay. And they don't see that as the same thing. Maybe I'm weird, but it's the same thing.
Man.
It's fun.
That is the number one problem with the conscious community. That's the number one problem. You can't say nothing. There's nothing you can say, and then. If you listen to every conversation, this came from Kemet. Islam came from Kemet. Because you can have it. So
Islam did come from Kemet.
Hey, whatever you want to say, bro. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. But I'm gonna give it to you. So that means that Kemet is the origin of pseudo. You niggas got to hold that. You got to hold that.
Excellent point.
You got to hold that.
Point. That's a great point.
On the manner of veganism, question was asked why, if veganism is supposed to be the epitome of health and whatnot, well, most of you already know my personal situation, then what the fuck? Because I play 4 sports. I'm pretty healthy. I ain't never had high blood pressure. I ain't got no cholesterol. I do not have sugar. Like everything about everything they do when I have to get blood workups is damn near perfect, you know? So veganism didn't like save me from getting a life-threatening, you know, disease and a tumor. So even though I had started transitioning out before my diagnosis, because, you know, I started to know better and do better. Also, my concern for cognitive development or diminishment was a issue, being that, you know, I'm older, I'm in my 40s, and the lack of B12 and things of that nature pose a risk to certain things. So, you know, I had to start like really paying attention to the science and not what the community was saying or what people were spewing, what the facts were showing. And I know lots of vegans that are very unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
it's just,
because it's moderation, you know?
it is moderation.
Who said moderation?
I
Who
know
said
that's
that?
vegan still can't wait.
It's about balance, but you also have
Yeah.
to dispel the pseudo stuff from the real. And the real will tell you what it is. And for me personally, I gotta have a high protein diet anyway. So I'm not going to jeopardize me being proactive in my health now for no fad. So if it means high protein, bitch, I'm eating fish. I just had me some ribs the other day. That's good as shit. Like
there you go.
So
Get that protein, get those amino acids in your body, girl. Don't worry that nonsense.
I'm not worried. I ain't never worried. First of all, I'm Geechee. I used to eat pork before I was a vegan, and I used to tell people my favorite thing about the pig is the chitlins and the ribs. Shoot me out.
Give me the ears. Give me the ears. Give me ears in the feet.
You had me
my stomach just fell to the floor.
You had me to this said chitlin.
Whatever.
It's
chitlins. Pig intestines.
I'll make some bacon right now. Like
right. Some
I eat beef
they make bacon right now.
I was in the car with you till you said chitlin.
I don't give a damn. You can jump out that bitch. I'll open the door for you.
Listen,
yo, man. Listen, them people from
cow intestine called the tripe. We just make a soup of that called mondongo. Bang, no. That'd be banging.
Yeah, I used to eat tripe. I used to eat
cow foot soup. Yeah.
Oh, you mean?
Yes, cow tongue.
Yeah.
But even though we
baby mother Jamaican, yeah, you tripping. Grew around Jamaicans.
Continuity of our ancestors to take certain crops and make it a 5-star cuisine, because I'm sorry, chitlins is a disgusting thing. It's a disgusting process to even cook it or whatnot. But come on, like that just shows.
This is why. Listen, y'all. This is a prime example.
What, Rob? Nobody. No,
pig
Rob.
Tongue, pig.
What?
I think Dolly, you got to mute your mic. I think it's your mic.
Everybody mute.
That.
I think it's your mic. Somebody got a whistling. Might be.
Rob, what is your point, though? What?
Robert might be in the bad
I
area.
can't hear nothing. What happened?
Oh, there it is. I think your shit was out.
Oh, I couldn't hear nothing. What happened?
Nothing. State your point, bro.
Oh, I said this is why I don't have a Metro phone. Only Apple over here. Listen, this is why the North was sent to save you people from the South. You are poison animal eaters. You are poison animal eaters. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Crazy.
Hold on. Y'all eat every part of the pig. Pig feet, pig tongue, pig tail, pig ears. You got pig pickles, yo.
Yeah.
No,
pickle pig feet. No, pickle pig feet. Get it right.
Yep.
Pickle
pig feet.
Don't mess it up.
Pickle pig ears. Pickle pig tails.
Yeah,
they pickled anything on the pig.
You can get that right out the corner stove.
Yeah.
And Cedric is from Allen talking about goddamn cow. What man, listen, man.
Cow tripe, no. Mondongo. You ever eat a mondongo soup, you gonna start sweating. Boy, that shit is good.
Cow foot soup, bro. Like, come on, bro.
But with all that poison, I'm in pretty much great shape besides my little tumor situation. So still it's in moderation. Majority of stuff I eat is fruits and vegetables, so It's like enjoy life.
That's something that is sad that happened, but that happens. You know what I'm saying, like, it's just no one. If science knew why it happened, they would know. They know that some foods can cause certain of these things. That's true, but the key here is moderation, right? Watch what you eat, whatever. You can have both. I'm not eating no pigtail, no pig intestines, no cow intestines.
You don't know what you're
nuts.
missing.
I'm not eating that shit.
Missing out, brother. You're missing out, Robo.
But you missing out. You missing out on divinity, my brother. Let me put it in Jabari.
We gonna hear mummy talk.
The pyramids will talk to you.
We gonna hear mummy talk.
Mummy gonna talk to you.
Cedric on here talking about he eating a pig.
Yeah, Robo, and we the South made the North. You know what I'm saying? You know how that goes.
Cool, but hold on, I can't let you get away with that. I can't let you get away with that because but besides Charleston in the United States, what became the United States, the most slaves was in New York, bro. Facts.
Yeah, I remember you breaking.
All right then. So listen, we a different kind of tribe. We doing delineation right now. We're gonna start delineating from you niggas that eat that food. We delineating from all you Kemetic niggas. Everything come from Kemet ass niggas. We delineating from you niggas. And we delineating from anybody who doesn't want to evolve.
Hey, you about kill half New York.
Listen, hold on. We delineating from all these niggas that don't want to evolve. Dr. Ben has been dead for I don't know how long. You niggas can't stop saying his name.
I know, right? Yeah, you had to move to Philly though, Rob. Boy, you be out of goddamn. You run out of territory. Yeah. I think it's not a show. There's not a show that go by to see like that Dr. Ben's name is not mentioned. It's all press for any show you want.
We don't got no other authors after him.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
So everybody
not on some of the things we talk about.
Oh yeah, we do, but
no, everybody on here don't eat pork. Shit, that pig is not a part of my diet.
No, everybody.
No, I don't eat pork anymore.
I do food safety.
Who don't eat red meat?
Something. Chicken is the most dangerous food. The most dangerous food we can consume. It has the highest natural pathogen. That's why it needs to be cooked at the highest temperature. The safest food you can consume that has the lowest internal temperature at which it needs to be cooked is pork. So in terms of food safety, y'all keep the chicken.
I don't believe you. You need to show.
Kick that science. Kick that motherfucking science.
He's not lying about that.
Look it up.
Show and prove. I said it Sunday. We got show and prove Sunday. We got Rob on the panel.
He's not lying about that.
Let's jot these facts.
He's not lying about that. I learned about that when I was in college.
Let's get the cipher. Let's get this cipher popping.
In a class on
Let's get the cipher popping, man.
I don't know if that's accurate.
I hear what he's saying about chicken
because you can eat a real steak. You can't eat a real piece of pork.
Right.
I don't.
You're right. That's your assumption.
Right, but I think all meat is processed though.
The lowest internal temperature that requires cooking is pork. Look it up. Don't argue with me.
I'm gonna find it.
Cedric, do you eat pork?
Yeah, I eat everything.
The pig didn't come from Africa anyway.
Yeah, a pig don't come from Africa. They don't have wild boar in Africa.
Nah, they was eating that shit. They was
eating the shit out them more.
That shit down.
Hey, Rob Vaughn.
What's up, brother? What's that, brother?
What? Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's good, man? How you doing, bro?
Why Lex going? Why Lex over there killing me? He's killing me on my show. Killing me over there.
What are you talking about? He got a show still? He got a YouTube?
Yeah, he got about 5 people, man. Killing me though.
I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel still, bro.
No, look, he get mad. He get mad because I said you jacked his ass up. Ain't my fault you jacked him up.
oh, that's why he left?
Yeah, he get mad because you jacked him up, right? I wasn't trying to. I'm saying
you didn't have to go there though. You didn't have to go there.
I did, yo.
Did not have to go there though.
I did, yo. Listen.
When I heard it, I cringed. I was like, you embarrassed him. You humiliated.
No. Let me. Okay, but I'm saying we got women on the panel, yo.
Yeah, but you can't say okay.
And he be firm. Hold on, yo. But you can't be. It's certain shit you can say out your mouth. You can't. Yeah, like, come on, man.
Yeah, but you could have just said that. You could have said that and that at that point. But you took it further. And Corey wasn't even that offended. You were more offended than Corey.
Yeah, I'm more offended because nigga, I'm letting you on here. We coming in peace, and you tripled down from the last time you was on here, and you built up some bad collateral in my head for that. Knock it off. We don't gotta do all that. I ain't even mad at Lex. I ain't say Lex was a bad guy. I just said Rob Bourne snatched him up.
You embarrassed him, bro. You embarrassed.
Well, he should have banged Rob Bourne in the mouth then.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you can't embarrass somebody and then be like, yo, you tripping. Yeah, you embarrassing.
I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know why he did it. But you know how much
you
shit
just said, yo,
about me?
You just said Lex on the show going crazy. I don't know why he mad at me. He mad at me because I said, you embarrassing me.
No, we not mad at each other. We not supposed to listen, yo, when niggas do talk the shit that we didn't talk to each other, yo, you can't get mad if a nigga talk shit back.
I didn't hear the show, so I don't know the context. I don't know the context behind it.
We even ain't no context behind it.
Lex made a comment. Lex is talking to Corey. He said Corey is mad because you walk around with a hat on that look like a penis. Or a hat on your head like a penis.
Oh, okay.
You feel me? Yeah. So
so that's what happened. Okay, so you know, like yo, if y'all don't remember him, y'all probably don't know him. Yo,
I know Lex. Yeah.
Nah, son, I don't think you know him. That dude used to have a foul fucking mouth, bro.
Lex got a foul mouth. Lex got a foul mouth. Like, yo, Lex got a foul mouth. Yeah.
Come on, Sosa, man. So if I embarrass him, so the fuck what? Nigga, he talk more shit. Talking about Dr. Me, I this right now. He's saying all that crazy shit. I just got to him first.
Yeah, I'm not saying I naturally care, but I'm saying
but don't get mad at me if I bring the bang out and bust it first.
No, what I'm saying is this.
You know what I'm saying. I ain't gonna keep going. You know what I'm saying.
You gotta look at it like this. You gotta look at it like this. Because we got a history with this dude. And then when you already know where it's about to go during the comments, so it's like, yo, fucking, I'm gonna go first. And that's how it be, yo, son. This dude used to,
but it was calm, Robo. Corey was like, I'm not even that mad about it. Corey was like, even when you kicked him off, Corey was like, why you kick him off, bro? Like,
okay, because if I didn't kick him off, Corey was about to cuss him out, motherfucker.
Don't put that on.
Yes, he was.
Corey was not. Corey was not.
Okay, so how many times you gonna say he was?
Don't frame Corey in your controversy like that. That man was good. He was chill.
Okay, all right. So guess what?
All I know is that dude was saying he gonna smack niggas' mothers. I ain't never heard no one say that.
Let's still like that. Let's still like that.
Yeah, son, but that shit crazy. You talking about you gonna shoot niggas and pop niggas and do all this other crazy shit. So I'm like, oh shit, there the nigga go. What's up now, nigga?
Yeah, I heard a story a few years back on fucking with Solomon and shit. I heard the story. Yeah. You know, because they always, they bring it up to embarrass.
Let us show the video. The story. He showed the video,
but he took it down, though, right?
I think he took it down. I don't remember.
They took it down, because people talked about. I was familiar with the story before.
I'm gonna get that video and post it tomorrow. So
it ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. Now you be now you Petty Murphy with it. I ain't that.
I'm on that bomb first shit.
You know I was petty.
Nah, but seriously,
Petty Murphy, man, let that ride, bro.
Talk on that bomb first shit.
Shoot first. Serious shit though. It
get the head burst bleeding.
It sounded like he was getting better though. It seemed like he calmed down. So
Lex always thought like that, Rob.
He was faking this out.
Lex always once he gets to a boiling point, all gloves off. You know what I'm saying? That's just how Lex rock. You know what I'm saying? Lex cussed me out.
I ain't mad at him like that. Yeah, I don't got the same issue with Lex that I got with the other guy. It's two separate issues right there.
I don't even know who.
Yeah, Lex. Lex ain't never. Lex ain't came out now. He lied on Dr. Mead just now, which is horrible. Yeah, that's a lie. He ain't never lied on me, but he lied on her. That's like lying on me. Like,
so you kicked him off the show? Why don't you make him feel better, man? Bring him back on. I'll tell him, man. Listen, nigga, stop taking.
He come back. No, he come back to the next link. He was straight. I wasn't mad at him like that, but I'm glad. You know how sometimes you smoke a person out and see how they really feel. So I really feel like you was just trying to set me up because he said a whole lot of record stuff out of his mouth. But I ain't mad at him though. I'm wait till he get the crowd. He got at least get 1,000 views before I start fighting back and forth with him. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, at least do that. Prove to me worthy.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, I know. I know. I let it go. Like, you know what I mean. But he was calm at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how Lex normally snap out. Eventually he will. You know what I'm saying? Because once you start not accepting whatever he pushes, eventually he gonna just go all out. But
nah, man, I think I thought he was getting better, man. I don't why I see some shit pop up. He be talking calm now. He don't be son. He used to put he put spells on the whole conscious community, my nigga. He was telling niggas the nigga had a raiding hat on, son.
Wow.
Yo, the nigga put the raiding hat on with the strings coming down the side of that bitch, and he was like, "Listen, man, I got a message from the Most High, and this is what he told me. What's going on?" I said, "Yo, this nigga's crazy, bro."
Wow.
But everybody evolves, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody got some wild ass stories, bro.
Everybody evolved, but we always evolve into better people, brother. But we all do evolve. Shit. Sometimes we evolve become one.
Yo, he was so mad, son. He said, "Yo, well, let's do a boxing match. We gonna do the first HOK boxing match." Boxing match? Nigga, get the fuck out of here. You want to do a boxing match, bro? Yo, the nigga got that video up on his 1,000 channels that he got. Talk about, I want to do a HOK boxing match.
Yeah, because with Solo there, right? Every time nigga would get mad at Lex, nigga, you would acting like that when Robo jacked you up. That shit come out every time.
Shit.
Every time, bro. Every time. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you
yo, he not a little, yo, son, he not a little dude, bro. That is not a little dude.
No, he about 6'5", man.
He probably maybe around that, but he gotta be around, when I saw him, he was probably around 250, 240. He ain't no little nigga, son.
Yeah.
No.
He's not a little guy.
Yeah.
But you gotta give it to him, bro. If he would just stay with one thought pattern or one philosophy, he would be good, because the nigga is entertaining, bro.
Yeah.
And he do read some shit. I mean,
he's sophisticated with his shit now. He ain't no shit.
He's pseudo sophisticated.
He's very sophisticated with his shit.
He tried to take over the Aboriginal shit. He almost had it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow. He almost had that shit. He almost had it.
Yeah. I remember when he jumped on that shit. Yeah.
He really almost had it.
Hold up.
He was Israelite. Then he was like the Canaanite thing. Then he found out the Canaanites actually Israelite. Then he changed his name from the Canaanite. Then he switched.
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, he's a mystic. What do you call himself now? Mystic Christian or something like that?
Mystic something. Then he had the whole He
yo, son, I'm telling you, yo, if he would have stuck to one thing, son, like one philosophy, son.
He's a Luciferian at one point.
He'd be all right, son. The nigga's a funny dude, bro.
How is he so many different things?
Because he
was
trying to figure out. Yeah, he will find
I guess it
information.
Get to a point when something is popping or something like that. He'll look at it and he'll read some information on it, and then he'll stick to that information. Once that shit start getting debunked a little too much, that nigga, nah, son, this ain't it. And then he'll switch to something else.
Wow. So he was a fad hopper.
But what I'm saying is showing you that at least the dude is reading something. Because all of them dudes was saying that we never called ourselves African. And he kept saying that shit. And we on there like, nah, son, you ain't getting away with that. Nope. We not letting that happen. And then he had Dane Kyler, all these niggas was on the pen. He had all them niggas under the shit, son.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If he would have stuck to one thing, he'd be good. He just, I don't know why he does that. But I think it's really, he reads shit and find out this ain't it. And then he'll the nigga, he's not stupid by far, bro. He's not a stupid.
You gotta update his information.
I didn't know it was an arbor though.
I see him a little bit different. I see him as an idiot. That's how I see him. Pseudo sophisticated, yo. Like, come on, Rob. We done all been
intelligent though. Right? He called
No. See,
that's just very intelligent. No, like, just because somebody's pseudo don't mean that they're not intelligent.
No. We talking about him. If Rob Bourne was saying the same thing he was saying, we was out there on 125th, I'd be at that point thinking Rob Bourne was stupid. But you can actually see growth. You can actually see growth in all of us and what we learn. So if you're still saying the same thing 10 years ago, then you just an idiot. No matter what, you're not intelligent. You're doing it on purpose. You just mad because you don't know how to stay to one thing and calm people. He's trying to calm people or flim them or something. He don't know how to stay there. He all over the place. He's not stable in his thought path. Like he don't know what he want to go. He want the people to follow him. Or if you want the people to follow him, just stay on science. Talk about the topics. The conversation was good about consciousness. I already know the whole. It was good, but you don't got to start throwing male parts on people, on male heads. It would have been a joke if he said, Corey got a vagina on his head. That would have been a joke. But the other shit is like, really? That ain't a joke? How? I was offended. Corey don't got to be offended. Because that's not going down. And we had women on the panel, yo.
I'm not saying I ain't saying you couldn't be offended. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't saying he was the bad guy. I'm saying I ain't saying he was a horrible person. I'm not saying that. He can come back tomorrow.
Nah, you just embarrassing. That's all.
No, because he kept talking. He kept talking.
I know he kept talking.
Right, so just be quiet.
So you embarrassed him.
I got a rule. I'm gonna show everybody here's a rule.
Just say it. Man. You see now we double talking. Now you double. You embarrassed him.
I'm gonna give you the rule. All right, that's fine.
Yeah. Yo, Unc, let me ask you a question. Who's the guy Vanilla? Who's the guy Vanilla Scoop that's in your chat?
Oh, Vanilla Scoop steal your head, bro.
Yeah. Yo, Vanilla Scoop. Yo, Vanilla Scoop, come up here, man. Come talk to us. We want to hear your we want to know what science you're dealing with, brother. We want to know if
he been calling people pantheists and shit.
You know what I mean? We want to know where you at. I tell you, man. I tell y'all straight up.
He not gonna come up, y'all being bullies.
Nah, we don't bully nobody. I don't bully nobody.
I don't bully nobody, man.
I mute my mic.
Rob won't stop. He stopped.
I'm a bully.
I mute my mic.
Been music for a whole while. I haven't bullied anybody in a bit.
Me either. I like bullying.
That's against you where you were trying to bully me.
Bully you. I know they weren't trying to bully. They ain't bully you. You cut somebody out.
Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, see, Robert, see how you jumped in front of that bullet. See how them bullets flying around? You had cover. You had cover. Then you beat your head out there.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying he was.
Y'all see, if y'all see,
I'm
Lex,
good because I'm eating my salmon and my salad right now, so I'm good. And it's
you can handle yourself. You're a Taurus.
Hey, look.
And I sure am. And I sure am. And I sure am. And I'm good.
Unc, I got some new shit, Unc. The earth, God, bro.
What?
The earth is God. The earth is where you live. The earth is where you get your food from. The earth is where you get your water from. The earth is where all your elements come from. You from the earth.
They've been saying that for years. That's basically why they said nature is God.
Nah, we ain't talking about Earth is a part of nature. We ain't nothing here that's not a part of nature. So we not gonna say I'm getting in tune with nature. You can't get in tune with nature because you are nature. You are a part of nature. Yeah, we ain't doing that. The earth is God.
Mm-hmm.
The earth is God. What's up?
I ain't gonna argue. I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna say, Lex, calm down. We don't want to start the war. I don't want to do it. If I embarrass you, I didn't mean to embarrass you, bro. I'm gonna say that. All right, that goes out to Lex. But all that reckless talking and all that bitch ass shit you on right now, we ain't doing that, though.
He went from Markel to gangster.
Take it back. We good. I'm not tripping. Get it off your chest. Let's hit the reset button. We ain't going down the path. We're gonna get off the path. Yeah, he's a little different. Lex a little different. This is the first time I heard him lie. Also, he lied. He lied on Doc. He can't lie. But I don't mind a free commercial though. Y'all know I like commercial. Y'all get mad at me, make videos. It keep me bubbling. I ain't mad at you. All press is good press for me.
Well, once Lex popped that top pop, it gonna be a minute before he come back. It's gonna be rampage, like you know what I'm saying.
But I could have went over to his show. I could have came on there and we could have talked about like that. But he wanted me to get up on the panel. I was like, nope, I ain't giving it to you today. Yo. I ain't gonna let the views go up today. Not today. You only get a certain amount of views anyway. Think about that. We ain't at the 8,000, 10,000, 50,000 views, million views. That ain't like that. I'm clear where we at. Clear. I ain't dumb. I ain't faking. No faking over here. But we're gonna keep building this platform, though. Watch how I go. Yeah. Then I'm gonna get them. But Lex, you good though. Lex good. And I appreciate everybody that make videos about me, put my name in the thing. I appreciate them free commercials. No matter how much you talk about me, I appreciate the commercials.
Hey, brother, how much did we evolve? If you said 10 years, if people constantly talk about, you know, the pseudo, that means they doing it on purpose. I kind of agree, because if you're reading stuff, eventually you're gonna come across some other information. So now we're gonna have to say you're doing this shit on purpose. But if in 10 years, niggas is still talking about coming for Christian, all this other wild shit. How smart are we? How intelligent are we? Can you explain that, Unc?
No, you're right. You're right. When you really study, man, and you can see it. And if you study, you know, ain't nobody diving straight out of coming into Christianity. It's a lot of cultures in between all that, in the mix of all that. And we supposed to know this, man. Like, come on, yo, the Zeitgeist movie is not that. But I agree with you, though. Yeah.
I'm going to jump in here.
Purpose.
Robon, the difference between reading a lot and actually studying to grow is applying proper methodology. So then you go back to the foundation, epistemology, ontology. What's a claim? How do we distinguish reality from imagination? So when I actually read something, I know how to quantify what I'm reading. Oh, this is a claim. There's nothing to back this up. This isn't a fact. So someone can read a whole lot, but still haven't learned a damn thing.
Right.
You can talk
And
to
you know,
me and tell me you have read every religious book in the world, and you're still clueless.
and you know something, you just said some things that I don't think a lot of people do. But whenever you're reading something that is labeled educational, informational, you should always ask yourself research questions before you start reading that book. So you can figure out what the author, the writer, asked themselves, so you can get a better understanding of what you're reading. So you don't put your misconceived notions onto what the writer is writing about or speaking on. And I think that's what a lot of people do unintentionally, because they don't know the right research questions to ask.
Exactly.
I see another scoop in the chat. Just Rabon.
Right.
Yo, Rabon head. I know Rabon want to get it in. You know what I'm saying? The show is reaching that climax.
I see him in the chat. I mean, like, after you, this is the thing that Unc is talking about. After you explain something, like me and Danny did a video on our channel called I think it's the origin of Asiatic, and then we show that Marcus Garvey is catalyst for Black people being Muslim in America. Then we show you where this comes from, right? So I'm identifying with a culture that was made in America to go against white supremacy, and this is where it starts at. I know it starts with Duce Muhammad. I know it starts with Noble Drew Ali. I'm looking at
Noble Nut.
Noble
Nut Ali. That's my nickname for him.
Yeah, I'm starting to see. I'm looking at. We laugh at the pseudo shit they do, but I'm looking at the things that they do that we seem to can't do right now. And it's talking about building organizations that deal directly with problems of Black people. When you talk about the Moors, you don't hear about their farms. You don't talk about their furniture stores. You don't talk about the women creating the newspapers. You don't talk about the land and stuff that they bought. You don't talk about the orphanages. You don't talk about any of that. All you are concerned with is mystery pseudo magic shit. So you actually reverse pseudo because it's what you like. But you asked me, what did the father, the person who we call the father say about science? I'm gonna do something better for you. Watch this.
He said Clarence 13X.
Yeah, watch this. I'm gonna show you right now. We like to deal with the primaries over here. You shouldn't have did that since you scared to come on here. I'm gonna show it to you.
Yo, Robborn, did it Clarence 13X get sent to a nut house?
Yeah, yep. Yep. So here you go right here. So this is a newspaper, Black newspaper, the Amsterdam News. This is by Bayrad Rustin. You should know who he is. He's the director of A. Philip Vandorf Institute. What happens here? Let's go. He said at one time the word 5% is used to be feared in Harlem. In fact, in 1964, New York newspapers ran stories to the effect that the 5%ers were one of the most violent youth groups in the city. But these could not have been the same young men I saw 2 Fridays ago, shortly after they had visited and interviewed by Senator Edward Brookie. Oh, hold on, somebody gave me a call.
You know, I always thought it was funny how a person can have, how people can have so much knowledge and so much information and so much this and so much that, and they doing a damn thing with it. Just sitting on different different YouTube channels and running their damn mouth and they doing nothing with it. And they starting don't do nothing. No start no organizations, no nothing. Just thought I'd say that.
Because starting organizations is not as easy as
I
you
mean,
think
they
it
need
is.
to. They don't do nothing with it. Like, you know, they don't do nothing with it. They just got all this, always judging people and got so much to say, and they done did this. They, you know.
But see, listen.
Go ahead.
Some people are working on starting organizations.
Yeah, you back, Robo.
But starting
Damn, my whole
organizations
shit
is not
just
as
switched
easy.
off.
Yeah, your screen ain't sharing no more.
As you think it is.
Hello?
Yeah,
we hear you.
Yeah, my bad, man. I had a call. But yeah, man, he in that newspaper clipping, he told us to deal with education. He didn't tell you to sit there and talk about Yaku and talk about the A. He told you to go get a trade, get an education, and bring it back to your community. So we have one of the schools in Harlem called the Harlem, what is it? Damn, there's a charter school called Harlem I can't remember the name off the top of the head. But it's one of the first community-controlled schools where Black people in the community controlled what went inside of the curriculum. And one of the teachers, Umalar and all of them, those are the people in there teaching science. They're not in there telling you about 66 trillion years. That's not what he taught. So I hope that makes that clear for you. And if you want the newspaper clippings on what the person told us to do, there you have it. He said, you got to show and prove that this is what you are. You have to do that. He said, deal with local politics. You must try to control this shit that's in your community. I'm going to be the example. I'm working with the mayor. So the mayor of the biggest city in the world decided to work with this dude. He's on the front page of all of the papers because he helped stop the riots going in Harlem. And he does all of this stuff that he's doing. The mayor of New York City don't say here pseudo and don't teach science, but here you go. Every newspaper you read is going to tell you about these people in school. But you want to hear about Yaku. You want to hear about all that Asiatic shit. You don't understand organization, bro. And that's the problem with the conscious community. I'm not saying all of it is up for grabs. Once you say you're a part of science, hey, it's all up for the same way how I go at the Hebrews and everything else. Yep, I'm up for grabs too. And if you ask me the question, this is the last time I'm going to say this. Asiatic Black man was born in America. Nobody got off the boat and said that they're Asiatic. However, you do have African oral traditions all through there where they talk about they come from the Middle East, but our history shows us that's because of the coming of Islam. And people wanting to identify with that culture because it was about making money and trade. And after time, they got diluted because there were no written records. I mean, so if that don't answer you, Vanilla Scoop, I don't know what else to tell you. And if you want to know why, well, if you know that you are African, why are you still doing it? Because this is a part of the culture that I am a part of here in America. And it did more for me than Kemet. The Black church did more here than Kemet or whatever this shit you talking. I don't know what you about. Your name is Vanilla, so I don't know what you are. But yeah. I mean, I hope that's clear.
Well, you know, and it's things like what Barbon was just going over that we have to learn to appreciate about history and not try to take outside or change history because we don't like how history happened to play itself out.
Yeah, but you know, we're reaching that. We've been on there for a minute, man. Anybody got any last words, man, before we
Y'all give I'm gonna give my last words out to my troll, and then y'all can close it out if y'all don't mind me.
Go ahead.
Drop work crazy.
So you asking me about my local politics. Again, there's videos that I have on the channel that shows me dealing with local politics or things that address my community. I deal with the people who go through the shit that I go through.
Right.
You don't know my history. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm a part of the city university, New York City University. I went to New York City Tech. I'm in John Jay. I'm not in that school, but I work with the professor to work on what? The Black Male Initiative to get people who come home from jail to go to college.
Big
You
up.
want to know what other thing I'm a part of? I am a part of the thing that shut down the baddest jail in the United States, which is Rikers Island. I'm on there and showing it. I'm on there telling them the origin of the name Rikers Island, telling them it comes from the kidnapping club. I'm going through and they just say like, wow. And I'm like, yo, this is what we got to do. So you wanted me to talk about that? I don't do that every day. That's not my job. I'm not an activist. That's not my 100% profession. But my job that I was assigned to, when I'm around youth, especially in what I do, and I'm around them, I put them onto the game. When the Black people come in my place where I'm at, and I know what really goes on, which is corporate racism that goes on, and they got to work a little harder, I give them the game. I could put person after person after person, and they will testify. Rob Bourne showed me this shit. I changed my life. I got dudes who came home from 15 years. I don't know how you found my number. Rob Bourne, yo, I heard you through the pit. Yo, let me in. Boom, niggas got jobs, kids, family, all of that. That's more important to me than the shit you talking about, Asiatic, nigga. I'm manifesting that, what was taught to me through that. I don't have to do that. I could just sit there and be like, yo, I'm gonna do it. If I have a skill and I know how to do something, am I gonna sit there and become like most Black people and just keep it to myself so that I could just continue to do what I do? No, I'm gonna pass it on. And that's what I do. So
I think he just trolling you, Rob.
Yeah, he is because he bored and he ain't got a life.
I'm done now.
But that's big respect, big peace, you know.
Yeah. Anybody else, Jude, you want anything you want to say before I close it out?
Nah.
Robin.
Yeah, I've done a lot in Delaware. So that's what I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh, that's what we was doing. We was giving our resumes out and stuff.
I don't know, but my name is known. Sister Freedom is known in Delaware.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming through, Robin.
Yeah, it was nice. I had fun anyway.
Yeah, man. I want to thank everybody for coming through, Gullah.
That chick was not letting her live at all.
I had to, man. I'm like, yo, this is like,
goddamn
pit bull.
After I was all the way into the twilight zone, I was trying to get some clarity. Then you're gonna get defensive.
Yeah, first of all, Cedric, you don't get clarity in the twilight zone. So that's already.
You wasn't in no twilight zone. You just.
I'll let y'all gangsters tomorrow.
You did.
All right,
baby.
Peace.
Hey man, yeah, but peace to everybody. Peace to the chat, man. Thanks for coming through, man.
Everybody.
Ciao.
And we out.
I don't know nothing about that.